I request everyone to please settle down as we are going to start our second day inaugural session. I warmly welcome everyone to the second day of the first edition of the Samaavesh Global ESG Summit. I, Chavi Tiwari, a proud member of Movement of Positivity, an initiative mentored by Ambassador Dr. Dhyaneshwar Moole. We hosted 20 plus speakers yesterday with the dignitaries discussing a host of pending issues. We hope there was something to take back from this session for all of us. The sessions included inspiring case studies from sector practitioners who have been driving the ESG agenda in diverse areas across corporate, governments, as well as CSOs. Before we proceed with the ceremony, I would like to request our guest for the lamp lightning. Lighting a lamp before a ceremony spreads divine grace. The lamp also shows everyone who is present how to rise upward and dispel darkness. And after all, fire is one of the 5 elements that from our body. The lamp burns not to be the light itself, but merely as a message to remind all who are present of peace, of positivity, brightness. That way, the presence of light, of fire will ensure success. Shubham karoti kalyanam, arogyam dhana sampada. Shatru buddhi vinashi deepa jyoti namostute. Deepa jyoti prarambh, deepa jyoti janardhana. Deepo mein haratu papam sandhya deepa namostute. Can we have a huge round of applause? It is in the spirit of metamorphosis that we would like to introduce the guest for the opening ceremony and the panel discussion. The mentor behind the initiative is Dr. Dhyaneshwar M. Moole. He has been the guiding light of the initiative and has helped it take the shape it is in today. Dr. Dhyaneshwar Moole served as diplomat in Indian Foreign Services. He is renowned author, motivator, and former Secretary, Minister of External Affairs to the Government of India. Popularly known as Passport Man of India, he has transformed the passport system by setting up 450 passport offices and setting an example for ease of doing business. Sir is presently serving as a Sir is presently serving as the member of National Human Rights Commission. I would like to request Mr. Positive Rishi Kumar to felicitate Sir with Ladakhi Khata. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Dhyaneshwar Moole? Our chief guest of the session is Sri Indresh Kumarji. He is the National Executive Member of the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh. In order to connect the Muslims of Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, Indresh Kumarji formed the organization of the Muslim National Forum on December 24, 2002, and currently serving as the Margdarshak to the organization. He has been actively involved in relief work across the country over the past 5 decades, wherein he spearheaded relief efforts after floods in multiple parts of the country. He has also led multiple movements across the country in the issue of unity as well as embracing diversity. I would request Dr. Dhyaneshwar Moole to give our address to the audience.
आदरणीय इंद्रेश जी, उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, देश भर से आए हमारे सब सहभागी मित्र, आप सबका इस दूसरे दिन के सत्र में स्वागत है। पहले सत्र में, उद्घाटन सत्र में आपका स्वागत है। एक इंद्र होता है जो राजा देवों का देव होता है, और उनका भी देव, इंद्रों का भी जो मुख्य देव है वो इंद्रेश जी है। तो ऐसे नाम के जो खुद धनी है वो आज हमारे यहाँ बीच उपस्थित है। हम अपने आप को बहुत गौरवान्वित महसूस करते हैं। विशेष बात यह है कि हमारा जो एक इस पूरे 2 दिन के ESG सत्र है, उसका जो एक टाइटल है समावेश, उसके अगर कोई प्रतीक है आज के समय में तो खुद इंद्रेश जी है। उनके ऊपर जो उनकी जो भूमिका है वो समावेश की भूमिका है। किस तरह से इस देश के अलग अलग जो तबके हैं, घटक है, उनको एक इकट्ठा लाया जाए, इसलिए इसमें उनकी भूमिका बहुत अहम है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ESG अपनी जगह है, एनवायरनमेंट, सोशल गवर्नेंस, जिसके बिना हम आगे जो है इस पूरी दुनिया का अस्तित्व जिसके ऊपर निर्भर है वो है एनवायरनमेंट, पर्यावरण। और सामाजिक सौहार्द, सामाजिक मित्रता जो है वो दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है, जिसके ऊपर हमारे इस विश्व की पूरी शांति और स्थैर्य जो है, स्थिरता जो है वो निर्भर करती है। तो ऐसा एक विशेष व्यक्ति हमारे बीच आज उपस्थित है जिनके विचार हम लोग सब सुनने के लिए उत्सुक है। मैं आप और उनके बीच में नहीं खड़ा होना चाहता हूं। उनका फिर एक बार तालियों से हम स्वागत करें, और इसी के साथ साथ मैं उनको अपने विचार व्यक्त करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। इंद्रेश जी, नमस्कार।
आज का दिन भारत के और विश्व के मानवता के इतिहास में एक नया पृष्ठ लिखने के लिए उत्सुक है। इसलिए मैं आपके बीच में जस्टिफाइड टाइम रहूँगा, पर अधिक समय नहीं रहूँगा। लाल किला पर जो सृष्टि के ज्ञान विज्ञान के जो हो रहा है, जो हो गया है और जो होगा, इसका लिखित ग्रंथ है वेद। उसमें एक सामवेद है जो जीवन की जितनी भी प्रकार की कलाएं होती हैं उनका जन्मदाता है। इसलिए आप में से कभी कभी जो डागर बंधुओं को बिस्मिल्लाह को सुनते होंगे, वो सबसे पहले सामवेद का गायन करते हैं, फिर अपनी प्रस्तुतियां करते हैं। विश्व के अंदर कोई भी संस्कृति और सभ्यता सामवेद से अछूती नहीं है। भारत की फिल्म हस्ती डॉक्टर इकबाल दुरानी ने उस सामवेद का हिंदी और उर्दू अनुवाद किया है। फिर उन्होंने इससे आगे एक प्रयास किया कि उसके हर मंत्र और श्लोक से जो परिलक्षित होता है, जो दिखाई देता है, जो होना चाहिए, उसका चित्रण किया है। इसलिए विश्व के इतिहास में धार्मिक जगत, जितने भी धर्म और उपधर्म हैं, उनका कोई भी ग्रंथ सचित्र नहीं है। ये सामवेद 100% सचित्र होगा। इसलिए सचित्र है ग्रंथ, सैकड़ों सैकड़ों पृष्ठ का है। हिंदी और उर्दू में उसका संस्कृत से अनुवाद है, और वो भी एक भारतीय मुसलमान के द्वारा किया गया है। तो उसका आज लोकार्पण है 2:30 बजे। मैं उस कार्यक्रम का एक बहुत बड़ा अंग हूँ और उसकी व्यवस्थाएं, मैनेजमेंट, प्रबंधन के साथ साथ वो सब ठीक हो जाए। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के चीफ, जिनको पूज्य सरसंघ चालक शब्द दिया जाता है उपाधि के रूप में, वो उसका लोकार्पण करने वाले हैं। अलग अलग धर्मों के प्रमुख लोग भी उसमें उपस्थित रहने वाले हैं। मैंने ये सूचना आप सबको इसलिए दी कि आने वाले कल के इतिहास को ये एक मोड़ देने वाली कथा होगी, जिसका बीज डलकर वृक्ष निकलने का आज काम होगा। हम सब यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, मंच और सामने बैठे हुए एक दूसरे की शोभा बढ़ा रहे भाइयों और बहनों। आपका एज ग्रुप देखकर मुझे लगा कि मुझे भी 55-60 साल पहले की अपनी ज़िंदगी की एक घटना याद कर लेनी चाहिए। मैं जब पंजाब इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी में मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर बनने के लिए चंडीगढ़ में प्रवेश लिया था, तो मेरा रैगिंग हुआ था 1966 में, 1966 में। आप कैलकुलेट मत करिए, चिंता मत करिए। तो रैगिंग में मुझे सीनियर्स ने कहा था, मिस्टर गो एंड परचेज द 5 यार्ड ऑफ द मिल्क, 5 गज दूध खरीद कर लाइए। सुना भी मैंने उस समय पहली बार था, खरीदा भी उस पहली बार। उसके बाद ना आज तक खरीदा है ना उसकी ज़रूरत पड़ी है। परंतु उसमें से जो हमारी घर के अंदर, मंदिर में या मैदान में या विद्यालय में संस्कारों की घड़ाई हुई थी, तो उसमें एक वाक्य कहा जाता था, जीवन के अंदर कोई भी ऐसी समस्या, संकट, प्रश्न, झंझट नहीं है जिसका उत्तर और समाधान ईश्वर ने ना लिखा हो। प्रयत्न करोगे तो मिल जाएगा, प्रयत्न नहीं करोगे तो हाथ पैर फूल जाओगे और निराश होकर दम तोड़ दोगे। इसलिए डू द बेस्ट, यू विल अचीव द बेस्ट। अब 5 गज दूध, मुझे पहले लगा कि कोई गलती हो गई है सुनने में, तो वो कहते हैं क्या तुम्हें ऊंचा सुनता है? मुझे पूरा सुन गया। खैर मैं पूरी कहानी का विस्तार नहीं करूँगा रैगिंग का, पर वो 5 गज दूध हमने खरीदा हलवाई से और उनको दिया। ना इसमें बर्तन था, ना दूध था, ना कोई लेन देन का मामला था, पर घटना घटी। तो उन्होंने पूछा तुमने दूध खरीदा कैसे? तो मैंने बताया कि हम हलवाई के पास गए रात को 12 बजे, उसी समय इतना ही समय था, तो जगाया, पूछा, वो गर्म हुआ, थोड़ा सा मुस्कुराए हम तो ठंडा हो गया। क्योंकि गर्म आदमी के सामने गर्म करो तो युद्ध में बदलता है, झगड़े में बदलता है। गर्म आदमी के सामने थोड़ा मुस्कुरा लीजिए तो समाधान का रास्ता निकल आता है। तो हमने जो बताया वो आपको बता देता हूँ। हमने कहा ये हमारा बर्तन है, मान लो तुम अपने बर्तन में 10 ग्राम दूध डालो, ऐसा मान लो। हमारे बर्तन को छूकर 1 गज ऊपर ले जाओ और वहाँ से पलट दो। कॉल इट 1 यार्ड, डू इट 5 टाइम्स, इट विल बी 5 यार्ड। मैंने ये बात इसलिए सुनाई, जिंदगी के सफ़र के अंदर आपको 3 तरह के स्टेप्स हमेशा आएंगे। एक है विच इज ईजी, जो सरल है। परीक्षाएं दी हैं आपने, सबने दे भी रहे होंगे। तो प्रश्न पत्र आता है तो पढ़ते ही लगता है ये 2 सवाल बहुत सरल हैं, पहले कर दो ताकि पास मार्क्स तो गारंटेड हो जाए। फिर थोड़ा सा ध्यान लगाता लगता है ये हो सकते हैं, तो उन पर मेहनत करता है। फिर लगता है कि ये 1-2 तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं हो सकते। तो इसलिए जब आप सरल प्रश्नों के सरलता से उत्तर देंगे तो जिंदगी में आप पास होते रहेंगे। पर थोड़े कठिन प्रश्न हैं, उनका उत्तर देने के लिए प्रिपेयर करोगे तो हो सकता है कि आप फर्स्ट डिवीजन में पास हो जाए, परंतु विच इज चैलेंजेबल, विच इज टफेस्ट, हार्डेस्ट है, बहुत कठिन है, बहुत मुसीबत पड़ेगी। जब आप उन प्रश्नों का उत्तर देते हैं तो ज़िंदगी एक सक्सेसफुल स्टोरी हो जाती है। आई होप सो all of you want to lead a successful story of your life. I pray to the God कि आप इस सफलता की ज़िंदगी जिए। जीना है तो फिर टफेस्ट को से जूझने की तैयारी करिए, तो फिर आपकी सफलता की कहानी होगी। छोटे से लेकर बड़े तक किसी को भी पढ़िए, यही रहस्य है। मैं जम्मू कश्मीर में रहा टेररिज्म के दिनों में, और आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध मैं एक खुला बैट था जो खेलता था। इसलिए आतंकवादियों ने 3-4 बार मेरा अपहरण करके छुट्टी देने की कोशिश की, वो नालायक फेल हो गए, इसलिए मैं बचा हुआ। मेरा कसूर नहीं है, कसूर उनका है, वो फेल हुए। या ईश्वर ने, खुदा ने उनको जॉब अलॉटमेंट नहीं की होगी, इन्होंने ज़बरदस्ती ले ली होगी। तो मैंने इस ज़िंदगी को भी खेला और जिया है। एक बात ध्यान में रखिए, जिंदगी में 2 शब्द साथ साथ चलते हैं, अधिकार, राइट्स जिनको कहते हैं, ड्यूटीज यानी कर्तव्य। जब जब दुनिया के अंदर अधिकार की बात चलती है तो कन्फ्लिक्ट्स जन्म लेते हैं। जब जब कर्तव्य की बात चलती है तो दुनिया के अंदर हार्मोनी जन्म लेती है, क्योंकि अधिकार ये संघर्ष का रास्ता है। इसका सबसे बड़ा इतिहास और ग्रंथ रामायण है। पूरे रामायण के अंदर जिसने अधिकार की बात की उसने संघर्ष को जन्म दिया, जिन्होंने कर्तव्य की बात की तो वहाँ सफलता की कथाएं थी। इसलिए राम परिवार, चाहे माता पिता थे, चाहे सास ससुर थे, चाहे सीता थी, चाहे बाकी भाई और पत्नियां थी, माताएं थी, इनमें से एक भी चरित्र नहीं है जिसने कभी अधिकार की बात की। दे ऑलवेज ड्यूटी बाउंड, वो कर्तव्य से बंधे थे, इसलिए कन्फ्लिक्ट्स नहीं थे। रावण ने हमेशा अधिकारों की बात की, इसलिए संघर्ष संघर्ष, मौत मौत, संघर्ष ये रहा। जुल्म भी किए और अंत में बदनाम होकर चला गया। ये ठीक है कि अधिकार कभी छोड़ने नहीं चाहिए, परंतु ये ध्यान रखना चाहिए कर्तव्य कभी भूलना नहीं चाहिए। माँ कर्तव्य भाव से बच्चों का पालन करती है, तब बच्चा पलता है। अधिकार भाव से जिस दिन पालन करेगी और बच्चा अधिकार भाव से सोचेगा तो परवरिश नहीं होगी, वो बहुत नालायक हो जाएगा। इसलिए हमेशा जब जब कोई भी समाज, चाहे व्यक्ति हो, चाहे परिवार हो, चाहे जाति बरादरी हो, गली मोहल्ला हो, वहाँ अगर कर्तव्य का बोध होगा तो वह बहुत तेज गति से विकास करेगा। इसलिए NGOs का अर्थ होता है नॉट ऑफ द राइट्स बट ऑफ द ड्यूटीज़, जो ये मानकर चलती हैं कि हमें समाज को कुछ देना है, ये कर्तव्य मानकर चलती हैं, उनको कहा जाता है दीज आर NGOs। हमने समाज से लेना नहीं है, हमने समाज को देना है। फिर थोड़ी तकलीफ भी आएगी, कष्ट भी आएगी, मुसीबत भी आएगी, तो मुस्कुराते हुए सह लेना। जिंदगी की सफलता के लिए एक और सूत्र बहुत सुंदर है। अपन सब यहाँ बैठे हैं, अगर 5 सेकंड के लिए चेहरा मुस्कुराता हुआ कर लें और उस समय में फ़ोटो खींच रही हो तो फ़ोटो खूबसूरत आएगी कि नहीं आएगी? अगर 5 सेकंड की स्माइल से फ़ोटो इतनी खूबसूरत हो सकती है, अगर इसको लाइफ लॉन्ग एक्सपेरिमेंट किया और उस पर अप्लाई किया, एक्सटेंशन किया 5 सेकंड का, और 55 साल की उम्र तक या 50 साल के लिए आगे जब समझ में आया, तो ज़िंदगी कितनी हसीन हो जाएगी। कहते हैं ऑलवेज बी हैप्पी एंड गिव्स अदर्स एंड हैप्पीनेस। स्वयं प्रसन्न रहिए, दूसरों को प्रसन्नता दीजिए, तो आपकी जिंदगी के अंदर कोई कष्ट घोल ही नहीं सकता। एक बात और कहूँगा, और वह बड़ी विचित्र सी है। मैं अपने प्रवास पर पहाड़ों में था, तो वहाँ कुछ लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि इस घर में जो पति पत्नी रहते हैं पहाड़ी पर, ये बड़े विचित्र से लोग हैं। बच्चे 2 हैं, दोनों विदेश में हैं, बहुत अच्छे से, ये भी साधन संपन्न है, परंतु ये जब रात को सोते हैं तो भी नहा धोकर और वेल ड्रेस्ड होकर सोते हैं, और सुबह उठते ही नहा धोकर वेल ड्रेस्ड हो जाते हैं, और दिन भर सजे धजे रहते हैं। तो बड़े विचित्र से हैं। मतलब रात को सोते समय में भी नया ड्रेस पहनकर सोएंगे। मैंने कहा परेशान क्यों होना है, उनका रहस्य उन्हीं से पूछ लो। तो मैंने कहा चलो मैं भी चलता हूँ। गए हम लोग। उन्होंने कहा मेरे अकेले से पूछना है कि दोनों से पूछना है। हमने कहा आप दोनों रहेंगे तो और अच्छा है। उसने कहा भगवान देखो 6-7 गेस्ट आए हैं, ज़रा चाय और थोड़ी ज़्यादा बना लो, बिस्कुट ले आओ, और ये तब तक बात नहीं करेंगे जब तक तुम नहीं आ जाओगे, ज़रा जल्दी कर लेना। मैंने कहा नहीं, बातें करेंगे, जो प्रश्न पूछना है वो उनके आने पर पूछेंगे, बहन जी के। मैंने उनको ये सारी बात कही। द बेस्ट ऑफ आंसर बड़ा मज़ेदार है। उन्होंने कहा बेटा छोटे मोटे निमंत्रण प्राप्त होते हैं कि नहीं होते? होते हैं। तो सज धज कर जाते हो कि उदास मुख से, दाढ़ी बढ़ी हुई है, बाल संवरे नहीं है, श्रृंगार किया नहीं है, ऐसे ही चले जाते हो। और जब अपने की हो और अपनों में से हो तब तो और अधिक श्रृंगार करते हैं। तो इन जनरल सिंपल इनविटेशन यू रिसीव, तब आप कितना अच्छा बनकर जाते हो। नहीं भी मुस्कुरा रहे तो भी मुस्कुराते हो, और लगे कि सौंदर्य वैसे नहीं है तो उसके लिए कई तरह के प्रसाधन का उपयोग भी करते हैं। लगे तो ब्यूटी पार्लर भी होते हैं, तो सज धज कर जाते हैं। लेकिन अब हम जिंदगी के उस मोड़ पर पहुंच गए हैं जब एक ही निमंत्रण शेष बचा है, और वो पक्का आने वाला है, और जिसके लिए बड़े लोग, ज्ञानी लोग, विज्ञानी लोग तप करते हैं, तुम्हारा दर्शन हो जाए और तुम्हारा निमंत्रण आ जाए, यानी ईश्वर। कहते हैं अगर ईश्वर का निमंत्रण आना है, चलो बेटा, चलो बेटिया आओ, अब तुम्हारा समय हो गया, तो क्या फटे कपड़ों में, उदास चेहरे से, बिखरे बाल से रोते हुए जाएंगे भगवान के घर, के सदा मुस्कुराते हुए जाएंगे? तो इसलिए सुबह उठते तैयार होके बैठ जाते हैं, भगवान जी जब लगे बुला लेना, तैयार। और रात को सोते हुए तैयार होकर सोते हैं कि भगवान जी लगेगा तो सोते सोते बुलाना है तो तैयार है। पर तेरे घर आएंगे तो सज धज कर आएंगे, तेरे घर उदास मन से और उदास चेहरे से, दुखी चेहरे से, रोते हुए फटे कपड़ों में नहीं आएंगे। आम आदमी के लिए इतनी सजावट की और आपके लिए हम रोते हुए आएंगे, इससे बड़ी बदकिस्मती क्या होगी? तो मुझे उस कथा से, इंस्टांस से एक मिला कि जिंदगी जीने का गूढ़ रहस्य उसमें। मैंने कहा ये कभी दुखी नहीं हो सकते और उदास भी नहीं हो सकते। इसलिए जिंदगी ये एक कला है, इसको कलात्मक ढंग से जीना चाहिए, और कलात्मक गुणों की होता है। सजावट को कला नहीं कहते, सजावट को तो दिखावट कहते हैं। कला जो होती है ये मन और बुद्धि की स्थिति होती है, उसको करना। और इसलिए आप सब सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से ऑन हैं या सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को ऑन करना चाहते हैं? आप सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में हैं तो आपको लगता है सहयोग चाहिए समाज से, सरकार से, मिल गया है। कुछ ऐसे हैं जो ढूंढ रहे हैं कि कहीं से सहयोग मिल जाए, जिससे हम भी तेज गति से अपना जीवन चलाते चलाते सामाजिक कर्तव्य को भी पूरा कर सकें। परंतु एक बात ध्यान में रखिए, साधन भी कर्तव्य को करने के लिए आवश्यक होते हैं, पर साधन नहीं है और कर्तव्य नहीं कर सकेंगे, इस गलतफहमी में कभी जीना नहीं चाहिए। यीशु के पास कौन से साधन थे जो उन्होंने सेवा की? ज्ञानेश्वर के पास, तुकाराम के पास, मीरा के पास कौन से साधन थे जो उन्होंने भक्ति की? गुरु नानक देव के पास कौन सी चीज थी जिसके कारण उन्होंने सेवा भी की, साधना भी की, तप भी किया और महान भी हो गए? साधन होना अच्छी बात है, पर घर में माँ बीमार पड़ी है उसके लिए साधन की जरूरत नहीं है। उसके मन को प्रसन्न रखना, सेवा करना, ये है। आदमी रोगी है, उसके यहाँ जाकर की जब आप लगन से करेंगे तो साधन भी आपके दरवाजे पर आने शुरू हो जाते हैं। परंतु आप साधनों की प्रतीक्षा करेंगे और फिर सेवा करेंगे या मदद करेंगे या जागरण करेंगे या विकास करेंगे, इसकी प्रतीक्षा नहीं करिए। आप कदम आगे बढ़ाइए तो ये सब चीज़ें आपका स्वागत करने के लिए खड़ी होंगी। इट इज़ माई एक्सपीरियंस डे टू डे, इसलिए ये है। नथिंग इज इम्पॉसिबल, तो फिर वेट किसकी करनी? इसको करना सीखना चाहिए, जानना चाहिए। आज देश के अंदर इस बात को समझना बहुत सरल है, पर इसके लिए एक सोशल और ज्योग्राफिकल एनवायरनमेंट को भी समझना चाहिए। अभी कोरोना आया, बड़ा विचित्र सा राक्षस था, चीन ने पैदा किया था, दुनिया पर उसने उसका हमला किया। उसके यहाँ 10 लाख मरे कि 1 करोड़ मरे किसी को कुछ मालूम नहीं है, पर दुनिया में 80 लाख लोग वो खा गया। अब जिस समय सारी दुनिया की मानव जाति में हाहाकार मचा हुआ था, मैंने और आपने भी भुगता उस हाहाकार को, एक्सपीरियंस किया है, सामने देखा है, लोगों को दम तोड़ते हुए भी देखा है, लोगों को बचते हुए भी देखा है। ऐसे समय के अंदर हु सेव्ड द ह्यूमन वैल्यूज एंड हु मेंटेन्ड द ह्यूमन वैल्यूज, और उसी के साथ साथ मानव जाति का रक्षण किसने किया और मानवता दिखाई कहाँ दी? क्या अमेरिका ने किया? इंग्लैंड ने किया? रूस चीन ने किया? तुर्किस्तान अरब ने किया? जर्मनी जापान ने किया? नहीं था। मानवता अगर कहीं दिखी तो भारत और भारतीयों में, इंडिया और इंडियंस में दिखी, और अगर किसी ने मानव जाति का रक्षण किया तो भारत और भारतीय और भारत सरकार ने किया। अब कहते हैं कि भाई यश सभी सबका साझा है, गड़बड़ हो जाए तो मार भी सबकी साझी। तो यश मिला तो इसलिए भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी की जय जयकार भारत में भी हुई और दुनिया में भी हुई। पर भारत ने प्रतीक्षा नहीं की, उसके पास जो उपलब्ध था, उसके पास शुरू में क्या उपलब्ध था? तो जो भारतीय ज्ञान विज्ञान की वर्षानुवर्ष युगों से चली हुई पद्धतियाँ थी, उस आयुर्वेद को और काढ़ों से उसने इस वायरस का मुकाबला शुरू किया। कहानी यहाँ से शुरू होती है। वी स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट पॉइंट, इट इज नॉट द लास्ट पॉइंट। और वो काढ़े और आयुर्वेद की जो औषधियाँ थी, पूरे विश्व को हमने बेची नहीं, बी केयरफुल, हमने बांटी। और इस प्रकार से इस कोरोना से जंग शुरू हुई, इस भयानक और क्रूर राक्षस से और मानवता का द्वंद्व शुरू हुआ। अब जब ये चल रहा था तो फिर हमारे पास योग और प्राकृतिक चिकित्सा थी। वी लॉन्च्ड इट फास्टली। योग पहले ही दुनिया स्वीकार कर सकी थी, तो योग और प्राकृतिक चिकित्सा, नेचुरोपैथी को लॉन्च किया। लोगों को लगा बच सकते, भारत यहाँ रुका नहीं। इनोवेशन किसको कहते हैं, मैंने इसलिए आपको 5 गज दूध खरीदने वाली बात कही, जो इनोवेशन का एक रूप है। जब प्रॉब्लम है तो उसका सल्यूशन भी है, उसी को इनोवेशन कहते हैं। आवश्यकता है तो जन्म मिलता है उसके समाधान का, तो उसको इनोवेशन कहते हैं। तो इसे आगे बढ़े तो संकट तो गहरा ही रहा था, तो फिर स्वाभाविक रूप से और सैनिटाइजर और मास्क का आविष्कार हुआ। उससे पहले मास्क का कोई ऐसा प्रचलन नहीं था, केवल ऑपरेशन थिएटर को छोड़कर या आर्चरी को छोड़कर वहाँ पर होता था, तो था ही नहीं। तो इसलिए ये हुआ। फिर यहाँ नहीं रुके, आगे बढ़े। आगे बढ़े तो लोग उदास हैं, भयभीत हैं, और इसके कारण मौत का प्रमाण दुनिया में बढ़ रहा है। तो वी गिवन ए स्पोर्ट्स, हमने इसके खेल दिए, और खेल बड़े विचित्र थे। ताली बजाओ, थाली बजाओ, घंटी बजाओ, दिया जलाओ, भय भगाओ, निर्भय होकर जियो। सारी दुनिया लग गई, और दुनिया को लगा कि भय मुक्त होने का रास्ता मिल गया, इसलिए मौत से लड़ लेंगे, उस शैतान का मुकाबला कर लेंगे। अब जब ये सारे रास्ते पर बढ़े तो फिर ये आया कि आखिरकार इस राक्षस से भिड़े कौन। तो भारत ने एक और इनोवेशन दिया, सुरक्षा का, स्वच्छता का और चिकित्सा के सिपाही खड़े कर दिए। जैसे कोरोना से और बंदूक से तो लड़ा नहीं जा सकता था, पिस्तौल से लड़ा नहीं जा सकता था, रॉकेट से लड़ा नहीं जा सकता था, बम का गोला चलाया नहीं जा सकता था। तो वी हैव गिवन ए न्यू आर्मी कल्चर अगेंस्ट वायरस। उससे पहले वो कल्चर ही नहीं थी वायरस के विरुद्ध लड़ने की। और इसलिए देखिए, डॉक्टर होगा, सफाई वाला होगा, पुलिस वाला होगा, जान हथेली पर रखकर दूसरों की जान बचाने के लिए इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ डेडिकेशन, मार्टियरडम्स की हिस्ट्री के अंदर बिना युद्ध के और लोग बलिदान हुए सेवा करते हुए, इट इज़ द फर्स्ट हिस्ट्री ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। और भारत के अंदर हजारों ने बलिदान दिया जान हथेली पर रखकर, मेरी और आपकी जान बचाने के लिए। इसलिए वायरस के विरुद्ध भी कोई आर्मी हो सकती है विदाउट वेपन्स, और जिसका औषधि होगी, स्वच्छता होगा, एनवायरनमेंट होगा, सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज होंगी, ये उसके हथियार होंगे, लड़े। और आखिर में आज की एलोपैथी सिस्टम, जब उसकी क्रूरता बढ़ी परंतु उसका नियंत्रण भी होता चला गया, तो फिर उस समय के अंदर जहाँ फूड हैबिट्स के नियंत्रण का आंदोलन चला भारत से दुनिया में, और वहीं पर वैक्सीन आई। चीन ने वैक्सीन निकाली तो वो खराब थी, अनफिट थी, इसलिए किसी की लेने में रुचि नहीं बनी, क्योंकि फेल्ड थी। रूस ने निकाली तो उसको कीमत पड़ी 4000 से अधिक एक डोज की। अमेरिका और ब्रिटेन ने और कुछ देशों ने और निकाली तो 7-7 हज़ार तक उसका डोज गया। भारत ने 5 कंपनियां, भारतीय लोगों ने अपने इनोवेशन से सिलेक्ट की। उन्हें कहा हम वैक्सीन बनाएंगे। भारत ने कदम उठाया, उन्होंने दुनिया के सब देशों को इनवाइट किया कि आइए, मानव जाति के रक्षण के लिए हमने अंतिम हथियार भी इजाद किया है। आप याद करिए उस इतिहास को, दुनिया के 68 देशों के प्रतिनिधि आए थे, नहीं 78 देशों के प्रतिनिधि आए थे, और प्रधानमंत्री उनके साथ गए पहले और दूसरे स्टेशन पर। जो वैक्सीन का डेवलपमेंट था उसका सारा उनको दर्शन कराया। ये सब डॉक्टर्स लोग थे, हेल्थ एक्सपर्ट्स थे, सोशली वेल अवेयर्ड लोग थे। और उन्होंने कहा, और भारत ने वह वैक्सीन जो थी कुल मिलाकर लगा कि इसकी कॉस्ट 500 जाएगी, परंतु जब इसकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग आई और उसकी डिमांड आई तो 350 रुपये में। और बेस्ट ऑफ द वैक्सीन भारत ने निकाली दोस्तों। इट इज क्रेडिट टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आप उन्हीं भारतीयों में आते हैं सब, मैं और आप सब। तो इसलिए भारत की इनोवेशन शक्ति दुनिया में सबसे श्रेष्ठ है, और इसी के अंदर हमने और एक बहुत बड़ा सुरक्षा कवच भी निकाला था। सुरक्षा के खेल भी निकाले, दवाइयाँ भी दी, और भी चीज़ जिसको लॉकडाउन कहा जाता है। इसलिए दुनिया में पिछले सैकड़ों हजारों वर्षों में लॉकडाउन नाम की कोई इनोवेशन ही नहीं है। महाभारत काल में नहीं है जो 5200-5100 साल पहले का, और उससे लेकर आज तक में नहीं है, कहीं नहीं है। लॉकडाउन का मतलब है कि आदमी घर में, और आदमी को एक नसीहत मिली, तू जब घर में था तो पर्यावरण बड़ा अच्छा हो गया, और तुझे घर से बाहर निकाला तो प्रदूषण बहुत अच्छा हो गया। इसका मतलब है कि पर्यावरण का दुश्मन व्यवस्था नहीं है, आदमी है। अगर वो गुड हैबिट्स में रहेगा तो पर्यावरण अच्छा रहेगा, अगर बैड हैबिट्स में रहेगा तो प्रदूषण बहुत बढ़िया रहेगा। वी हैव टू चूज टू एक्सट्रीम्स, पर्यावरण चुनना है कि प्रदूषण चुनना है। और ये सब मैंने और आपने एक्सपीरियंस किया है। हम जब 4-6 महीने लॉकडाउन में रहे तो ऊपर तारे दिखने लग गए थे, चिड़ियाँ चहकने लगी थी, सफाई आ गई थी। और जैसे ही हमें छोड़ा गया, हमने कहा ऐसी की तैसी पर्यावरण की, हमने कहा हम प्रदूषण में और दुनिया प्रदूषण में ले जाएंगे। मैं प्रदूषण पर टिप्पणी करते हुए कहता हूँ कि रामायण काल में 2 दोस्त भाई थे, राक्षस जाति के थे, यानी बैड हैबिट्स के लोग थे। तो एक का नाम खर था और दूसरे का नाम दूषण था। मारे गए प्रभु के हाथ से, कल्याण हो गया। उनको रीबर्थ लेना था तो यमराज जी ने कहा तुम्हारा टाइम आ गया। ईश्वर ने कहा जाओ धरती पर। उसने कहा खर तो बहुत बदनाम है, इसका मतलब गधा होता है, आप मेरा नाम पर कर दो, इसका दूषण रख दो, और 2 शैतान फिर से रीबर्थ में प्रदूषण के रूप में आजकल धरती पर। तो इसलिए अब अपने को करना है। इसलिए देश के अंदर और दुनिया में एक पेड़ अपनी सेहत के लिए अभियान चला है, पेड़ लगाने का, जल बचाने का चला है। मैं और आप एक चीज़ को एक्सपीरियंस करें अपने अपनी फैमिली में। घर में कितने लोग हैं? 2, 3, 4, 5। अब वो ज़माना तो गया कि हम 2 हमारे 8-10। उससे पहले तो आशीर्वाद ही ये होता था। आशीर्वाद तो आज भी कायम है, दूधो नहाओ, पोते पोतियो फलो फूलो। कितने होने चाहिए, कोई कॉमा फुल स्टॉप है ही नहीं। पर उस समय में भी जगदीश बसु भी थे, बापू भी थे, विवेकानंद भी थे, तो साहब राम भी थे, हर्षवर्धन भी थे, तो चंद्रगुप्त भी थे, विक्रमादित्य भी थे, चाणक्य भी थे, द्रोणाचार्य भी थे। टू मच स्कॉलर्स थे, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी। करोड़ अरबपति भी थे, पर भामाशाह जैसे थे, अपने लिए नहीं है, देश के लिए और धर्म के लिए धन देते थे। तो सारे थे। अब तो आज है। तो इसलिए ये एक बात आप देखेंगे कि ये सब होने पर भी उस सारे में घर में 4 लोग हैं। पहले पिताजी नहाने के लिए गए, यानी पतिदेव नहाने के लिए गए, और वो कोई 2-3 डिब्बा या वो जो है गिलास पानी का बकेट छोड़ा है। जब दूसरा जाएगा तो पहले उसको फेंकेगा, फिर फ्रेश भरेगा, फिर नहाएगा। कौन है? पति और पत्नी। सब एक दूसरे को प्यार भी करते हैं, मिलकर भी रहते हैं। उन दोनों के मिलन से तीसरा जन्म नहीं ले सकता उनके बिना। परंतु वो 2 उसमें से, फिर वो छोड़ आई तो बच्चा गया तो वो भी पहले उसको फेंक देगा। आप अपने स्नानागार में प्रतिदिन देखेंगे 1 बाल्टी पानी फालतू में फेंक देते हैं। पहले ने यूज़ की, दूसरा यूज़ क्यों नहीं कर सकता? इनसेंसिटिविटी अगेंस्ट नेचर है। पानी का गिलास आया तो उसके अंदर पिया और 4 घूंट छोड़ दी, बाद में कहाँ जाता है? वेस्टेज में जाता है। हम अपने लाइफस्टाइल को कैलकुलेट करें तो पर डे एक अच्छे वाटर को हम में से हर एक आदमी 1 से 2 बकेट वेस्ट करता है। वी आर नॉट सिंबल ऑफ यूज, वी आर ए सिंबल ऑफ वेस्ट। तो समाज ऐसा ना बने, इस चुनौती का नाम एनजीओ होता है। तो इसलिए भाई पहले ही आधा गिलास दो और पूरा ले लो। तो इसलिए सेव द वाटर, ये एक प्रॉब्लम है आज। तो इसलिए ये भी है। तो इसलिए इस प्रकार से हमें अच्छी हवा मिले तो वृक्ष चाहिए, वृक्ष होगा तो जल भी मिलेगा, वायु भी मिलेगी। इसलिए कहते हैं पेड़ है तो फल है, जल है तो जीवन है। तो इसलिए एवरीथिंग स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम ए मैन, दूसरे से शुरू नहीं होती है। जो दूसरे से शुरू कराते हैं उसको एनजीओ नहीं कहते, जो स्वयं से शुरू करते हैं उसको एनजीओ कहते हैं। और इसलिए कहते हैं चैरिटी बिगिंस एट होम, अच्छाई स्वयं से शुरू होती है। तो इस बात को समझना। मैंने बातों बातों में आपके सामने वैसा भाषण नहीं दिया कोई जोर जोर से कहने के लिए, आपको ललकारने के लिए। आप जागृत हैं इसीलिए यहाँ आए, नहीं तो इतनी जल्दी इस समय में कौन आएगा जी। तो आप कुछ करना चाहते हैं, ये अप्लाइड ही है और सब नेचुरल है, आप सब करें। मैं यही कहूँगा कि जिनको सहयोग मिल गए हैं उनको मिलते जाएं, और जिनको नहीं मिले हैं उनको भी मिलें। आप कर्म करेंगे तो समाज आपके साथ आकर खड़ा होगा। एक छोटा सा प्राणायाम करेंगे। जिसने जन्म दिया उसको हम क्या कहते हैं? पक्का ना? तो माँ कहते हैं। और जिसने जन्म देने के बाद पालन पोषण किया, मरने के बाद फिर भगवान जी के घर भेज दिया, उसको क्या कहते हैं? उसको धरती माँ कहते हैं। हमारी धरती माँ कौन है? भारत, हिंदुस्तान। दुनिया के लिए धरती माँ हर एक अपना अपना देश भी है और सब मिलाकर अर्थ है, मदर अर्थ है। तो माँ से हम इस संसार में आए और इस संसार में पलते पोसते हुए अंत में मरे और फिर भगवान जी के घर चले गए। भगवान जी के घर से संसार में लाई माँ, और मातृभूमि मदर अर्थ, इसने जिंदगी भर पालन पोषण किया। अंत में चाहे जल कर गए, चाहे दब कर गए, चाहे बह कर गए और भगवान जी के पास चले गए। पर इसमें एक बात ध्यान में रखना, ये जो भारत माँ है इसको भगवान का रूप और माँ को भगवान का रूप क्यों कहा गया? माँ मुझे और आपको संसार में लाने से कितना कष्ट भोगती है, फिर हमें संसार में लाती है। और धरती माँ बड़ी विचित्र है, इसलिए इसका और पेशेंस वो भगवान से भी श्रेष्ठ माना गया है। हम रोज़ इस पर शौच करते हैं, थूकते हैं, पेशाब करते हैं, गड्ढे करते हैं, बट शी नेवर रिएक्ट्स। कभी इस भारत माँ ने रिएक्ट करके कहा बड़े बदतमीज हो तुम, देखो मुझे दर्द हो रहा, गंदा कर दिया। वो 70-80 साल आदमी की सब बदतमीजियाँ सहती है, फिर भी उसको पालती है और ईश्वर के घर भेज देती है। इसलिए दुनिया ने कहा है फॉर द प्रोग्रेस, फॉर द पीस, फॉर द ब्रदरहुडनेस, नेशन फर्स्ट, नेशन लास्ट, नेशन ऑलवेज। जहाँ स्पिरिट है वहाँ हमेशा तरक्की होगी, वहाँ हमेशा भाईचारा रहेगा। और हम वो देश हैं दुनिया में, क्योंकि मैं अब समापन पॉइंट पर आ गया। दुनिया के अंदर जितने धर्म उपधर्म हैं, अगर उन सबको कोई स्वीकार करता है, धरती, सोसाइटी, सिविलाइजेशन एंड कल्चर, वो भारत और भारतीय है, इंडिया और इंडियन है, हिंदुस्तान और हिंदुस्तानी है, हिंद और हिंदू है। कोई ईसाई देश बता दो जो सब धर्मों का सम्मान करता हो, कोई मुस्लिम देश बता दो जो सबका करता हो। भारत है, यहूदी है कि पारसी है, हान है कि वान है, ईसाई है कि मुस्लिम है, उसके कितने उपधर्म होंगे और भारत में जन्मे, हम सबको स्वीकार और सम्मान करते हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त नो कंट्री इन द अर्थ, ऑन द अर्थ, नो सिविलाइजेशन, नो कल्चर और नो बिहेवियर एंड नो सोसाइटी ऑन द अर्थ। वी आर द ओनली। कोई इसको गाली दे तो समझ लेना कि बेचारा बहुत अज्ञानी है, उस पर दया की जा सकती है, सम्मान नहीं किया जा सकता। अब रियलाइजेशन, इसलिए कमिटमेंट है, सेइंग है। और वो सेइंग क्या है? जननी जन्मभूमि स्वर्ग से महान है। इस्लाम में इसके लिए 2 कोटेशन है, माँ के कदमों में जन्नत है और हुब्बल वतनी मीनल ईमान, यानी वतन की मोहब्बत, हिफाजत और उसके लिए कुर्बानी। ये ऐसा ईमान है, यानी ऐसी वैल्यू है जिससे स्वर्ग मिलता है। तो 5 बार करेंगे। जरा सीधे होकर बैठना, रीढ़ सीधी करना, आंखें बंद करना। अपनी अपनी माँ, और फिर हिमालय से लेकर हिंद महासागर तक की भारत माँ और फिर ग्लोब की मदर अर्थ। इन तीनों माताओं को अपने अपने जहन में ले आओ और आंखें बंद कर लो। मैं एक कहूँगा तो आप सब और मैं मिलकर माँ, इसका उच्चारण करेंगे। जितना लंबा हो सकता, ऊंचा हो सकता वो करेंगे। तो तैयार सब? 1 माँ, सांस लेना, माँ और भारत माँ को जहन में रखना। 2 माँ, सांस लेना। 3 माँ, सांस लेना। 4 माँ, तो माँ, भारत माँ और मदर अर्थ, सांस लेना अंतिम बार। 5 माँ, हाथ मलना, आंखों पर रखना, आँख खोलनी, रिलैक्स्ड। पहली बार किया होगा, शायद किसी ने मेरी मीटिंग अटेंड की होगी तो पहले वहाँ भी कर लिया होगा। जो इनको लगा कि इसके कारण टेंशन बढ़ गई, ये करते करते वो जरा हाथ खड़ा करो। और जिनको लगा रिलैक्स हुए सचमुच में, वो हाथ खड़ा कर दो। दोनों हाथ खड़ा कर दीजिए। भारत माता की। इसलिए एक माँ के लिए सोशल कंसेप्ट है और स्पिरिचुअल कंसेप्ट है, सेवा और सम्मान करो। और दूसरी माँ के लिए है रक्षा और भाईचारे के साथ जियो। तो इसलिए जातियों में छुआछात ना हो, मजहबों में कट्टरता और कन्वर्शन ना हो। रिस्पेक्ट फॉर ऑल कास्ट, रिस्पेक्ट फॉर ऑल रिलीजन, यह सोशली हर आदमी का मार्ग होना चाहिए। मैंने समय लिया और बातें तो करते करते बहुत हो सकती हैं, पर ज़्यादा करना भी अच्छी बात नहीं होती। और आपका टाइम टेबल भी फॉलो होना चाहिए। तो आप जिस भी मिशन को लेकर अपने कर्तव्य को निभाने के लिए आगे बढ़ेंगे, मैं प्रभु से प्रार्थना करता हूँ, गिव यू ए सक्सेस लाइफ, और योर लाइफ शुड बी ए स्टोरी ऑफ सक्सेस। ये बने, इसलिए इस बात का आप सबके अंदर आभास हो। बाकी जो सरकार से कुछ होते हैं, ये सब ट्रेनिंग देने वाले लोग हैं जो रहेंगे ही। तो आपने कल भी निभाया है, आज फिर मिलकर रहेंगे। तो मैं इतना पक्का जानता हूँ, अगर आपका संकल्प शुद्ध है और भावनाओं के अंदर मेहनत करने का जज्बा है और ग्रीड्स की तरफ नहीं, नीड्स की तरफ। मैं कहा करता हूँ 5-7 लाख की कार में आदमी ईमानदार रह सकता है, पर जब 20 से 50 लाख और 1 करोड़ की कार होगी तो करप्ट होकर ही जीत ले सकता है। ईमानदार आदमी 1 करोड़ की, 80 लाख की, 40 लाख की कार में नहीं चल सकता, वो करप्ट ही होगा। मुझे और आपको अगर कुर्ता पजामा, पैंट कमीज, साड़ी, धोती, सलवार पहनना है तो 1,500-2 हज़ार में बहुत बढ़िया आ जाएगा, तो आराम से जी सकते हैं। 20,000 वाला सूट पहनना है तो समझ लेना है द मैन इज ऑफ करप्ट। वो करप्ट आदमी ही इतना कीमती पहन सकता है, और इसलिए उस कपड़े की कीमत ईमानदारी से उतनी नहीं है, पर इस करप्ट आदमी के लिए इससे कमाया जा सकता है, इसलिए ग्राहक करप्ट होता है और ग्राहक मालिक को करप्ट करता है और मालिक ग्राहक को करप्ट करता है। इसी को महंगाई कहते हैं और इसी को करप्शन कहते हैं। भारत पूरे विश्व को 5 रुपये से 15 रुपये में भोजन भी करा सकता है और चाय भी पिला सकता है, सम्मानजनक और स्वादिष्ट। क्या कोई पाउंड और डॉलर वाला देश 5 से 15 रुपये में दुनिया को चाय और भोजन करा सकता है? भारत करवा सकता है ना। जब तक दुनिया पाउंड और डॉलर के साथ रहेगी तो दुनिया का शोषण होता रहेगा, करेंसियों को कुचला जाएगा और महंगाई को और करप्शन को दुनिया की कोई ताकत नहीं रोक सकती। जिस दिन भारत की मुद्रा में दुनिया का व्यापार होगा तो दुनिया को ईमानदार होने से भी कोई रोक नहीं सकती है। महंगाई को सदा सदा के लिए तलाक दिया जा सकेगा। इसलिए भारत में ये क्षमता थी, ये क्षमता है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आयोजकों ने बुलाया। बिटिया रानी जिस परिवार से आती है, इसके मामा जी वगैरह भगवा हिंदू आतंकवाद के विरुद्ध लड़ते लड़ते सरकार के साथ भिड़े थे, तो वो सब मुझे पिता समान मानते हैं, इसलिए नाना ही कहती है। तो इसका बड़ा आग्रह था कि नाना जी जरूर आइए। मैंने कहा कि चलो तुमने कहा है तो जरूर आऊँगा। फिर इसके साथ आयोजक भी आए, उन्होंने आग्रह किया। आपको कैसा लगा ये आप जानते होंगे, और मैंने ये सोचकर नहीं बोला कि आपको अच्छा लगना चाहिए, पर जो जीवन की यात्रा के अंदर एक्सपीरियंसेस आते हैं, मैंने उनमें से कुछ 1-2-3% आपके साथ शेयर किए, और इस विश्वास के साथ आप किसी न किसी मोड़ पर फिर भी मिलेंगे आगे, और एक सफल जीवन के रूप में आप मिलेंगे। इन शुभकामनाओं के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत बधाई।
Thank you so much, sir. Your words are always inspiration for all of us. Thank you for joining today. I would invite Mr. Surinder Bakshi for the vote of thanks. Sir, जा रहे हैं।
Very good morning to all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is an honor to have Shri Indresh ji as a chief guest, and by his speech, his words, we are highly motivated and delightful. एक एक वर्ड सर आपका जो था वो मतलब लगा, पता ही नहीं चला सर आपका पूरा सेशन कब सर खत्म हो गया, और हम लोग और भी सुनना चाहते हैं। और अगर आप टाइम दे पाएँ तो हम सर आज मतलब पूरा दिन सुनेंगे और आपको समझेंगे, क्योंकि आपका एक एक शब्द वो इतना डीप है, इतना इमेंस है और इतना मोटिवेशनल है कि मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पे बैठे हुए सारे जितने भी हमारे गेस्ट हैं, डिग्नेटरीज हैं, वो लोग इतना प्रफुल्लित हो चुके हैं अंदर से। और स्टार्टिंग में आपका सेशन होने से इतना मोटिवेशन और इतना एनर्जी आ गई है इस सेशन और समावेश में कि अब आगे का सेशंस हम चाहेंगे कि ऐसे ही हों, और वाहिगुरु चाहेगा ऐसे ही आगे चलता रहेगा। एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल, समावेश टीम इज रियली थैंकफुल कि नरेश जी ने अपना कीमती समय निकाला और यहाँ पे आके अपने व्यक्तित्व रखा। थैंक यू नरेश जी। एंड कोशिश रहेगी कि आपको दोबारा इसमें समावेश के कार्यक्रम में बुलाएंगे।
I would like to invite Yogesh ji for the further proceeding of the session. So with the further proceeding of the event, I would like to invite Mr. Yogesh Shukla ji to address the gathering.
ESG समिट में अभी मुले जी आदरणीय इंद्रेश जी को छोड़ने गए हैं। मेरे साथ मंच पे अंशुल जी हैं, ऋषि जी यहाँ पर हैं। उत्कर्ष ने इस कार्यक्रम की जब चर्चा की थी तो मुझे लगा कि शायद इस विषय की इस देश को भी आवश्यकता है और इस देश की आने वाली पीढ़ी को भी आवश्यकता है। सामान्यतः हम सब जानते हैं कि इस पूरे विश्व व्यवस्था में सभी प्राणी मात्र के बीच मनुष्य अपनी सोचने समझने, जिसे हम संज्ञानात्मक शक्ति कहते हैं, उसके कारण से विकास के शिखर पर, उन्नति के शिखर पर एक सभ्यता का निर्माण करने की स्थिति तक पहुंचा। तो सोचने और समझने के साथ साथ जो सबसे बड़ी ताकत मनुष्य को हासिल हुई वो ये थी कि हम सहकार करने की शक्ति विकसित कर पाए। वो परिवार से आगे बढ़ करके कबीले से होते होते गांव, समाज और देश, और जो भारतीय संस्कृति में हम कहते हैं कि वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, विश्व परिवार, और अब तो शायद अगर कभी अंतरिक्ष में, कभी ब्रह्मांड में वैज्ञानिकों की सहायता से अगर हमने किसी और ग्रह पर किसी प्रकार के जीव और मानव सरीखे सभ्यता को देखेंगे तो उनके साथ भी अपना ब्रदरहुड स्थापित कर लेंगे। तो यह सब कुछ हम इस नाते कर पाए कि हमारे अंदर कहीं न कहीं संवेदना विकसित हुई, और उसी संवेदना के नाते हम सेवा का काम करते हैं। किसी व्यक्ति के लिए, किसी व्यक्ति की आवश्यकता के लिए, किसी समाज की आवश्यकता के लिए हम जो कुछ भी करते हैं वह सब कुछ सेवा के दायरे में आता है। और मैं समझता हूं कि ESG का जो कोर विषय है, मूल विषय है, वो कहीं न कहीं सेवा उसमें से महत्वपूर्ण है। अब सेवा में काम जब करते हैं, सेवा का काम करते हैं हम, तो 3 कारणों से हम सामाजिक क्षेत्र में आते हैं काम करने के लिए। उसकी जो पहली शर्त होती है, जो पहला कारण बनता है, और मेरा मानना है कि अधिकांश लोगों का सामाजिक क्षेत्र में, सेवा के क्षेत्र में काम करने का जो संकल्प बनता है वो संवेदना के कारण से बनता है। संवेदना कब होती है? जब हम किसी के दूसरे के कष्ट को कम करने चाहते हैं, या किसी के दूसरे के दुख से हम स्वयं दुखी होते हैं और सोचते हैं कि इसका उपाय क्या है। जब हम किसी के दूसरे की आवश्यकता का आकलन करते हैं, उसके अभावग्रस्तता को देखते हैं और उसको अभावग्रस्तता से बाहर निकालने की जब हमारे मन में संवेदना जगती है, तो उसके कारण से जो हम प्रयास करते हैं वह सब सेवा का क्षेत्र होता है। दूसरा कारण होता है कि जो सचेत मन से होता है वो कम लोगों का होता है। और मेरा मानना है कि यहां तो जो बैठे लोग हैं उनमें सचेत मन के लोग ज्यादा हैं। सचेत मन कहता है कि जिस हमारे अंदर किया हमारा कर्तव्य का हिस्सा है। सचेत मन हमें सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जताता है, और उस सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के नाते जब हम समाज के लिए कुछ काम करते हैं तो वो सेवा का दूसरा कारण बनता है। बहुत कम लोग होंगे, खासतौर से राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में सामान्यतः ऐसे लोग होते हैं जिनको लोकेशना के भी भाव से समाज का काम करते हैं कि हम ये काम करेंगे तो हमारी प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ेगी। तो चाहे संवेदना के नाते, चाहे कर्तव्य बोध के नाते और चाहे लोकेशना के नाते, जब हम समाज के लिए कुछ काम करते हैं, सेवा कार्य करते हैं, तो वो सब कुछ सेवा के दायरे में आता है। मनुष्य ने अपनी सभ्यता के विकास में केवल भारत में नहीं तो दुनिया के सभी देशों में, सबको विश्व इतिहास की थोड़ी बहुत झलक दिखाई पड़ी होगी, सबने पढ़ा होगा कि कैसे हमने सभ्यता के क्रम में विकास करते करते और कितने संघर्षों के बाद आज दुनिया में 193 देशों के रूप में ये पूरी मानव सभ्यता है, और इसको ठीक ठीक सही दिशा में चलाया जा सके, इसके लिए जो है यूनाइटेड नेशंस भी बन गया। सबकी आम सहमति से भी कुछ चीज़ें जो कष्ट है दुनिया के, उसको कैसे कम करें और दुनिया की आवश्यकताओं को कैसे पूरा करते रहे, इसके लिए मिलकर के साझा प्रयास भी करते रहे। उसी में से एसडीजी आ गया, और उसी एसडीजी के ही तरीके से एक विषय विशेष पर, इन्वायरमेंट पर जो है, ये भी ध्यान में आ गया कि नहीं, इन्वायरमेंट को भी ध्यान में रखना है। कोई एक विषय नहीं है, मनुष्य की जितने प्रकार की आवश्यकताएं हो सकती है। सामान्यतः लोग शारीरिक भौतिक आवश्यकताओं को लेकर के विश्व में सारी व्यवस्थाएं गढ़ी गईं, राजनैतिक विचार भी शारीरिक आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप ही गढ़ी गईं। लेकिन भारतीय चिंतन परंपरा में मनुष्य को केवल शरीर नहीं माना गया, उसके मन के भी महत्व को स्वीकारा, उसके बुद्धि के भी महत्व को स्वीकारा, उसकी आत्मा के अस्तित्व को भी स्वीकारा। और इसके नाते से मनुष्य के शरीर, मन, बुद्धि और आत्मा, इन चारों का विचार करते हुए भारत ने जो अपने हजारों साल से जो जीवन पद्धति विकसित की, उसके कारण से दुनिया के लिए भी कई देशों के लिए वो मार्गदर्शक की तरह काम करता है। और इसी व्यवस्थाओं में जब समाज की संस्थाएं गढ़ती गए तो तमाम प्रकार के शासन व्यवस्थाओं से परिष्कृत होते होते आज पूरे विश्व में सबसे लोकप्रिय जिस प्रकार की व्यवस्था हमारे भारत में भी है, लोक कल्याणकारी राज्य की कल्पना। दुनिया के लिए नया हो सकता है, लेकिन भारत में लोक कल्याणकारी राज्य व्यवस्था तो, राम राज्य की कल्पना तो हजारों साल पहले हुई। महाभारत में भी जो शांति पर्व में राज्य की के बारे में जो कल्पना बताई गई, उसमें यही कि सबकी चिंता करना है। लेकिन राज्य की भी सीमाएं होती हैं, और आधुनिक जीवन शैली में स्वाभाविक रूप से सब कुछ सरकार नहीं कर सकती है। ये तो दुर्भाग्य था कि आज़ादी के बाद हम सब भी इस मानसिकता में चले गए थे कि सब कुछ सरकार करेगी। स्कूल सरकार चलाएगी, होटल सरकार चलाएगी, अस्पताल सरकार चलाएगी, सड़क सरकार बनाएगी, नौकरी सरकार देगी, सब कुछ सरकार देगी। इस मानसिकता में धीरे धीरे समाज भी आ गया था और सरकारें भी रहीं। अब कुछ दशकों से ये मानसिकता बदली है। तो जब सरकार सब कुछ नहीं कर सकती है तो समाज को खुद आगे आना पड़ता है। तो समाज में हर व्यक्ति आगे नहीं आ सकता है, तब कुछ लोग उन्हीं तीन कारणों से, या तो संवेदनशीलता के कारण से, या कर्तव्य बोध के कारण से, या लोकेशना की इच्छा से इस रास्ते पर आते हैं। भारत ने एक और अद्भुत, चूंकि यहां पे मैं समझता हूं कि कारपोरेट्स के लोग भी होंगे, और आजकल बहुत वॉलंटरी सेक्टर में हो, चाहे कुछ भी हो, इन्वायरमेंट का सेक्टर हो, हेल्थ का हो, एजुकेशन का हो, सेफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर का हो, कल्चर का हो, जितने प्रकार के विषय समाज जीवन के हो सकते हैं, कोई ऐसा विषय नहीं है जिस क्षेत्र में सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व की भावना से लोग काम न करते हों, कारपोरेट्स काम न करते हों। सबकी अपनी अपनी रुचि और प्राथमिकताएं भी होती हैं, और होनी भी चाहिए। क्योंकि अभी तक एक बहुत बड़ी वॉलंटरी सेक्टर में, एक जैसे जब मैं आप सबको बताऊं, मैं अटल जी की सरकार में नेशनल यूथ कमीशन का मेंबर था, तो हमारे पास तमाम नौजवान, उनको लगता था कि ये यूथ कमीशन है तो शायद ये रोजगार भी देंगे, तो नौकरी के लिए आते थे, एमए पास होते थे, वो कहते थे कोई नौकरी चाहिए। तो मैं उनको पूछता था कि अबे आप काम क्या कर सकते हैं? आप कंप्यूटर पे काम कर लेंगे क्या? नहीं। गाड़ी चला सकते हैं क्या? नहीं। यानी उस समय जितने प्रकार की आवश्यकताएं हो सकती थी कार्यालय की हमारे, उसमें से वो किसी में भी दक्ष नहीं होते थे, और जवाब में कहते थे कि हम कुछ भी करने को तैयार हैं। तो दक्षता का अभाव रहता था। ऐसे ही वॉलंटरी सेक्टर में तमाम पहले एनजीओ ऐसे होते थे कि उनके बायलाज में संसार का कोई ऐसा विषय नहीं होता था जो उनके एजेंडा में छूटता था, उनके उद्देश्यों में। पहले वो सरकार के जितने मंत्रालय, मतलब जितने, यानी उनको लगता था कि कहीं से भी अगर अनुदान आए तो वो उस मेरे मैंडेट में वो रहना चाहिए। लेकिन अब वो समय नहीं रहा। अभी पहले क्या होता था, एक फिजिशियन के पास जाते थे, एक सर्जन, दो ही होते थे। फिजिशियन के पास जाते थे तो सारा कुछ उत्तर देता था, लेकिन आज स्पेशलाइजेशन की बात है। मेरा एक विशेष आग्रह आप सबसे है कि आने वाले समय में जो नई चुनौतियां खड़ी हो रही हैं वॉलंटरी सेक्टर के सामने, हम एक तरफ गड्ढे पाटते हुए जा रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ नए गड्ढे आते जाएंगे, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। दुनिया में जिस प्रकार से संचार क्रांति और जैविक क्रांति का विस्फोट हो रहा है, उसके कारण से जो संकट खड़े हो रहे हैं, एनवायरनमेंट का जो संकट सबसे बड़ा खड़ा हो रहा है, इन सारे संकटों का उत्तर हमें ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा। और इस नाते केवल अभी जो एग्जिस्टिंग चैलेंजेस हैं उनके बारे में नहीं सोचना है। 5 साल बाद, क्योंकि दुनिया में टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत तेजी से चल रही, व्यवस्थाएं बहुत तेजी से बदल रही है, तो 5 साल बाद कौन सी चुनौतियां आएंगी उनका भी अभी से विचार करना होगा। और आखिरी बात ये कहूँगा कि दुनिया में भारत में जितने प्रकार के सेवा क्षेत्र थे, भारत ने एक अनूठी पद्धति विकसित की थी। हमारे यहाँ सेवा के 2 मूल क्षेत्र माने जाते थे, चिकित्सा और शिक्षा। इसके बाद ग्रामीण जीवन में सेवा के क्षेत्र होते थे जो कृषि में सहायक का काम करते थे। वो हमारे बढ़ई होते थे, लोहार होते थे, जो कृषि औजार तैयार करते थे। और आपको जानकर के आश्चर्य होगा कि भारत में जब आधुनिक सभ्यता नहीं थी, बाजार की उस तरह की व्यवस्था नहीं थी, तो सेवा क्षेत्र का पोषण कौन करता था? तो ये सारा समाज के सहयोग से होता था, सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के कारण से होता था। इसलिए गांव के लिए कितने हल चाहिए, गांव के किसानों के लिए इसकी चिंता करना लोहार का काम होता था, बढ़ई का काम होता था, और उसके भरण पोषण की चिंता करना किसान का काम होता था। इसको कहते थे खर्ची व्यवस्था। वो खेती नहीं करता था, लेकिन उसको अनाज के लिए संकट नहीं होता था। मुझे लगता है ऐसी तरह से गुरुकुल चलते थे, समाज की खर्ची व्यवस्था से। वैद्य की व्यवस्था चलती थी, वो वैद्य हमारे समाज का खेती नहीं करता था, लेकिन समाज उसकी चिंता करता था, उसके लिए अनाज और उसकी वस्त्र की जो भी आवश्यकता है उस समय उपलब्ध थी, उसको संकट नहीं होता था। लेकिन आज इस देश में जो सबसे बड़ा संकट है, क्योंकि सरकारों के लिए तो टैक्स का एक व्यवस्था है, लेकिन सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व की भावना से जो लोग समाज का काम कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए जो समाधान खोजने का काम करना चाहिए, उसका एक समाधान तो सरकार ने व्यवस्था बनाई, कॉरपोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में आ गया। लेकिन शेष समाज को भी उसी प्रकार संवेदनशील बनाना, और कहीं न कहीं वॉलंटरी सेक्टर के लिए, और ख़ास तौर से आज जो एनवायरनमेंट का संकट है उसके लिए कैसे साधन जुटें, इसके लिए समाज की जो सामूहिक ताकत है उसको पुराने खर्ची व्यवस्था से कोई उत्तर खोजने का काम करना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है कि इस विषय पे कभी विषय विशेष पर आप सब विस्तार से चर्चा करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से आगे का रास्ता निकलेगा। और अगर आने वाले समय में वॉलंटरी सेक्टर को हमने मजबूत नहीं किया तो इस दुनिया में जो बहुत बड़े संकट हैं उनमें से कुछ के नाम गिना करके अपनी बात पूरी करता हूँ कि जो सबसे बड़ा संकट है वो इन्वायरमेंट का तो है ही है, पर्यावरण का। इससे भी बड़ा संकट खड़ा होने वाला है एआई के कारण से, ऑटोमेशन के कारण से लाइवलीहुड का, आजीविका का संकट खड़ा होगा, गलत सूचनाओं का संकट खड़ा होगा। विज्ञान के कारण बढ़ती हुई आबादी में अब उम्र बढ़ेगा, स्वाभाविक है, वृद्धों की संख्या बढ़ेगी, वृद्धों की संख्या बढ़ेगी तो उनके सेवक की जरूरत पड़ेगी। ऐसे कई चुनौतियां समाज में अच्छाइयों के कारण भी आने वाली है। उन सब के प्रति वॉलंटरी सेक्टर को विशेष ध्यान देना होगा। लेकिन आज की तारीख में जो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती पूरे मानवता के सामने है, जिसको देश की सीमाओं से कोई वो नहीं है, जिसको किसी जाति मजहब धर्म से मतलब नहीं है, वो पूरे मानवता के लिए चुनौती का विषय है, वो है पर्यावरण के संदर्भ में। और उसके संदर्भ में इस समिट के माध्यम से आगे के लिए और अच्छे रास्ते बनेंगे, ये मेरी अपेक्षा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your inspirational words. Moving towards our next panel discussion, I would like to invite all our guests. I request logistic team to make the arrangement for the panel discussion. Thank you, sir. The first panel discussion of the day is on building gender equity in CSR program, where we shall be looking at CSR program through a gendered lens. As a multiplicity of issues take up more space in public discourse, gender is sometimes pushed to the sidelines with the expectations that active efforts by reformers over the past 3 centuries has been able to ensure gender balance is at the center of the program. However, this might not always be true. The current panel session see the representations from women in senior roles at corporate multilateral organizations as well as government touching upon the experience and challenges to see whether the gender has been the center of CSR programs at the decision making as well as the beneficiaries level. The chief guest of this session is Ms. Banita Devi Naurem. She is an Indian Revenue Service Officer currently serving as the Income Tax Commissioner for New Delhi. I welcome you, ma'am. The guest of honor is Ms. Shipra Bhalla Chaudhary, a Senior Director Government Affairs, SAP. I welcome you, ma'am. Our next guest is Ms. Vrinda Khanna. She is an entrepreneur, social worker, author, publisher, and the secretary of Sant Eshwar Foundation. Our next special guest is Ms. Palak Khanna. Palak Khanna is a 19-year-old youth change maker, social entrepreneur, mentor, teacher, and environmentalist. Now I would like to invite Mr. Anshul Alag to moderate the session. Before that, I would like to invite Siddharth for the felicitation of the guest. A huge round of applause for Palak Khanna. A huge round of applause for Shipra ji. For our special chief guest. And for Ms. Vrinda Khanna. Over to you, Anshul ji.
सभी को प्रणाम. थैंक्स फॉर जॉइनिंग इट टुडे. कुछ देर पहले रिस्पेक्टेड इंद्रेश सर ने अभी कुछ माँ के लिए चैंट करवाया था अभी 5 times, राइट? सो ऑल नारी शक्तिज आर सिटिंग जस्ट नेक्स्ट टू मी. सो दैट्स व्हाई देयर इज नो पुरुष शक्ति. इट इज नारी शक्ति ओनली. सो मेरे पूरे आई थिंक पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस से and what I want is your participation also. जब भी कोई एक घर का बच्चा, एक स्टूडेंट अपने किसी भी एग्ज़ाम में या किसी चीज़ में उसके नंबर कम आते हैं या किसी भी चीज़ में उसको he He's been down for a few things, he didn't get his marks well, he didn't score well in some subjects. I believe we always ask, things comes to only to mother, ma'am. एक माँ से हमेशा पूछा जाता है कि बच्चे के नंबर कम क्यों आए, किसी पिता से नहीं पूछा जाता. So I believe there are some students out there from Amity University, and I want you to also, just participate in this. Does it really happen? Oh, okay. Okay. So, is it true? ऐसा वाकई में होता है समाज में? Because gender equity is basically in our roots, जो मैं देख पाता हूँ. So I want, if you can, any of the team member can share this, please. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Sir, I sincerely feel that this is something which has been witnessed in not just mine, I'm sure not just yours, but each and everyone's household.
Right.
In fact, since we have this platform and we're discussing about CSR,
Right.
the integration of gender equity,
Right.
throughout the course of the promotion and the introduction of this has been seen as a box ticketing exercise. It's mandated, it's a rule to include gender equity into CSR practices, into corporate culture.
Absolutely.
But I think where we are right now, we need to transition our thinking with respect to not just looking at it as a mandate that we need to follow, but actually, transitioning from where we are to what we are supposed to be, what we envision to be in our minds first.
Right.
And I think that will be the best reflection of what we can see in the mandates to come. And
Perfect.
I think this is the best platform for it, sir.
Oh, great. Anybody else likes to add something on this? Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Going further, I welcome you all, ma'am. And there's some concerns, some queries are there. So I want each and everyone to participate for the same. Starting from you, Babita ji. Ma'am, there's no concrete data on whether women are adequately represented on decision-making roles in CSR. So do you see any lack of research in this area as an indication and lack of importance being given, ma'am?
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. And it's a good crowd, and I'm very happy the students are there. What are you guys doing, by the way, before we come to the discussion? Okay, fine. Because, see, before I talk, I'm an income tax commissioner, so before I talk, I want to see the audience, whether it's going to be acceptable, whether you should understand or not, because it's full of data. We speak data, by the way, because that's the only way to make things easier. So, as you rightly said, the first question is that do we have the enough data or not? Yes, of course, it's not there. So yesterday itself, just to prepare for this, I tried to, obviously the Google Baba is there, so I went there to my own data also. And I didn't find much. So very, very surprising things, some facts I would like to share you. Even before coming to the CSR, who are the one who pays CSR? You all know it's a company. So do you know how many companies file the return of income in India? Forget about the profit. Just guess. Give me a guess. How many companies file the return of India? Don't talk about the personal individual. Just say you guys are doing BBS, so you must know that. In India, we have 140 billion population. So how many companies are there? Registered company who files a return of income? Any guess? Yes? Sorry? 60% of what? No, I want the numbers. Lakhs में बोलो, कुछ भी बोलो, 10 बोलो, 100 बोलो, कुछ भी बोलो.
6 lakhs?
10 lakhs. So, out of it's just a 10 lakhs. Imagine, we thought India is big, India is rising. It's only 10 lakhs. Individual, 6 crore. That's the reason, 25% for the corporate, but they have not reduced the personal income tax level. We from 30%, number one. Out of the 10 lakhs who filed the return, I couldn't find the data how many are filing income above 5 crore because CSR come into picture when you are having a profit above 5 crore And when you are having a turnover of 1,000 crore, and then if you have a capital of 500 crore. So I really don't know how many are there. Then I searched through it. Top 100 CSR. Yes, of course, Reliance is the one. And then come the SBI, be proud of it. SBI is the second top taxpayers of India. Very happy? So nice. It's a part of us, part of our government. And now, what's happening is, let's come back to the CSR. Do you know how much is the CSR as per the latest report, which is spent, CSR, how many companies are contributing to the CSR spend of the whole of India? Any idea? No. It's 25,000 crore. Year ending 2022, March. 25,000 crore. Do you think it is high or low? Yes. Now, maybe we might say, oh, crore, big crore, nice. I'll tell you how low it is. Let me tell you. Reliance has got a profit. The latest profit of Reliance is 65,000 crore. The latest profit of our SBI, thank God, is 35,374 crore. That's the net profit. It's wonderful. And then you come to TCS, which is the third in number, 38,000 crore. Compare this. This is one company who is having a profit of 60,705, and forget about the Apple and the Google. I mean, this is the, so we talk of CSR. Today we are here to discuss CSR, and it is so less. This is one thing I want to say. So data is not available even for that, because I had access to my income tax website. That's why I could say. And now, another very, very important fact which I found out from the report of the Ministry of Commerce corporate website, I found out how much is the money spent in all the sectors of CSR. Many are there. So since the issue is on the gender equity, I concentrated on the amount of, out of the 25,000 crore, 27%, let me talk a percent, is on health, 25% is on education, and to gender equity is 0.14%. And then women empowerment is only 1.14%, and then home for the homeless widow, 0.16%. So together, it is even less than 2%. Please open your eyes. Out of the 25,000 crore, only this much. Why? Number one question. Why it is so? Why it is so less? Should I just answer this only at the rest? Let me continue, because it's very, very important, and we should all know. So now, why this much only? See, CSR is, you have to apply to the company. First of all, now last year, 2020-21, they have done a lot of new changes. Only the 100% charitable trust and NGOs or government agencies can get the this CSR. Earlier it was a bit liberal, but then government realized, and people are not honestly spending the money. So therefore, they changed a lot of rules. So only when you are 100% charitable trust and NGO and doing only for the society, then you'll be getting. Conditions has been put. So the one who are registered, they have to apply to the corporate who are eligible to set fund for the CSR to all these big companies. Now, if you don't ask, you're not going to get it. So let me ask a question to all the people, because you all are in the NGOs and doing so well. How many are concentrated to the women's organization? We have so many school, educational, poor, blah, blah, but how many NGOs and how many are actually working only for the ladies? Because you have to ask for it. If you don't ask for it, no one is going to give. So I don't want to blame to only the corporates. It is the organizations. We, the women, have to rise and open our eyes. Board of directors may 18% here, that is fine. Whether the women are there or not, That matters if the women are there. Obviously, they will push through it, but that is not the thing. If you don't say, I need this, who is going to say? So it is we, the women, who has to say, prioritize the things. This is number one. And another very important thing which I got to know is that, most of the companies, right, Reliance is the number one in spending on the CSRs. Obviously, they are the top profit makers, so they have to 2%. SBI come next. How they are spending? Are they actually going to the needy, the one who is actually required? Now, you must have seen, all the corporates have got their own foundation, which is 100% charitable trust. So they give all their money to them, right? And they will do it. So in the process, what is happening? The CSR, the whole purpose of CSR, India, please be proud, India is the only country in the world who has got this compulsory spending on the social responsibility. Why? Why it has to be mandated? Because maybe they are not doing the right job. Everything has to be brought into law. People should do on their own without bringing into the law. But since it wasn't doing, then we got it into law. It's fine, perfectly fine. So many of the corporates, what they are doing is that they set up their own foundation. And through the foundation, yes, they help it. So therefore, the filtering, the actual benefit of them does not seem to be going to the actual needy persons. This is something which is to be watched out, number one. Including our SBI, we still have to see who are the actual benefits. They might be doing also, but data is not available, and therefore, we don't know about it. And now, as far as talking about the registration, women's and all, let me just give you one more fact, which is very, very important. It's a very recent change.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can just set up a trust, 100% charitable trust or an NGO by applying online, digitally, it will be immediately granted. So all the ladies in the room, if you want to do something charitable, something good, it is a time. You just register in the registration of the society, and thereafter, you apply to the income tax portal, you will get immediately. No one is going to question. Earlier, it was very difficult. But now, just apply, get it, then show your activity, and after 2 years or so, they will, income tax is the government. The government is going to scrutiny, but immediately you have access to that. And thereafter, you can just start your activity. And for getting the CSR, you have to register again to the Ministry of Corporates. It's called CSR registration. How many people know? And let me just ask to the student, do you know this process? Does anybody know? So these are the small things which matters. And this awareness, who is going to spread the awareness? You go to the village, let's consider my hometown, Manipur. Small town, small state. Again to the village, no one knows all these things. Only when the ladies or the men or the gender, they know, then they will do. It's very easy now. But registration in the state, that is again very difficult. But wo bhi ho jayega. Again, claiming 100% charitable, say 12AA certificate bolte hai, and ATG now is very easy. So this is the right time. This is what I would like to share. In this forum here, whatever you want to do, you can do it. Thereafter, you apply for CSR. And only then the spending will be more. Before I finish, let me say another very important thing. CSR, what they have done, there's from any company making profit above 5 crore to whatever, 70 crore, all 20%. How can it be? How can you compare 60,000 crore profit of 5 crore? And why should a 5 crore small company who is really working hard to manage 5 crores should pay at the same rate as the big ones? So my suggestion, or maybe I'll be writing to other forums also, this 2% equalization tax, but everything same, this should be changed. Maybe up to 25 crore we should do it. And as per the slab, like income tax, we have a slab, no? So like that, we should do it. Bigger the company, 2%, smaller maybe lesser, and the compliance has to be more. And now coming back to the gender equity. It is very less, we have known it. How to ensure it is, we get the women get the thing. So there also we have to make it a mandate, a law. You know, if your corporate is having 100%, 100 crore and above, you have to spend 2%. Out of the 2%, maybe 15% should be allocated only to women-related organization. That's the only way that, I think, because
Yes.
somebody has to enforce, otherwise nobody does on its own donations and all. This is number one. And number two, before I end, I want to change the word women empowerment. Who is empowering who? I don't understand. आवाज आ रहा है क्या?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Empower. Who is empowering who? Look at the village. It's the lady who is working everywhere. फिर भी बोलते तुम empower नहीं हो. घर भी चलाते खाना भी and here also we are the one, we are working, we are contributing so much. Or even in work, she's running the house. Why we are using this? By saying the word I'm empowering you, authority. मतलब ये ना servant और master का relation लगा दिया. So who is giving this word? The man. So, and it's not only me. We discuss among our officers,
Right.
among our ladies. The word need to be changed. We are already empowered, by the way, come on. So, this day, Women Empowerment, the 8th March, should be, Men's Sensitization Day. And it's not the first forum I'm saying.
Very true.
We all want to say that. Only then, this negative thing, women empowerment is it's negative. It's not progressive. So this should be changed. That's
Sure.
it. Thank you so much for giving the press and hearing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Really, thank you so much for your feedback. Vrindaji, I request you if you can just put your views on this, and following by Shupraji and Palak. Thank you.
Let's understand. These kind of programs are important. Why are they important? Because all of us who are sitting on the stage decided कि आज हम Google बाबा को use करेंगे और रिसर्च करके पता करेंगे कि हमें कितना पैसा मिल रहा है CSR इनिशिएटिव से. इससे पहले हम नहीं सोच रहे थे ना. हम में से किसी ने शायद ये सर्च किया ही नहीं अभी तक. इसीलिए ये प्रोग्राम ज़रूरी था क्योंकि हमने पहली बार किया. बट ऐसे स्टेज हैं जहाँ ये डिस्कशंस हो रही हैं. दैट शोज़ कि एज अ कंट्री वी आर एडवांसिंग, वी आर थिंकिंग अबाउट women. Not only here, a lot of platforms, NCW, NCPCR, they are conducting a lot of roundtable conferences for this very topic. Now, like ma'am was saying, women को empower करने की ज़रूरत है? नहीं है. We belong to a country जहाँ finance ministry लक्ष्मी माँ को दी गई है. Education, defense, किसको मिली है? महिलाओं को मिली है. देवों को भी पता था कि हम नहीं संभाल सकते हैं भैया, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट काम है, ये महिलाओं को दे दो. सर मॉडरेट कर रहे हैं, बट फ्रैंकली टेल मी, अगर 4 महिलाएं खड़ी होकर बात कर रही हो तो क्या एक पुरुष मॉडरेट कर सकता है? नॉट पॉसिबल ना. जब हम बोलेंगे तो वो सुनेंगे बस, क्योंकि जो हमें मिला है वो पुरुषों को नहीं मिला है. वी कैन मल्टीटास्क. यहाँ बैठे बैठे मैं सोच रही हूँ कि मेरी मम्मी ने दवाई ली होगी या नहीं ली होगी, घर पे खाना क्या बना है, मेरा छोटा भाई ऑफिस गया या नहीं गया, मेरे ऑफिस में रिटर्न्स फाइल होने हैं वो हुए हैं या नहीं हुए हैं, आज सोशल मीडिया की पोस्ट अभी डली है या नहीं डली है, मेरी NGO ने आज स्कूल के अंदर एक प्रोग्राम करना था वो किया है या नहीं किया है. कोई आदमी सोच सकता है एक साथ बैठ के ऐसे 10 चीज़ें पहले पे अगला 4 बातें वो भूल जाएगा? ये भारत में ही है और ये महिलाएं ही हैं जो ऐसा काम कर सकती हैं. मैम ने बोला 1% हमें CSR को विमेन की तरफ देना चाहिए. आई वुड गो 1 स्टेप अहेड. आई वुड से CSR की जो कमिटी की हेड होती हैं वो विमेन होनी चाहिए. एज सिंपल एज दैट. जहाँ विमेन हेड बन जाएगी, सोशल वेलफेयर अपने आप, इट्स टेकन केयर. आदमी नहीं कर पाएंगे, विमेन कर पाएंगी. उन्हें पता है कैसे ध्यान रखना है, बचपन की ट्रेनिंग है. माँ हम बाद में बनते हैं. मैं बच्ची भी थी, जब 3 साल की भी थी, पापा ऑफिस से घर आते थे तो मैं पानी लेके पहले खड़ी होती थी. मेरे छोटे भाई को चोट लगती थी तो मैं सबसे पहले दवाई लेके खड़ी होती थी. क्यों? बाय बर्थ हमें ट्रेनिंग मिली है, ध्यान रखना है कैसे सबका. तो बेस्ट CSR के हैंडलर्स हम बन सकते हैं. देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन अबाउट दैट. नाउ there are a lot of NGOs who are now focused just on women. COVID हुआ था. I think for 2 months, my NGO was one of those जो खाना बांट रही थी. It took me 2 months to realize कि मैं sanitary napkin क्यों नहीं बांट रही हूँ. Basic need है, हर महिला को चाहिए. It is अ बेसिक नीड, देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन, जितना खाना इंपॉर्टेंट है उतना ही सैनिटरी नैपकिन इंपॉर्टेंट है. बट एज अ विमेन मुझे 2 महीने लग गए ये सोचने के लिए. व्हाट हैपन्स इज एज अ विमेन हम अपने नीड्स को सेकेंडरी कर देते हैं. घरों में हम आदमियों के नीड्स को प्राइमरी करते हैं और हम सेकेंडरी हो जाते हैं. मेरे पेट में दर्द हो रहा है तो क्या हो गया यार, हर महीने होता है, यू नो, आई गेट पीरियड्स, आई एम सो यूज्ड टू पेन दैट आई डोंट रियलाइज दैट दिस कुड बी अ मेजर प्रॉब्लम. एज अ वुमेन हमारी ट्रेनिंग ही ऐसी हो जाती है, इसीलिए हम समझ ही नहीं पाते कि शायद हमारे नीड्स भी उतने ही इंपॉर्टेंट हैं. तो बिफोर ब्लेमिंग एनीबडी एल्स कि आप वुमेन के लिए काम क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो, लेट्स स्टार्ट दिस एट होम. लेट्स मेक आवर नीड्स प्राइमरी ऑल्सो. That's when everybody else will take us seriously.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Such a valuable point. Shipra ji, I'd like to request you to please. Thank you.
Namaskar. Thank you for your kind invitation to participate in this. I've been hearing the esteemed panel. I come from corporate, so I have a very corporatized view of how CSR works and how we administer our programs, you know.
Right.
Personally, I believe that throughout the world, women are underrepresented in literally every discussion, especially even in the corporate sector. I mean, no matter how fancy it may look to you from the borderlines. You know, particularly in the C-suite also, in leadership also, women are underrepresented. And this is now a topic of discussion within everybody's boardroom.
Right.
This is not something we discuss here. This is discussed in other forums, in industry chambers, within the government, policy advocacy groups, and even organizations.
Right.
You know, the absence of women in positions of power and influence are significant impediment to achieving gender equality at workplace and also protecting women's rights in general. You know, when women have the opportunity to participate in decision-making processes anywhere, they are better able to tackle issues of gender discrimination and promote inclusivity. Pretty much the same thing that, you know, my panel has said in different forms.
Right.
There is dearth, clearly, all of us went on Google and researched this topic, and there is clearly dearth of research on the gender parity in leadership positions, you know, that are driving CSR decisions, making it a matter that demands immediate attention. Simply because the issue of women's underrepresentation in leadership roles across sectors has been a long-standing one. And as a result, there has been a lack of emphasis on sector-specific data. You would find data points only in specific sectors and not across the, you know, broad spectrum.
Right.
However, it is crucial that we start focusing on this matter simply because as lack of women leaders in CSR may have led itself, you know, it may have led itself to a lack of research attention on the challenges and barriers to leadership faced by women in this particular sector. One must say that this is because probably lack of funding or, you know, lack of resources available, that there is less research, that, you know, we are not able to conduct comprehensive research in this niche. And that could be a reason for the inherent cause of this data. That may be one point of view per se, but the truth is that the fund crunch and the lack of adequate research is just simply the result of a general lack of awareness and the recognition of the importance of diversity and gender inclusivity in leadership positions in CSR. It's a very pertinent topic that we're bringing to room today. And I think the more that we recognize it is when we would start actioning it. The first point is to be able to even recognize the fact that there are not enough women leaders who have sat at the table, you know, and decided the CSR fund allocation. Everybody knows that there is a need for CSR fund allocation. We're just saying, bring more and more women into power so that they have a say as to where these CSR funds get allocated, and therefore bringing more inclusivity and parity within the program management itself.
Right.
Right? Over to you.
Yeah. Palak, please, sir.
Thank you so much. I just feel that everybody on the dais has already covered most of the things. And as someone who is maybe more of a youth representative on the conversation, I believe firstly, the lack of data does definitely prove that there is almost a lack of focus on gender parity in CSR initiatives. And that's definitely saddening, but while I was doing my research, I was also researching about female representation in corporate boards. And when I realized that the statistics say it's 18%, I didn't know how to react to it because 18 is not a bad number. But when we focus on the growth in terms of what it has been over the decades, it has only grown from 6% in 2013 to 18% in now 2022. Is that a good growth? Definitely not. And since there is a lack of female representation in corporate boards, it's almost indirectly related to CSR and CSR priorities because, again, like everybody on the panel was mentioning, when female representation is not there in leadership positions, females are often ignored. Their needs are often not represented simply because they aren't a part of the decision-making process. So I think there is a lack over there, and I think we as young people also need to do a lot about it, even if it is at our own individual levels, at the corporate level, or even at organization levels. My organization works on breaking taboos, so simply breaking the ice about things which are often pushed under the carpet of ignorance. And that is a part of the awareness building program, and just creating awareness amongst the youth. And I would just like to end by saying that I think gender parity, gender equity, not just gender equality, is directly linked with CSR, because if we create gender equality, it will lead to better CSR. And if CSR is proper, it will already fight against gender inequality. So yes.
Great, thank you so much, really. Coming to you, Vrindaji, my next question, in fact, then is followed by other speakers. In the terms of beneficiary identification, will it be prudent to say that the narrative on women needs has not moved in the last couple of years? And an example of the same is that even though the National Commission for Women published reports on and is increase in domestic violence cases against women, CSR priorities continue to be stagnant. So please, ma'am.
Yeah, it's true. It's actually true, actually. It's very interesting. Like, Nirbhaya took place maybe 10 years, nothing happened. Again, we are seeing the same thing every day. Sometimes I feel, we should not even publicize it. The moment you do publicity in the newspaper media, some demented mind gets the inspiration. Negative news inspires negative people. So when, I really like Muridhar sir, because I attended the last positivity summit where my professor, my relative and my professor, Rasmon sir, he was there, and that's why since he was coming to Delhi, I came and joined. Positivity is what we have to spread out. And that's the reason. And like Corona happened. During the Corona, we all have seen, thanks to that, you did such a wonderful job. And look at the ladies who are coming from Bombay with all those bundles on the head. Suddenly there was a lockdown. Happy or not, required or not, we don't know. But there was a lockdown and people are suffering all over the world. India, forget about the world, let's concentrate first on ourselves, our motherland. Bombay say, they're coming the bundle, and Noida ki wahan pe, itna problem tha. And my watchman in the building, they wanted to go to Bihar, and he came to me. Like at 30,000, the poor chef has to pay just to go to Bihar to see his mother, who was almost on the deathbed, and they didn't allow even another person to sit. I said, how are you going to recover the money? He said, kar lunga, mata to mata, jana hi hai. I mean, amazing. So I talked to the DM, I took his permission. Like, we have a lot of people, buses was sent to Manipur. I mean, was it actually required or not? We don't know. And in those days when women are the one who is running in the house, sitting, cooking, doing everything, work from home was there. She was working from home also, and she was running the show. Maid servants were not coming for the working women. Everything was managed by her. And there, domestic violence, I mean, come on, yaar. I mean, what are you guys doing, the other 50% of the population? Our husbands, our fathers, and you.
True.
I mean, why can't you respect a person for a person? Like, there are three things in life. I keep on thinking about it. I keep on reflecting on it. Three things in life, which is, I think, not in your hand. The birth, your birth, marriage, and the death. Baki sab aapke haath mein hota hai. I am born as a woman. I'm so proud of it. And I want to be... maybe I wanted to born as a Bill Clinton or as a president of somebody. I'm not. I'm born as a woman here in a place called Manipur. It's a small hometown, and I'm proud of it. But just because I'm a woman, you are discriminating me. Sorry. Please reject it. Just for these three things which is beyond your control, and somebody saying, somebody discriminating, just reject them and just move on. So, Obviously, in spite of all this in Corona, ladies suffer much, much more. But then again, look at the allocation. 2020 March ending ka 2% bhi nahi hai. You know, even if the ladies are there in the board, nothing is going to matter. Sorry to say that. Kuch nahi hoga. Political leaders, we have a president, a lady. Is it helping? The president was Margaret Thatcher also in UK. And America hasn't got a lady president as yet. It will see maybe soon. Is it that? It's not. I thought over it. There are so many organizations, only ladies are ruling, like Apollo Hospital. The daughters, they all are doing. Now Reliance also, thankfully, the daughters, they're going. Is it that? No, I don't think so. It's the social makeup. It's a social mindset. You have to change the society. You have to accept the person as a human being. Accept the lady as a human being. Give due respect to her. Daughter, wife, whatever. Forget about she's my daughter, she's a wife. Just say she's a human being. See the God in you. Me, I am the God. Like Krishna, like when I come to, I love Gita only for the fact that Arjuna, who is a lesser God, is trying to become the enlightened God, Krishna. So first give importance to yourself. Nah. So it's two-way process. It's like a cycle rather, not two-way. First, all the ladies should be enlightened and give importance to ourselves. When I am strong, my family will be strong, society will be strong, the world will be strong. If I am weak, like in the flight, put the mask on yourself, not on your child. It's very true. You have to be strong. You have to stand up for the wrong thing which is happening to you. This is what you are supposed to do. Domestic violence, come on, usko bhi maar do na, chata maar do usko. Why you're bearing? Just because your husband brings a second wife. Kalli, when I was preparing for this piece, like the husband brings a second wife. All the big shows have second wife. The first wife accepts because I don't know why. If he file a complaint, gone. Everything is gone ना, CMC भी gone, government service का conduct rule होता है सबसे पहले, businessman में तो शायद नहीं होता, conduct rule doesn't apply. So it is the women, we have to strengthen, we have to find, we have to give respect to ourselves. Only then this allocation will increase, not by sitting in the board member. It has to start in the family. And
Right.
we are saying all these Gayatri mantras, हर function शुरू होता है, यहाँ पे भी शुरू होता है. So let's at least practice what we preach, what we think. So that's why I say women, men empowerment को बदल जाते हैं. So men sensitization day.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Virinda ji, would you like to add on it?
I think my views are a little different from our esteemed panelist here. My young friend, she was just saying कि 6% से 18% हो गया last 10 सालों में. Women board members. Is that a number which we should be ashamed of? 3 times. That's a huge number, 6% से 18%. Yes, a lot of it the credit goes to the government because mandate किया गया. But let's understand, India एक अकेली ऐसी country नहीं थी जिसने ऐसा mandate किया. Norway was the first country जिसने ऐसा किया. उन्होंने 40% महिलाओं के लिए reservation रखी boards के अंदर. Norway also saw a phenomenon known as golden skirt phenomena. You know उसमें क्या था? There were a selective bunch of women, powerful, successful women, जो multiple company के boards में जाके director हो चुकी थी appoint. So a selected number of women जो हर उसमें थी. But India में तो ऐसा नहीं हुआ. इंडिया के अंदर ये जो बोर्ड मेंबर्स अपॉइंट हुए ये इंडिपेंडेंट थे. 70% ऑफ द बोर्ड मेंबर्स अपॉइंटेड वर इंडिपेंडेंट. दैट मीन्स वो किसी परिवार से या कोई ऑलरेडी इंसाइडर नहीं थे. विच मीन्स इफ यू लुक एट अ लार्जर व्यू, इफ यू लुक एट अ वर्ल्ड व्यू, भारत ने इन कंपैरिजन टू द सो कॉल्ड डेवलप्ड नेशंस बहुत बेहतर काम किया है. हमारी जो महिलाएं आई, अपॉइंट हुई, वो ज़्यादा समझदार थी, ज़्यादा पढ़ी लिखी थी और अपने बलबूते पर अपॉइंट होके आगे आई हैं. वो इसलिए नहीं आई क्योंकि वो किसी की वाइफ थी या बेटी थी और क्योंकि हमें फिल करना था पोजीशन तो हमने फिल कर दिया. ऐसा नहीं हुआ. 25,000 करोड़ CSR हमने बोला बहुत कम है, होगा इन कंपैरिजन टू प्रॉफिट. बट अगर ये 25,000 करोड़ सही जगह पे लगा दिया जाए तो क्या ये कम अमाउंट है? देश बदल सकते हो आप, एक एक कोना देश का बदल सकते हो. मैम ने बोला शायद 2% वॉज द टोटल जो स्पेसिफिकली जेंडर सेंट्रिक और विमेन सेंट्रिक था, बट 25% एजुकेशन के लिए भी गया, विच मीन्स उसमें विमेन एजुकेशन भी इंक्लूडेड थी। 27% हेल्थ के लिए गया, विच मीन्स उसमें विमेन हेल्थ भी इंक्लूडेड थी। बहुत से एनजीओ जो विमेन हेल्थ पे ही केवल काम कर रहे होंगे, दे स्टिल पब्लिसाइज देमसेल्व्स एज हेल्थ पे काम करने वाले, नॉट विमेन हेल्थ। तो अ लॉट ऑफ इट इज ऑलरेडी गोइंग टू द ग्राउंड। व्हाट इज इम्पॉर्टेंट इज कि वी चेक कि ये कैसे ग्राउंड तक पहुंच रहा है और क्या इसका बेनिफिट सही फॉर्म पे ग्राउंड तक पहुंच रहा है या नहीं पहुंच रहा है। द फैक्ट दैट आज हम ये सब डिस्कस कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, हम इन टॉपिक्स के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हम बार बार उठा रहे हैं, मेंस्ट्रुअल हेल्थ टॉपिक हम बार बार उठा रहे हैं, विच मीन्स कि हम लोग अवेयर हैं कि ये टॉपिक्स ऐसे हैं जिन पे हमें बात करने की ज़रूरत है। एंड देयर आर लॉट ऑफ बिग कॉर्पोरेट्स हु आर एक्चुअली वर्किंग ऑन इट। अगेन गूगल बाबा, थैंक यू। So I saw last night ki project Nanni Kali, Mahindra takes this up. HUL has a Shakti program. Tata has a water mission program जहाँ पे वो specifically women को train करते हैं अपने water related जितने भी programs हैं उनको run करने के लिए। Government of India ने भारतीय महिला बैंक किया हुआ है। हम बात कर रहे थे कि NGOs कैसे महिलाएं वो कर सकती हैं, वैसे ही सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स के लिए महिलाएं अप्रोच कर सकती है। 10,000 रुपीज़ फर्स्ट आपको विदाउट क्वेश्चन मिल जाता है काम करने के लिए। सेक्शन 8 की कंपनीज है जिसमें हम काम कर सकते हैं। ICICI फाउंडेशन ने स्पेसिफिकली काउंसलिंग, जो डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस से विमेन अफेक्टेड होती हैं उनको काउंसलिंग देना, उनको एड देना और जॉब देना किया है। देयर इज़ अ पेंटिंग कंपनी, मैं नाम भूल रही हूँ, दे गिव फ्री पेंटिंग सर्विसेज टू विमेन हु आर विक्टिम्स ऑफ अब्यूज़ बिकॉज दे बिलीव दैट बाय पेंटिंग देयर हाउसेज हम उनको एक कलरफुल लाइफ दे सकते हैं। जॉनसन एंड जॉनसन स्पेसिफिकली हेल्थ का प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं विमेन के लिए। एवॉन फाउंडेशन वायलेंस को एंड करने के लिए स्पेसिफिकली काम कर रहा है। सक्षम गोदरेज की जो है वो सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट इन वर्क स्पेस सिर्फ इस टॉपिक पे काम कर रहा है। अब ये टॉपिक्स इतने इंपॉर्टेंट, ऐसा लगता है कि क्या काम कर रहे होंगे, एक अवेयरनेस ही जनरेट कर रहे होंगे, बट वही करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। हाउ मेनी ऑफ अस नो कि हमारे पास अगर कोई मुझे कल को गलत तरह से टच कर रहा है तो हमें क्या करना चाहिए। स्कूल्स के अंदर ये अवेयरनेस, वर्क स्पेसिस के अंदर ये अवेयरनेस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। डिस्पाइट द फैक्ट कि हम सब पढ़े लिखे हैं, वी स्टिल डोंट नो व्हाट टू डू एंड वी आर स्कैर्ड कि शायद हम विमेन है, वी गो तो वी विल बी लेबल्ड रॉन्गली एंड वी विल बी द वंस लूजिंग द जॉब, नॉट द मैन। सो टू नो कि ये सब क्या प्रोसीजर्स हैं, ये अवेयरनेस पे काम करने वाली इतने बड़े बड़े कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं। सो आई डोंट थिंक कि काम नहीं हो रहा है, आई थिंक काम हो रहा है और बहुत हो रहा है। हर सिक्के के दो पहलू होते हैं। नेगेटिव सोचोगे तो नेगेटिव सोचते ही रह जाओगे, बट अगर आंखें खोल के पॉजिटिव देखोगे तो दिखेगा कि बहुत काम हो रहा है डेफिनेटली, और होने की ज़रूरत है, हम सबको करना है, बट जितना हो रहा है उसको अप्रिशिएट करना भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है मेरे हिसाब से।
Rightly said. Great, thank you. Shipra ji, please, sir.
Thank you for this dose of positivity, and to answer to the question, we're right. I think there is a lot more to be done when it comes to, priorities and addressing domestic violence per se. Data does show that only 2% of CSR programs in India are actually working to address domestic violence issues, While a lot needs to be done, I'm not entirely sure that it would be to say that the narrative of women needs haven't changed at all in the last few years. They have changed. They have, I believe that programs aimed at promoting gender equity through CSR initiatives should prioritize ideally 3 essential phases of a woman's life, that help her achieve economic empowerment. These phases include, the first is preparing for work, your education, your skills, your training that you do in your early life, right? And even career counseling. Second is when you enter the workforce through employment or through entrepreneurship, right? And third and most important is growing and sustaining that particular economic participation. Please concentrate on the word sustaining, because half of the people fall off the grid much early due to several, external and internal factors. To support these particular stages, it is crucial to provide women soft skills and life skills training, and to also work with the gatekeepers of their progress. I really have a very ecosystem approach to this problem, to ensure protection from any specific gender-based violence, which are the cross-cutting enablers. I'm glad you pointed out Project Nanni Kali because that is a project that my organization does, SAP does in collaboration with Mahindra's, you know. It has been, we didn't start this, the Mahindra Education Trust actually started this in 1996 along with the Nandi Foundation. You know, SAP collaborated on this very lately, I think 2019, early 2020, through our own flagship CSR program called Code Unnati, you know. And we very proudly say that over the last 2 years, we have, you know, supported over 13,000 girls in their after school academic support, providing school supplies kits, uniforms, menstrual products, you know, personal hygiene products, stationery and books, simply because we want to make sure that they continue attending school, you know, and don't fall off the grid for factors that such as these, you know. Providing this kind of support has not been pan-India so far. We are ramping it up, but currently it's in a few states like Karnataka, Gujarat, Maharashtra, you know, Uttar Pradesh, where the propensity of women falling out of middle school somewhere is much higher, you know. While education and economic empowerment are crucial for women to pursue their careers, their own livelihoods, and become more self-reliant, I think one of the most important issues to be called out each and every time we meet is that women's safety needs need to be addressed simultaneously. You know, it has to go hand in hand. We need to make sure, we need to ensure that women are safe and protected. Only then they can truly thrive and succeed. That is, this is not a rural or a semi-rural problem. It's probably a more urban issue than anything else. I think something that CSR sort of misses is probably the lack of research or the inability to engage with all the stakeholders, you know, involved in addressing domestic violence, and not just the perpetrator or the victim, correct? Such as, you know, when I say ecosystem, I mean law enforcement agencies, social workers, and healthcare providers. In light of this, it is more important for CSR initiatives to collaborate with other stakeholders and organizations that have expertise, resources, and intent, you know, in addressing domestic violence issues. These can include partnering with non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, even government agencies to develop a comprehensive and effective approach towards curbing domestic violence. I come from the IT industry. I'm also a woman from today, and I cannot, you know, take away the credit of digital connectivity in this particular, you know, sphere. Having digital connectivity can actually be very helpful in tackling domestic violence. It can increase access to support groups, you know, information, spread awareness, even create early warning systems for those who may be in danger. In addition, digital technology can help collect evidence and build capacity for preventing and responding to domestic violence.
Perfect, ma'am. Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think they have all shared their experiences to build this nation better, I believe, and thank you so much, everyone out here. I think as Banita ji has said that, you know, the process on the portal, which is a new way of hoping the life, you know, it's a new sun ray for that. I think that can really help some corporates and make more awareness of that. And the slab rate, ma'am, you have mentioned, I believe that's a right time right now, you know, to take it, because every company who's into slab rates of, let's say, 100 crores or less, same things are with having 10,000 crore, you know, turnover cannot be the same. Absolutely, you know, you just pinned the right,
yeah,
you know.
because this I found in the morning. Yesterday I didn't have in my mind. Today I was just telling my husband
Right.
that yeah. Then suddenly, why income like 5
Right.
crore and 60,000? It's not fair.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. And as Vrindaji, you said, I sum up with that positive attitude can bring the change in our life, and of course, the social cause also. Thank you so much. And Shipraji, I think you are already been associated with some big corporates and implementing the things to some, you know, activities and social cause. I totally agree that digital platform can definitely help, again, to building as a better nation. And thank you so much, really. So before I end the session, I request if there is any kind of questions you may like to ask to our honorable speakers. Yeah, please. Can you just be a bit loud, or you can just come close and you can just speak on that, please? You have a mic with you? Or you can speak out from there. Wow. Just check if it is working. Yeah. Yeah, it's working, ma'am. That's fine. Yeah, you may speak out now.
Okay, so I have two questions for the panel. First one being, does the panel think that attaining gender equity is more of a utopian concept? First. Second, second one being that, okay, we see that there is huge amount flowing in the CSR domain, yet we don't see or talk about CSR for LGBTQ or people coming from trans background. Why is it so, and what do you think about it?
Like we were already talking, women empowerment. India को ज़रूरत नहीं है. Indian concept में तो women were already empowered. We were the ones who were leading. Men were following. Let's be very frank about it. जितना महिला करती है, घर भी संभालती है, बिजनेस भी संभालती है, सारे तरह के काम देखती है, वो आदमी नहीं कर सकता. तो if we talk about the Indian context, women empowerment doesn't exist. Feminism kind of word हमारे लिए बना ही नहीं है. हाँ, ये अलग बात है कि over the time period, a lot of different cultures entered our country and affected us in ways which were not positive for women. We need to go back to our roots. We need to embrace what we truly were and forget, you know, the पर्दा system or हम लोग घूंघट करते हैं. They were not Indian systems. सबने रामायण देखी थी ना कोविड में बैठ के. किसने घूंघट किया हुआ था? सीता माँ ने तो कभी नहीं किया था. हमारे कल्चर का ये पार्ट ही नहीं था कभी भी. In the Indian context, women were already empowered and they were the ones who were leading. शिव जी से पूछो, वो जाके आराधना, वो जाके अपनी तपस्या करते थे. पार्वती जी संभालती थी सारा. तो it's a fact. आप शिव जी, विष्णु जी, किसी को भी देख लीजिए, किसी को काम करते हुए देखा है? सब अपनी तपस्या में लीन होते थे ना. पूछिए, उनकी धर्म पत्नियां ही थी. तभी लक्ष्मी माँ देख रही है ना फाइनेंस, सरस्वती माँ देख रही है एजुकेशन. इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ वुमेन, आई एम सॉरी, है ही नहीं भाई. हम ऑलरेडी हैं. आप बस हमें अब रिकॉग्नाइज कर लो दोबारा की जरा अपनी पोजीशन समझ जाओ क्या है.
Thank you so much, Vindhya. Thank you. I believe they need more round of applause rather than this. Just thank you so much.
I think we still have to answer his second question on marginalized communities, right?
Yeah, please.
That is addressed. I can't speak for others because, like I said, I've spent my entire career working for corporates. But I can tell you that the best way to address it is to actually speak about it. There are organizations which, like ours, like SAP, in my previous organization with Intel, there are support groups, there is enough allyship, the pride movement. We are, as an organization, we recognize these differences. There is a huge focus on non-biased hiring, where your gender orientation, your preferences, all of these are not even brought up when you are going through your first round of interviews.
Right.
There is a system of checks and balances in place so that there is no fear of retaliation. There is no, cultural biases that come in when you hire people. One of the ways by which a parity per se, not just gender parity inclusiveness can be built in organization is by having self-help groups. There are enough and more. It is not tokenism, it is a reality. Right. Organizations today get measured on how inclusive they are, how many people with disabilities are working with them, how many people with different orientations are working with them. It's a selling point. As an employee, today I work for SAP. If later I work for another organization, these are one of the things that shareholders check, investors check. These are things that employees check. I'm saying potential employees check. Right. Is this organization as inclusive as it claims to be? What is it? People are proud to put it out on their reports. They report it to government. They report it to the shareholders, their boards. So work is happening. There's lots to be done. We're a very diverse and a huge organization, and a huge country. And we have to really make up for many, many years of gender disequality, so to speak, of every kind. Not gender as in man and woman, I'm saying gender in general, right? But it's not like work is not being done or that it's a tokenism kind of a thing. Work is being done, it is being advertised, and more allyship and more friendship and buddy system within the organizations is being formed to help promote this. So don't worry, there is hope out there.
Perfectly said. Perfectly said. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause again, please?
Thank you so much, and can I request audience for a huge round of applause for our Nari Shakti panelists. So thank you so much for all the panelists for joining us. Moving towards the next session. I would like to invite the speakers for the next panel discussion on the building systems for quality education and skilling. The panel has been designed in the background of advance in technology as well as the learning goals, due to which the manner and curriculum of learning needs a fillip. The government also focused on the future of skilling in the recent past, with the emphasis on building India as the skilling capital of the world. It is in the context that we want to have this discussion. The session will be moderated by Mr. Krishna Dev Pathak, Member Council of Royal Roots. I would like to invite Mr. Robin Sarkar, Shiv Nadar Foundation, to join on the stage, please. I would also invite Mr. Anand B. Krishnan, CEO of Carolex Group, to join on the stage, please. I would like to invite Ms. Apurva to join us on stage. Ms. Apurva contributes to Quest Alliance mission to transform the learning ecosystem. I request Mr. Amar Shalke to felicitate Mr. Robin Sarkar. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Robin? So continuing with the session, I request Mr. Krishna to do the moderation, and along with this, we'll be having a presentation of Mr. Robin to be continued with his speaking.
Before you start the presentation, I would like to give gratitude to the earlier speakers.
Sure.
Thank you very much, speakers. Thank you very much, Commissioner Ma'am. You guys really spoke very well. Let me tell you, just take a minute to conclude that also.
Sure.
I feel it's my responsibility
Sure.
to actually go ahead in that particular fashion. I come from an organization which is 88% women. We have more than 4,000 people with us, of which 88% are women. The MD and CEO, the founder, is a woman, a lady, with a great vision. I'm probably one of the few selected male members. Let me also tell you, Binda ma'am is here. Okay, I don't see her. Working with a woman is much more easier than working with a man. Right? So, with due regards to all the men here, I do agree with what they said, that inequality karke ek shabd nahi tha hamare dictionary mein. We all were equal, right? Somehow, last about 3 decades, 3 centuries, these things crept in, right? So I think as a member of an equitable society, it is our duty to give the women their dues, right? So let's take a pledge here, right? So I'm a very small man in this whole universe, but I still would like to initiate a pledge. Let's give them their rights and their rightful place. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Krishna,
Thank you, sir. And taking this forward, I'm also coming from an organization which has been led by one of the most powerful women in the country, Roshni Nada. And also our CSR head is also a woman. And many of the senior positions have been filled by women in my organization, both in Shiv Nadar Foundation as well as in the corporate version of it in HCL technologies. So huge round of applause to all of you. Thank you very much. Before we start, I don't have a very big presentation, just one slide. Can you bring that slide to the screen? Yes. So I'm coming from Shiksha Initiative, which is a part of Shiv Nadar Foundation. Shiv Nadar Foundation is a personal philanthropy by Shiv Nadar, who is the owner of HCL. And it's not a CSR initiative, but rather it's a personal philanthropy of a gentleman. And we are basically working towards education and skill development part of our interventions. Under the Shiksha initiative, which I tend to lead, we are using technology and digital content to enhance the education curriculum and education system of rural India. I mean, ICT and education technology is not a very new thing in urban part of the country, but in rural context, we are bringing that technology to the rural context and without disturbing the existing setup of the teachers, students, and the government system. We are not creating a parallel universe, rather existing universe, existing system, and enhancing the education standard there by using technology. That's what the Shiksha initiative is. And by doing this, we have benefited more than 150,000 students. We are working in more than 21 districts across UP. And one of the beautiful things which this organization has achieved is any NGO, any social work is well recognized when government takes it up. So out of these 21 districts, only 3 districts are there which has been funded by the Shiv Nadar Foundation. Everything else has been funded and organized and managed by the government. So that's what Shiksha initiative in the elementary avatar is. However, there is a picture on the right side of the screen also, where you can see a bunch of ladies sitting in a small room. That is where the other part of Shiksha initiative comes in, which is your Shiksha Plus, the adult literacy arm. We are using the similar technology, similar content to teach women or illiterate women in communities. So we have made more than 50,000 such learners literate and made more than 400 villages across India completely women literate, I would say then. This has been done in 3 districts right now. But my last part is the third image. You can see a lady in the pink sari, pink sari. Her name is Red Sari. Sorry, well, Ben's are very bad in colors. So her name is Asha Devi. And people like Asha Devi are the one who are running these adult literacy batches across villages. And we have around 300 or 250 such volunteers who are working for us. And they have been picked up by us from the same village where we are conducting classes. Now the part where it comes into the necessity or the need of skill development, in order to get these 200 ladies or 200 volunteers, we had to actually scan more than 1,700 resumes and people, have to interview. So that is a gross reality of, and this is a UP specific data. What we are facing, out of 1,700, only 16% are eligible to teach basic literacy in a village. So that's where I would like to stop and bring this whole discussion to, we need skill development, we need better education system in our country, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And without any further ado, first and foremost, I would like each and every one of you to give a huge round of applause for our keynote speakers, namely Mr. Jagannath Patil, who talked about the Shiksha Nadar Foundation, Ms. Apurva Kamath, and Mr. Anand Krishnan. Right? Give a huge round of applause for them.
Robin Sarkar, sorry. Robin Sarkar, who spoke about Shiksha Initiative.
Okay, sir. Robin Sarkar. And since today at Samaavesh, we are here to discuss about building systems for quality education and skilling, I would like to highlight upon 2 very key questions which we have for the panel today. And before we do that, I would like to mention that India right now is at a very key leadership strategic decade Since yesterday, one of our patrons, Dr. Mulay, he talked about his vision for 2030, right? And right now, the China's working population is aging, and it's in a shrinking pool of the young leaders. India, on the other hand, is at a strategic leadership position for this particular decade, since our working population is, at that exact age which China was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, right? There is a dearth need for investing into skill development, into technology, into education. So keeping this highlight in mind, my first question to the panel is that the Union Budget of 2023 talked about making India the skilling capital of the world. Now, does our panel think today that the current institutions can enable and accelerate this vision? And if not, what more needs to be done? Sure.
Thank you for having me here, and thank you for setting context to this conversation. I believe that it can only happen through institutions rather than having a lot of parallel solutions. So that we have no other option but to enable institutions to be able to push the skilling systems in India. On the second part, how do we really do it? I think one is we have to be a little future facing, because a lot of trades are going to be redundant in the coming year. So we have to make sure that the young people that we have today are able to have the skills, knowledge, the attitude to cope with the volatile market. So one thing that really comes to my mind when I think of institutions is, who are these people? Who's running the institutions, right? And they are mostly principals, leaders, or even, big officials from the government sector. And how were they raised? How were they taught? We have to acknowledge the fact that this is not the schooling system, this is not the skilling system that they came from. So there's a lot of capacity that needs to be built in this space, so that they are also the 21st century leaders, 21st century educators, and they have that mindset to disseminate all that learning into the institutions. But it has to happen at a large scale. For India to reach there, I think there is no other option. Yeah.
I'll just extend to what she said. Before that, Guru Namaha. I'm from the education fraternity, so my namaskarams to my gurus who have made me come here. If you see a skill in any person, when does a skill actually develop? When you're 14, you start to develop your skills. Like there was a Virji here standing and taking a photography. That guy is about 24, 25, not more than that. He would have at least practiced for 5 years. He would have learned photography while he was in college. Virji, can you have it here? Virji, what age did you start photographing? 15. 15, right? The lady here who's actually recording a video, what age, ma'am, did you start to get this interest? No, I understand. But when did you get this interest of doing whatever you're doing now? 15, 16. So that's the right age. At the age of 15, 16, these guys are in school. So the first and the foremost thing that a school as a responsibility towards the society has to do is start looking at vocational education seriously. CBSE, which is the biggest board in the country, has already, along with the NEP of course, has already chalked out 39 different vocational courses. Right? And I'm proud to announce that in our 55 institutions, we have about 8 or 9 courses going on, right, of different kinds. We do not hire professionals for many things. Tomorrow, if you walk into an event of ours, our kids will be photographing. Some kid will be taking care of the catering part. Somebody will be doing the, event management. So we train our kids to each and every facility starting from the very beginning, right? Then is the point of the curriculum. You have to nurture the kids through the curriculum. Today, the average age of an Indian is about, a skilled Indian is about 23, 24. And any person in India would retire at about 60, 65. Artisans don't retire. They retire at about 70, 75, till the time their hands and their eyes and their legs work, they work, till the time that they can really physically, right? So look at the time span that they get, 23 to 75. It's a huge decade to go. I mean, many number of decades to come. Right? And India is going to be the supplier of skilled manpower to the world. Now, very, very interesting analogy, let me tell you. 10 years back, you guys have, most of you from Delhi, right? So I have lived quite a lifetime in Delhi. So 10 years back, you walk into any hospital in this country, Delhi first of all, let's talk Delhi first, or any private nursing home in Delhi, the first person to attend you would be a nurse from Kerala. But today, the Keralites, today the patterns have changed. Why? Because the world is open. So there is a vacuum being created, and this vacuum is being now absorbed by the other parts of the country. Now Northeast is coming. You have huge, I was admitted 6 months back. Beautiful treatment that I got. Right? So these guys are migrating to Middle East, US. Today you walk into any hotel industry, you walk into any hotel, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, 7-star. The guy will be a Banerjee or a Bongopadhyay or a Mukhopadhyay. Why? Because West Bengal as a region is nurturing hotel management graduates. So because there is a global demand. So we as the corporates, we as the institutions have to really come together, merge our hands, shake hands, find where the vacuum is, and provide a realistic solution. I have 35,000 students with me at this point in time, today. Right? If somebody comes and tells me, let me adopt 100 students of yours, let me give them the best of training, I'll be more than happy to give those students to them. But it is all silos that we are working in. So the first thing to do is to integrate the different things that we do across different parameters. And bring a cohesiveness in the whole structure that we work upon. Then we can be the supplier of working people force. Just about gender equality ke baad man force bolna galat hai. People force to the whole world. I hope I've answered the question. Thank you.
Round of applause for this, sir. I think most of the things have been already said. While working, जब मैं रूरल सेक्टर में काम कर रहा था तो मेरे को एक चीज़ और नज़र आई यहाँ पर. ऑफ कोर्स गवर्नमेंट ने काफ़ी काम किया है प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास केंद्र के ऊपर और वहाँ पे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी डेवलप किया है, कोर्सेज भी डेवलप किए हैं. यानी कि कोर्सेज आर अवेलेबल एट द डोर स्टेप ऑफ मैनी विलेजेस. इन एडिशन टू दैट हमने ये भी देखा कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट एजेंसीज भी काफ़ी अच्छा काम कर रही है इन मेंटेनिंग किसको जॉब चाहिए किसको नहीं चाहिए उसका रिकॉर्ड बनाने में, और एम्प्लॉयमेंट मेला भी अरेंज कर रही है. बट जो नहीं हो पा रहा है, जो आंसर टू योर क्वेश्चन इज द लास्ट माइल कनेक्शन एंड शेकिंग हैंड बिटवीन टू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. ये दोनों ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इंडिपेंडेंटली जब तक काम करते रहेंगे, जब तक एक दूसरे का नोट्स शेयर नहीं करेंगे, तब तक वो लास्ट माइल प्रॉब्लम हमेशा आपको मिलती रहेगी. That's where the efforts needs to be put more. I mean, of course, we need to continuously add more PM Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Kendra, and we need to continuously work towards employment exchange to work more efficiently. But we also need to focus where they shake hand and share notes with each other. That's what I would like to add to this.
A huge round of applause for our speakers. And I couldn't have agreed more, because when our panelists started to speak and ma'am talked about future facing and the vocational studies, I mean, that's the follow-up question which I'll be coming to very soon. So there's a huge mismatch between the skills that we need for the industry compared to the education that is imparted in the institutions, right? And ma'am talked about having a future facing vision, right? So that we can work towards it. And I think this is the best platform which is making us think today, in the present, what we can do and the kind of assessment that we need to do so that we can be future ready. So moving on to my next question. Since India has taken up the issue of building skills training within the youth as a part of their schooling as a priority during the G20 presidency, do you think that vocational education needs to be made a part of schooling to enable this goal?
It has already been made.
Like you said, 39.
It has already been made. CBSE has introduced 39 full-fledged subjects with proper course curriculum content and everything is available. Unfortunately, they have left it as an option for schools to take it up.
Exactly.
If somewhere we can mandate at a socially responsible organizational level, if you can say that let me at least pick up these 2, 3, 4, 5, and practice it, if not deliver it at a curriculum base in the classroom, but at least practice it. Get your child exposed to these things. I'm very proud to say that my child is a product of my own school. She's in first year college in a different state, and she's finding it so easy. She's doing something called as event management for stand-up comedies. There is a cakewalk for her because she's been practicing this all her, till 11th and 12th in the school. So life becomes easier. हमने कब किया था? आज भी मैं अंदर आता हूँ, स्टेज पे आता हूँ, 3 बार प्रणाम करता हूँ, भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि सब कुछ ठीक रहे, जबान फिसले नहीं और ठीक चलते रहे. क्यों? We never got that opportunity in my school. Not that my school did not do well. Many IASs have come out of the school, right? Probably one of the schools which gives the maximum number of IASs to the state. But नहीं हो पाया था उस टाइम पे. पर आज की डेट में बताओ कौन से बच्चे को हम ऑफ दी 30,000 स्टूडेंट्स दैट वी चर्न आउट, किसको हम स्टेज फेयर रख के छोड़ते हैं? किसी को नहीं छोड़ते. एवरी चाइल्ड इज गिवन एन अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑन स्टेज इन सम फॉर्म और अदर. 1500 बच्चे स्टेज में डांस करते हैं एक साथ में. आप सबने देखा होगा आपके जब एनुअल डेज होते हैं तो. क्यों? These are all opportunities. बट उसको किस तरीके से आप एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड फॉर्म में क्लासरूम के अंदर लेके आएंगे, किस तरीके से उसको एक मेंटर देंगे जो उसको फर्दर उसमें इंटरेस्ट डेवलप करेगा और उसको एज अ फील्ड ऑफ पैशन और फील्ड ऑफ प्रोफेशन, either field of passion or field of profession लेगा. That is what is the responsibility that we have to further look at.
Thank you so much, sir. To the other panelists.
I always have something to say. So I think it's very necessary for schools to have that space of tinkering, where learners are experimenting with things that they don't probably see every day, or things that are probably very obvious in their community, but it needs to be a little organized. It needs to be, like Sir said, it has to have a good mentorship, because in the end, when learners leave a school or an institution, they should have it as an option. Like anybody at my age or even your age today, we are looking at multiple skills to have. We are no longer having one career, right? So this is the informed decision making. This is the time to give them that this is an option. And secondly, what has happened unfortunately with vocational skills is that it has had a gender bias to it, a class bias to it, a caste bias to it. So one is to bring all the socio-economic, political realities into place and then breaking those barriers and also building that dignity of what are the different options that you have. So once somebody leaves, they're not just, if you go to government schools, the top careers are still police, teacher, all basic skills. And really, is that all that we have? I'm not demeaning these jobs, but there's so much more out there. And there are more opportunities out there. So what is relevant in the future? What is the job in 2038 that these learners are going to take up? And what skills, what attitudes are required to be able to cope with it, to be able to dynamically switch, to be able to be self-learners, because they will have to continue to learn. Absolutely. Like anybody in the tech industry, they can't just do a B.Tech and come out, right? They have to continue to learn to be relevant. So that is something we are already facing, and this is something that is going to be even more volatile for the young learners coming forward. So definitely, and then again, a lot of focus on the reality of climate change. Like, we really need to bring curriculum that has more green career focus,
Absolutely.
Like, we have solar panels now. Who is going to really service them? Who's going to manage them? We need a lot of workforce that. We have started talking about waste management. Who is building careers for these kind of roles? So even vocational training courses need to be updated, need to be relevant. So that kind of mentorship, like Sir mentioned, is really crucial for it to be relevant in schools today. It should not be a side gig or an optional piece, but an opportunity to, like a plethora of opportunities is what we owe to the young learners today.
Just in addition to that, स्कूल के अंदर जब आपने स्कूल की बात करी, स्कूल के अंदर 3 मेजर स्टेक होल्डर्स होते हैं. एक स्कूल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन होता है, एक स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं और एक पेरेंट्स होते हैं. हम पेरेंट्स को भी इस लेवल पे सोचना पड़ेगा कि जब सर ने पैशन की बात करी, जो कि कोई अगर कुछ पैशन से कुछ परस्यू करना चाह रहा है तो उसको पैशन को उसके स्किल से कनेक्ट करे और आगे बढ़ने में मदद करें। अगर हम एज ए पेरेंट्स सिर्फ उन लोगों को ग्रेड्स और आगे जाके कितना उनको मार्क्स मिलने वाले हैं और सिर्फ उसी को फोकस करेंगे, तो ये जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट की अपॉर्चुनिटी अगर अवेलेबल भी होंगी तो भी एक्सप्लोर नहीं करी जाएंगे, बिकॉज फोकस हमेशा ग्रेड्स के ऊपर, मार्क्स पाने के ऊपर, किसी एक एंट्रेंस एग्जाम को क्रॉस करने के ऊपर ही रहेगा। स्किल डेवलपमेंट तभी आएगा जब आपका जो फोकस है वो आपके होलसम डेवलपमेंट को फोकस करेगा। एज ए पेरेंट, एज ए सिटीजन, हम लोगों को भी देखना चाहिए कि इस रैट रेस के मतलब रैट रेस की पार्ट ना बनते हुए हमें आगे बढ़ना चाहिए और उसको एज ए स्किल को एज ए जैसे मैम ने कहा क्लास की तरह डिवाइड ना करते हुए एज ए पैशन की तरह देखना चाहिए।
3 फिल्मों ने, बॉलीवुड की 3 फिल्मों ने इंडियन सोसाइटी को काफ़ी हद तक एक नया परिवर्तन दिया है। एक था शोले उस जमाने का, दूसरा था तारे ज़मीं पर, और तीसरा था 3 इडियट्स, राइट। 3 इडियट्स के बाद सिंस हम लोग स्कूल चलाते हैं और मैं, मेरा ख्याल से ये मेरा 26th ईयर ऑफ प्रोफेशन है स्कूलिंग के अंदर। सो जब से तारे ज़मीन पर आया है तब से पेरेंट को समझ में आती है कि डिस्लेक्सिया नाम का कुछ है, ठीक है, रीडिंग डिसेबिलिटी नाम का कुछ है, ठीक है। मुझे याद है क्लास 3 में देर और देर के बीच में मैं डिफरेंशिएट नहीं कर सकता था। आई रिमेंबर वेरी क्लियरली, मैंने केन खाई है। आजकल के बच्चे तो आप केन नहीं मार सकते, बट मैंने केन खाई है अपने ज़माने पे, राइट। सो हाउ डू यू रियली फाइंड आउट दैट अ चाइल्ड इज नीडिंग व्हाट? उसके सिस्टम्स बहुत अच्छे से CBSE ने ऑलरेडी इनग्रेन किया हुआ है, सभी को, टीचर्स को ट्रेनिंग हो रखी है, सब कुछ हो रखा है। अगर आप उस सिस्टम्स को प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, कोई भी बोर्ड चलाते हो आप, राइट, आपको बच्चे का आज की डेट में कोई लैकुना है कि नहीं है वो पता लग जाएगा। 1 2 बच्चों को, पेरेंट को थोड़ा और इनकरेज करिए कि उनको इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटीज दिया जाए। उनको ये ना बोलें कि आप यू हैव टू बिकम इफ यू आर अ प्रोफेसर योर सन हैज टू बिकम अ प्रोफेसर, इफ यू आर अ डॉक्टर योर सन हैज टू बिकम अ डॉक्टर। उससे लोग हट रहे हैं। थोड़ा हमारी भी ड्यूटी बनती है कि लोगों को और उसके जरिए में बताएं और अपॉर्चुनिटीज बताएं। आज की डेट में सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है फ्यूचर स्किल्स, जो मैम ने भी बोला। कल चैट GPT के जो ओपन AI के जो CEO हैं, उनका एक वो आया है, बियॉन्ड जो प्रेस मीडिया है उसमें आप देख लीजिएगा, देयर इज अ प्रॉपर व्हाट यू कॉल वीडियो ऑन इट। What 11 or 12 big time professions are going to get hampered? उसमें कंटेंट राइटर नाम का एक चीज, एक प्राणी होता है हिंदुस्तान में जो खत्म होने वाला है। और ये कंटेंट राइटर को मैं इसलिए चीज और एक प्राणी बोल रहा हूं क्योंकि मिलते नहीं है ऑलरेडी। एक अच्छा कुछ मटेरियल लिखना हो, कुछ करना हो, तो you have a dearth of them already, and with the invent of chat GPT kind of stuff, these guys are going to get wiped off. But does that mean that we should not adopt these AI techniques or this AI technology in classrooms? No, it is not that. मजे की बात क्या है कि आज ये बात बोलने के बाद कल मैं अपने कोर टीम को चैट GPT के फायदे और उसको किस तरीके से क्लासरूम के अंदर लेके आया जाए उसके ऊपर एक सेशन लेने वाला हूं 2 घंटे। So you have to not only be very very at the edge of adaptations, ठीक है। आप आज एक चैट GPT, आप कितने लोगों ने अभी तक एक्सपीरियंस किया होगा? किसी ने एक्सपीरियंस नहीं किया हो तो जाइए, जाके एक बार आज देखिए तो सही। समावेश जो हो रहा है इसको मैं कैसे प्रमोट करूं? जस्ट पुट अ क्वेश्चन टू दैट, इल नेक्स्ट आस्क यू व्हाट इज समावेश, जस्ट टेल मी ये हमारा ऐसे ऐसे गोल है। वो आपको पूरा का पूरा आपका 3 महीने का प्रोग्रेस प्लान बता देगा कि आपको ये करना है, ये करना है, ये करना है, ये करना है, ये करना है। आप कम से कम 15 घंटे रिसर्च करते गूगल पे तो जाके आपको समझ में आता, 50 लिंक क्लिक करते तो जाके आपको समझ में आता कि इतना है, उसके कंपाइलेशन करते तब जाके एक पेपर बनती है 10 पेज की, जो आपका उसमें से 5 पेज बन के आता है आपका फाइनल प्लान, और वो आपको 15 सेकेंड में प्लान दे देता है। आपको सिर्फ उसको ट्वीक करना है फर्दर, उसको एज ए बेस यूज करिए, बाकी आपके ब्रेन्स, योर ब्रेन्स कैन नॉट बी सब्स्टिट्यूटेड, नो टेक्नोलॉजी कैन सब्स्टिट्यूट योर ब्रेन्स, राइट। तो टेक्नोलॉजी को, AI हो, चाहे ML हो, चाहे डेटा साइंसेज हो, किस तरीके से आप अडेप्ट कर सके। 10 साल बाद जो स्किल्स बच्चों में चाहिए उसको आज से हम क्लासरूम के अंदर कैसे नर्चर कर सके। 21st सेंचुरी की जो लर्निंग स्किल्स चाहिए वो हम कैसे लेके आ सके। मुझे बताइए, आज की डेट में मैं अपने सीनियर को देखता हूं तो नमस्ते करता हूं, आज की डेट में मैं अपने गुरु को देखता हूं तो पैर छूता हूं, आज भी। चांस की बात है कि यहाँ मेरा कोई सीनियर नहीं है, नॉर्मली होते हैं, अगर होते तो मैं अभी आपके सामने उनके पैर छू के मैं ऊपर आता। करंट स्कूलिंग के बच्चे, कितने बच्चे पैर छूते हैं, इवन अपने माँ बाप के, बाकी को तो छोड़ दो। 21st century skills के तहत ग्लोबलाइजेशन इज अ बिग एस्पेक्ट, बट ग्लोबलाइजेशन इन टर्म्स ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग, नॉलेज, एंड लोकलाइजेशन इन टर्म्स ऑफ वैल्यू सिस्टम्स एंड कल्चर, ये दोनों की कॉम्बिनेशन आप देंगे ना, तो योर चाइल्ड, योर द कंट्रीज, ईच एंड एवरी बॉय, गर्ल or anybody whatsoever will be the citizen of tomorrow at a global level. And our job is to make global citizens. Right? And ये सब forums है ना, these are opportunities for the industry and the community to come together. Industry is at 4.0. Revolution 4.0 पहुंच चुका है, 5वां तो आने वाला है। Education 2.0 पे बैठे हुए हैं। हम 2020 में NEP बना चुके हैं, अभी भी सोच रहे हैं साहब इसको कैसे इंप्लीमेंट करें। अरे भाई कहीं तो शुरू करो यार, कोई आगे हाथ नहीं पकड़ेगा। There is no set standard, no set pattern. Everything is experimentation. जूते की दुकान पे जाते हो, 4 जूते पहन के देखते हो कौन सा मेरे पैर पे फिट आ रहा है, तो जाके जूता खरीदते हो। यार ये तो बच्चा है, उसकी फ्यूचर बना रहे हो आप। Right, so you have to, as institution, as people from the from the academia, I should say, all the people from institution should give a free hand to the teachers to interpret things into the classroom the way they want, the way the child wants. उनको दो, flip learning एक बहुत बड़ा tool है। हर एक बच्चे के घर में आज की डेट में घर पे या दोस्त के पास, किसी ने के पास कंप्यूटर, एक्सेस टू इंटरनेट है। वो ज़माना गया जब हमको माउंटेन्स के पीछे भागने पड़ते थे, मोबाइल लेके गया, अभी आई, अभी नहीं है, अभी सब कुछ है। एक सिम नहीं तो दूसरा सिम चलता है, दूसरा सिम नहीं तो तीसरा सिम चलता है, कुछ ना कुछ चलता है। मैं लैंड किया, मेरा फर्स्ट सिम बंद हो गया, 3 तो रह गए सिम कार्ड वाले, वो भी आपस में लड़ मर रहे हैं। सो वी हैव टू कम आउट ऑफ ऑल दीज प्रॉब्लम्स एंड थिंक इन अ होलिस्टिक सोल्यूशन कि हमें आगे जाना कहाँ है, और मोदी साहब के नेतृत्व में देश अच्छा आगे जा रहा है, और इसको और कैसे आगे जा सकते हैं। That's what we have to look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. I think Samaavesh Global ESG Summit has really been able to garner solution with respect to building system for quality education and skilling. And yes, I sincerely agree with what our panelists have said with respect to making sure that we have a guided and a holistic mentorship, so that we can we can induct these vocational education in a way where we can tinker them, we can in the field of passion, in the field of profession. And I think India is already a pioneer in that, and I think the G20 presidency is going to be a big success. And thank you all for coming here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for this enriching discussion. I think there is so much to take back and actually implement at the ground level. Moving towards our next panel discussion. Our next Power Pack panel discussion is on facilitating partnerships in CSR ecosystem, which is based upon the idea of discussion, how we build for the future together. The power for collecting action is being felt across the globe, especially with India holding the G20 presidency this year. The panel discussion shall be moderated by Mr. Krishnadev Pathak, Member Council of Royal Roots. And I would like to invite all the panelists to join us on the stage. Mr. Satish Menon, Lead for the Partnerships and Innovation Portfolio in USAID, India. Mr. Raju Sharma, Director CSR Indigo. Ms. Garima Seth, Founder Boon Capital Advisors. Mr. Sankalp Shukla, Social Entrepreneur working on a multimedia of areas. I would like to invite Mr. Amar Shalke to join the panel, please. I would like to invite Mr. Anshul Alak to felicitate our guest. Can we have a huge round of applause for our guest of the day? I request everyone to kindly please settle down as we are starting the session. I request Mr. Krishna to proceed with the moderation.
So a very good afternoon to everyone again. My name is Krishna Dev Pathak, member of Council Roy Roots. And today we are here to discuss upon facilitating partnerships in the CSR ecosystem. And we have a very veteran panelists. And talking about it, I think what exactly the Vision 2030, as discussed yesterday, for Samaavesh is that we are here to build ecosystem, we are here to build a synergy between the prominent stakeholders. And these stakeholders are your government, your public, your private, and how exactly can we capitalize on this particular synergy as India is already, with the G20 presidency. So, without any further ado, I would like to ask the first question to our panel here. And the question goes like this, that there is, just a second. Chavi? Yeah. This one, right? Thank you. So in a world that is becoming increasingly fast-paced, we see that partnerships across the board, especially in terms of knowledge sharing, are becoming relevant. Now, how do we think that we can facilitate that? And that is the question with which we're going to start the session today. And the question is to our panelists. Yeah. Anybody? Yeah, anyone.
Hello, everyone. This is Garima from Boon Capital. I run a boutique investment banking company, and I call myself an enabler for startup ecosystem. So, Krishna's question. So, SDG, I think, can only be reached through strong partnerships and through strong collaboration with each key stakeholders. And when we are talking about the stakeholders here, we just cannot not talk about the startup ecosystems. So startups are the new catalyst for social inclusions and innovations. India itself has around 27,000 active tech startups. I think more than 1,400 startups have been funded last year, 18% jump from 2021. And all this strongly supports so much about India growth story. And when we talk about India growth story, it is not just about the tech companies like maybe Make My Trip or Oyo or Flipkart. We're talking about enterprises that are not just providing return on capital investments, but are also thinking a lot about creating positive impact on society and environment. And that is what the real India growth story is all about, which would truly bring boon to the whole country, not just the ecosystem. And how do we build that? That will be built with innovation for inclusion. And that is where the key stakeholders have to think about on how do they promote innovation for inclusion. So, a lot of things are being done, a lot of things can be done to promote this kind of innovation. And one such thing which, is already being done is we see a lot of impact funds that have come up. impact funds like MSDF, Michael Suzanne Dell Foundation, Lok Capital, Lavana Capital, there's several of them. And what are they doing? Basically, they are not providing capital, they are providing blended capital. Blended capital that is giving a lot of trust and a lot of confidence to the upcoming entrepreneurs that they have capital not just to build a simple venture, but to build a venture that has a lot of social impact for the society. So that is where, you know, as a thought leader, I especially would, promote, I especially go ahead and, think about creating such kind of platforms, such kind of communities between the key stakeholders of CSR at one hand, where they talk about their knowledge, their sharing in these areas, with tech innovators on the other side, on how these tech innovators can combine with their expertise and build something which is not just innovation for tech, which is innovation for India itself. So I have a lot of examples to talk about, but let me just hand it over to the other panelists to talk more.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Raju Sharma, and I represent Indigo Airlines. I represent Indigo Reach, and Indigo Reach is the CSR intervention of Indigo. So just to give a background, we in CSR work on 4 key thematic areas. One is education, number 2 is women empowerment, and number 3 is environment, and 4 is heritage. And the topic of the discussion in this panel is very relevant. Why? Is because we have been working, and we work with NGO partners, big and small, in almost 18 states of the country. And we would want to expand to other states as we move on from here. So to talk about partnerships is something which is extremely critical at this point in time, because I personally, and as an organization, I feel any development work that has to be done in this country or elsewhere cannot happen in isolation. As a principle, as a practice, we need to join hands with all kinds of stakeholders, whether they are NGOs, civil society, media, the groups such as Samaavesh, the academic institution, because knowledge sharing, learning can happen only when we work in partnerships. So the urgent need of the time is not 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 to make it 11. Only then we find solutions to poverty and all. I just had few slides. I'd written some of the notes on my phone itself. Just to take few time. Climate action failure, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, natural resource crisis, human environmental damage. These are the top 7 global risks as identified by the World Economic Forum, ladies and gentlemen. And mind you, these are not small concepts. These are big concepts, and the House here knows how significant these risks are. And these are global risks for the next 5 to 10 years. Secondly, the world has 4 mega trends. And I just want to remind all of us, climate change, as I said, number 2 is growing equality. Big growing inequality. The difference between the rich and the poor is ever expanding everywhere in the globe. Natural resource scarcity. Okay, so there is a concept called Earth Overshoot Day. I'm sure some of you know. The Earth Overshoot Day essentially is the day when the natural resources of the world should exhaust. Actually, ideally what has happened, the natural resources of the world should exhaust by 31st of December for the world to replenish it naturally. But now what is happening in the last few decades, our resources are getting exhausted by the 30th of August every year. That means we are consuming natural resources as if we have 1.5 Earth. हम ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, ladies and gentlemen. So this is really dangerous trend. And lastly, increasingly unmanageable pollution that's happening. Out of the 20 polluted cities of the world, 16 to 17 are in India, and majority of them are in North India. So these mega trends, अकेले इंडिगो का या अकेले कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का बस की बात नहीं है. We cannot work together. Hence, the partnership is extremely required at this point in time. So that's the context on which, I just wanted to set the house and then discuss what needs to be done. Maybe we can discuss it further. I can hear from the next panel. Thank you.
Thanks. So first of all, thanks for having me here. I'm Satish Menon from USAID. USAID is the US federal government agency which works on development challenges in multiple countries, including India. And let me congratulate this forum for bringing together multiple stakeholders, many of whom my fellow panelists already mentioned. It's always important to have collectivization approach, not only, and this is a problem when I'm talking about development challenges in India or any other nation. These are challenges which are far beyond one set of player or either CSRs or governments or CSOs to be taken care. It needs a collectivization approach. Talking about knowledge sharing and knowledge management, I think in the development space, I think it's one of the most underrated traits, I would say. The reason why I'm saying so is because we often neglect in terms of how to capture some of the learnings, and learnings actually and mostly come from the failures, and we tend to not look at failures. When we look at ecosystem of startups, say for instance, 999 out of 1,000 fail. We look at the one which succeed, we don't look at the 999, why it failed, and what are the learnings. Can we plow back that learnings back to the system so that the system is more vibrant? And that's something which we fail to do, and that's one of the reasons why I think it's important. And I think the percentage is even more dismal when we look at the development ecosystem. Probably 1 in 10,000 concepts succeed, but then how can we replicate that in multiple other? There can be learnings we get from education sector which could be plowed back to climate change. There could be something from health which could be plowed back to education and so on and so forth. So how can we have that cross learning? I can talk about my organization, how we look at knowledge management and knowledge dissemination. There basically 4 pillars we look at. One is how can we capture the information, or how can we capture that learning? And the second part is in terms of communication. How can we bring in multiple stakeholders from the private sector, from the government, from the CSOs, from academia, and so on and so forth, on a common platform so that this information can be disseminated to multiple stakeholders and there is a wider learning from that. The third would be in terms of collaboration, how this learning actually gets imbibed into the programs, and the fourth one in terms of adaptation, and how can we change the existing programs or make midterm course corrections and have more vibrant programs right from the design stage for the new ones so that these learnings are brought in. I'll stop here and pass it on to
Hello everyone, I'm Sankalp. I'm founder of Development Leader Alliance. It's a youth-led think tank. We majorly work with few government departments and parliamentarians on the policy level. But apart from that, one of our major initiatives is to work with the organizations which are not well informed about the today's trends, and the non-for-profits which are working from a very long time, but they cannot adopt the current scenarios of the world. When we look towards the partnership scenarios of the in the non-for-profit sector or the development sector, I think there are 3 different types of stakeholders are involved in this. The one is the government, the second is the community, and the third is the companies, whether it's non-for-profit or the profit companies. And till now, there is no such a strong channel which catalyzed these three. Like, environment is the most burning issues.
The action plan is missing. And the only crisis in this is there is no streamline for the partnerships. If you want the government, for example, to make a success, the government can give a order to all the companies working there that they should teach about mission life to all their employees. You could easily provide, I guess, around 1/4 of the population with this minor step only. So I think it is a high time that we look at that what is the rectification needed to make partnership much stronger.
Approach to get it executed and involve all the citizens, because me personally working in this sector, I feel that people are not aware also, and they are not interested also somewhat. I work with the youngsters, some are very interested in sustainability and everything, but some are just living their life in a normal way. They don't care what is going to happen about 15 years down the line, 20 years down the line, or towards their next generations. So this is what I would like to say, that we need to see at the rectification of the strategy of partnerships.
Thank you. You rightly said it, and I would like to continue on those lines. I run this company, what you see, VW, on that board. We are into manufacturing, hardcore manufacturing, fabrication and machining and all that kind of stuff. So what we are seeing here is all large corporations and the companies, mainly listed companies and all that. But when you come to or think of small and medium scale industry, which is just reached this 5 CR and all. So let me just share my experience, which is interesting. Just before COVID, one of our consultants, he just called me और बोला, sir, you have to buy a Mercedes. I बोला, भाई किस खुशी में? So you are now under the purview of CSR. CSR. So what it is all about? I just called up some of my friends in business. Some of them knew what it is, only on the surface. Many did not have any clue. Then I called up my company secretary, a very sincere lady. She sent me all that Section 35 Companies Act and all. So I asked my HR guy to just go through that, and he said, sir, ye sab cheez karna hoga abhi. Then we have to start looking for some NGOs. We had no competency at all to look for any NGO. My only criteria was, do you have CSR number? So I came across some NGOs and started working with them. But actually, if you ask me, there is a lot of scope for these partnerships and all, because see, as the country is growing, many of these small and medium scale companies will come under the purview, and there is no education, absolutely, no training, and people do not have any clue what it is all about. And in fact, that is the reason when I came to know about this platform, I thought it is the right way to support, so that some people come together and they know what is the reality on the ground. instead of just discussing big things picked up from Google. I think this should be valuable, and I look forward to go back with some takeaways from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I mean, over here we are discussing about these strategies that we envision for the, for 2030. And we have talked about catalyzing stakeholders and, the responsibilities which they share so that we can create a synergy for information dissemination to the last person standing in the queue, right? Be it with respect to promoting heritage, women empowerment as Indigo Reach is doing, or if it's with respect to, making sure that now that the capital is changing to blended capital and there's a change in the investment thesis which is being, as seen in the ecosystem. So what we are trying to transpire over here is that from one panelist to the other, how each and every member is working towards facilitating the real sense what CSR partnership and the synergy is, envisioning to be. So thank you so much. And moving on to our last question. Actually, it's a two-part question. So, you feel free to take the first up. Yes, sir?
So I just want to add.
Sure, absolutely.
Actually, you raised a very pertinent question. So, what could be the takeaway and what could be the sharing and exchange from a forum like this?
Yeah.
And having worked in this sector for now over 2 decades, and now, and then I've kind of managed programs from the donor perspective and also got into the implementation space. I think there are 4 or 5 realizations that I'd like to share with us as far as, I'd like to share with everyone as far as the partnership management is concerned. I think, see, today in the CSR space, we have a lot of money which is valuable, which is precious, and which is public money. And each paisa has to be spent judiciously. We all understand that. Okay, and for that, what my experience tells me that there is a dearth of many valuable, skilled organizations to attract the big money. Okay, what happens is that the kind of organizations that write the proposals, the concepts, they will write everything, and I'm not brushing every organization under the same brush, okay? There are very good organizations also, please, there is a disclaimer. We work with extremely good organizations who have made very, very practical and impactful programs. I'm just giving a disclaimer. But I have also come across organizations, big and small across, whose basic skills of writing a proposal becomes a challenge. They're very well-intentioned guys, but they will write everything under the sun except for karna kya hai aur usse hoga kya. Those are 2-3 things that are very important. If I'm spending 100 rupees, what would be my ROI and how will the impact be measured? That is the most important thing that needs to become. And I have faced challenge in finding good organizations in many years, in my tenure. Secondly, I also feel the challenge is on the donor side and in the corporate side. Corporates need to also realize that they don't know many things. Understand, the development space, working on poverty solutions or development solution is a challenging task. It's not an easy thing. To understand, contextualize problem solution is also, therefore corporates here, and all my corporate friends here, and including all of us, including myself, we need to be open to learning from the field. That's second mantra for me as far as partnership management is concerned. The third mantra for me is all of us, including the civil society, the corporate, the civil society, need to understand ESG, the environmental, social, and governance framework. There is no choice. There is no other choice now. ESG is not a fad. It is needed now because of the mega trends that I spoke earlier. हमें करना है ESG की समझ, इसको reporting कैसे करनी है? How do we report it? How do we measure the changes? That is very, very critical because every funder will ask, and people largely, 99% of the people want to make a change. That is what I like to believe. Everybody wants to contribute, यार. जो 1% नहीं करना चाहते हैं वो अलग बात है, उनके बारे में हम बात नहीं करते हैं. But 99% people want to make a change in this country, in this society. So therefore, I'm saying उनको डोनर्स को ये समझ में आना चाहिए कि यार if I am spending 100 rupees, how is it making an impact and how is it measured? So that's number 3. Understanding of ESG and reporting is very, very critical. And small things but important is social media and communication. All of us in the development space or in the corporate space need to understand how do we communicate. And communication is not about building your publicity. Communication is all about raising the issue so that I can learn from the gentleman here, I can learn from USAID, I can learn from Boons Capital, everybody. That learning space ecosystem has to be contributed. These are 4-5 mantras which from my experience I'm saying, not from Google, sir, pardon me for that. And this is completely from my experience I wanted to share. And this is what I want to follow and I have been doing it. I rest my case, so to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for first of all, sharing his key takeaways in the most candid way possible. Sir, I have taken 2 points from what you were saying. You talked about paisa or, each and every penny being spent and being distributed judicially. And the second point on, the clarity being built and, creating a transparent ecosystem where there is, no, so to say, affinity between the silos that we have. So when we think of a ecosystem like that and the communication between the stakeholders, the questions which become crucial are, how do small funders who have no grounding in the social development space ensure that they are able to invest in the right programs? And building on the same, how can bigger funders who are now, jumping onto this particular bandwagon of implementation, how can their jump be useful to the small funders and to the whole ecosystem? For the whole panel,
Yeah, Ms. I can share, and I expect some kind of inputs on this. Because I can see that there are companies and there are people who have all the expertise you need on this subject. The thing is, that needs to come to companies like us. And there will be many more companies in India, the way we are growing. So number of companies will grow and big funds will come into CSR. So this could be the right time to have knowledgeable people, intellectuals who can come and teach us. So there are other platforms like Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, that can be used. They know all the industry and how that can be used. All that data can be analyzed and priorities decided. But as soon as we take this knowledge to these people, things will be more effective and money will be used more effectively. Thank you.
So you mentioned 2 points here. One is for the small funders and the second for the giants. The small funders, the problem with the small funders is that till a certain point of time, they don't even know about that something, they have to do it, something like this. I think it should be come into practice of a corporate culture that when an employee or a director or somebody, a high-level official of a corporate should read regularly about the non-for-profit sector. What is being done, who is doing what, and not just on the big social media platforms, but if you can go to platforms like NGO Darpan and some government reports also, you can read about that very small organizations in a very small district of a country making a very big impact. I know organizations who don't have a reach to internet, who don't have reach to CSRs. They just had the will and they made changes. There were droughts, they made man-made reservoirs. They didn't took help from the government or any outside support. It was just community initiative. So reading regularly and getting knowledge about non-for-profit sector is very important for the corporates since the beginning. Then you will be able to make the right decision when you are going to invest in the spend the CSR, right? It is true because sometimes it happens that CSR is went somewhere and the money is misutilized, right? It happens a lot. Plus, I think organizations like CIA and the corporate chambers should regularly keep a capacity building programs for the corporate fraternity, right? And they can also do an engagement program between the NGOs and the corporates, small corporates and small NGOs. And it is not compulsory that you sit with a small corporate and you sit with it and immediately they get on the same page. But slowly and gradually it can become a habit of both the communities. Coming on the second part about the giants. So you mentioned that giants are very keen to know that how the things are being implemented. One thing which disappoints me as a person from a non-for-profit sector, that the big giants are now making their own foundations, right? And they are investing their CSR in their own foundations, which is slightly killing the small non-for-profits also. So, there should be a common learning platform. If a big giant is going to invest into a non-for-profit or going to give them a CSR, I think they should make a relationship before taking that decision. And they should see that where are the common synergies. Sometimes it happens that, the interest of the corporate is somewhere else and they give a CSR in some other sector, जिसकी उनको knowledge भी नहीं होती है. And where, जहाँ पे जैसे a pharmaceutical company should give a CSR into health. Simple, because they understand the business in and out, right? वो कहीं और जाके उनका mandate कहीं और निकल आता है तो उससे issue होता है. That's it.
Thanks. So you talked about the two major pillars or two major challenges which exist. One for the smaller funders and the second one for the large funders. I'll touch upon both. So large funders, and let me clarify, how USAID works is basically through the implementing partners, and largely now more prominently with local implementing partners, so that there's no local knowledge sharing and local communities being touched. So one is an ecosystem approach that we use in terms of bringing together all the players in the ecosystem. And when I'm saying players in the ecosystem, it includes governments, it includes other multilateral, bilaterals, it includes corporates, both from a CSR perspective as well as shared value perspective, and I can touch upon the shared value part of it later on. Academia, industry bodies, large philanthropies, innovation accelerator platforms all together so that they create a multiplier effect. Because the challenge we're trying to solve is a big one. I mean, look at India's development challenge. It's, as per, and these are pre-COVID figures, so you need to look at it with that pinch of salt. To achieve the SDGs by 2030, we would require $2.3 trillion to reach that by 2030. And look at the buckets. I mean, government funding is close to about $150 billion each year. So if you cantilever that, that will be for the next 6 years, 900 billion. You look at CSRs, from 2014 when the new law came into effect, up till now it's been 13 billion. You add another 20 billion, 25 billion, and that's what we're looking at for the next 6 years. You look at any form of grant capital coming in from multilaterals, bilaterals, including ours, that's approximately $16 billion each year, and you build that for the next 6 years, that'll be like 90 billion. So what I'm saying is that the challenge, what all this adds up, and inflation adjusted, would not be half of what we are looking at. It's about 45% of what we're looking at. So the challenge is big, and what we need to gear up is working together to create that multiplier effect, because no one can challenge, and Garima talked about the blended finance, and that's, we've been working on a lot of these platforms, wherein how can we pool in these, not only resources, but also collective wisdom that each of these different buckets carry to a common ground wherein it creates that multiplier effect. Because grants is not a sustainable model. For any program, to succeed, it has to be scaled up either by the government or by the private sector, and how we create ways and means throughout that program to build that. I want to touch upon we've been talking about CSRs a lot, but there's something which lies beyond CSR as well from a company's giving perspective, which is the shared value approach. And that's where we've seen a lot of traction happening. And with shared value, I mean, it's not the mandated 2%. It is wherein the corporates are looking at it more strategically in terms of how that giving is being aligned to their businesses. And yet, so it's adding to their top lines. But then at the end of the day, it's philanthropy. So I'll give you examples. We work with MasterCard on areas like how can we build in digital inclusion, especially in women-owned or women-managed businesses, or small kirana or small shops in the country. It works well with the mandate that MasterCard operates. I mean, they are a digital finance operator, and it fits well with their mandate. What it helps a development agency like ours is that we can build in multiple or that could bring in a lot of change that we are trying to do. Another example could be we work with Microsoft, Reliance Foundation on areas like bridging the gender digital gap. Again, it's in the, it's adding to the top lines of these companies. Reliance is the largest telecom operator in the country. Microsoft has equities in digitization. The more number of people the digitization reaches, it helps them. For a development agency like ours, it helps because you could then dovetail services like health, education, and many other things onto that digitization platform. So the point I'm trying to say is that we need to look at beyond CSR in terms of how could that strategically align with the mainstream top line business of that company, and that will have a much higher replication, and it'll be much beyond a mere check writing phenomena which CSR has been for a long time. The other part I wanted to touch upon is the localization part in terms of how we're now, and I talked about that, but then how we can work with the local communities, local solution providers in terms of having a more community-led and a local-led development solution, which is far more sustainable. I'll stop here.
Honestly, I lost what was the question, but let me try and, okay. So what the question that I understood from you was, what is the challenge vis-a-vis the big funders and the smaller funders, and my perspective on it. There are 2-3 points that I wanted to touch upon here. Is actually, for me, from my side, I don't look at smaller funder, big donor, small organization. For me, that is not the issue. The issue for me is, and allow me to use this cliche called ASK, attitude, skills, and knowledge. Whether it is small organization, big organization, or donor, if you have these 3 ASK, attitude, skills, and knowledge, then the effective partnership can only happen that. And fortunately or unfortunately, there is this dearth of attitude, sometimes skills, sometimes knowledge on particularly while speaking or while talking and working on development issues. So my experience tells me that everybody, whether in the corporate or whether in the civil society, NGOs, academia, everybody seems to be an expert in the development space. सबको लगता है कि मुझे सब पता है. But मुद्दा ऐसा होता है कि सबको सब कुछ पता हो ही नहीं सकता है. That's not possible. I cannot know the entire thing, neither can you from the development sector. But the problem happens is that everybody becomes an expert. अरे ऐसा तो नहीं होता, ऐसा थोड़ी होगा. So that becomes, so it is very important that our attitude is, we have a develop. Now this might sound very theoretical, but unless and until we develop that attitude, that I need to learn from you and you learn from me, we cannot work justifiable in the whole process. So that's something which I think is required. And while I also think that there are certain processes like the employee volunteering program. I just want to quote here. In order to spread the awareness about smaller organization and contribute to the cause of smaller organization, Indigo Reach in our company, we have started a program where our pilots and our cabin crew go to the villages in remote areas and mentor children on how to have a career in aviation. You know, आप pilot कैसे बनते हैं? And when the pilot comes up in a school uniform, in a slum, in a government school, children are thrilled कि मैं भी ऐसा बन सकता हूँ. And our pilots and our cabin crew also come from difficult circumstances. So all this changes the equilibrium of trust between the community members and the organizations. And when our partners visit the, when our colleagues, our pilots and our cabin crew visit smaller organizations, it also gives them a कि यार हम भी ऐसा कर सकते. We can also do certain things. And we have a way of having different kind of partnerships within Indigo. It's not only a financial partnership we get into, we also get into a lot of knowledge partnerships, non-financial partnerships, employee volunteering partnership, where this whole emphasis happens. In the International Women's Day, our women pilots, okay, and we have the world's largest collection of, largest women pilot in the whole world. And our women pilots in full uniform, they addressed kids in the government schools in the Northeast and in Tamil Nadu. Similarly, our cabin crew also went and addressed children. And these were all smaller towns and smaller geographies. And in smaller organizations, where then you develop an ecosystem of trust between the so-called big donors and so-called smaller organizations. मैं इन binaries पे नहीं believe करना चाहूँगा. कोई बड़ा छोटा नहीं है यार, अपने लेवल पे काम कर रहे हो आप. We are working at a different level, आप दूसरे लेवल पे काम कर रहे हो. Both are equally important for our society. And I respect and I value that. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight here the issue of equity. Do we know that out of the entire CSR fund that spends in the country today, less than 3% of the money is spent by corporates in the Northeast? Now, what is this? Are we talking about equity then? What is the empowerment that we are working on? Just because a corporate's business are in states like Maharashtra or Gujarat, I am not against Maharashtra, Gujarat or any other states. Every state, with respect to their own problems, should receive the money, but there has to be an equity principle. Just because Manipur has a larger number of trees and less number of population, वहाँ पे हम काम नहीं करेंगे, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? नागालैंड, अरुणाचल प्रदेश में सबसे ज़्यादा पेड़ पौधे हैं. इसका मतलब है कॉर्पोरेट्स वहाँ जा नहीं सकती हैं, मतलब पेड़ नहीं कट सकते, ऊपर से एनवायरमेंटल प्रॉब्लम आ जाता है. So we need to find out a solution कि let the green cover also be there, let the population also be there, but how do we address that? There comes the smaller organization, and smaller organization, मतलब बेचारा बन के नहीं आना है. Just because I'm a small organization, मुझे बेचारा रहना है, that's not it. उसमें they have to build their own skills. They have to understand what ESG is. They have to learn, they have to study. बिना पढ़े नहीं लिखे आगे कि यार हमने proposal डाल दिया, Delhi does not look us. Why would Delhi look at here? Why would business houses look at your proposal if there is no return on investment? So it is time for us not to be so sentimental about us being small. How do we build our own skills? How do we build our own temperament? How do we build our own attitude of progress across the country? Forget about being in Maharashtra or Gujarat or in MP or in Arunachal. We have to work for the development of our people. Anywhere in the world, by the way, for that matter. That is all I have to say as far as partnership management concerned. Thanks.
So I'll start this with very different picture that I am looking at it from my views. So what if we inculcate or for the newer ventures which are coming up, the tech ventures that are coming up, अगर हम उनका DNA ही ऐसा बना दें कि वो social development programs को forefront पे रखें, then what? So how can we do this? And that is where the larger corporates who have responsibility towards CSR. I'm not talking about the 2% CSR that will anyways get utilized somewhere. I'm talking about the larger responsibility of promoting such kind of innovation with upcoming entrepreneurs, that they have it in their DNA that this is what we have to do for society. And that could be environmental impact, social impact. I will just give you very, very small few examples, the companies that we have worked with, and so I know how they have, met these challenges without even claiming themselves as, social entrepreneurs. So I think those who belong to Delhi must have seen Blue Smart Cabs. So Blue Smart Mobility is one of these, upcoming ventures which is promoting electric vehicles in India. And as of now, they are in 2-3 cities, but Delhi and Gurgaon, they're very prominent. Now, what they are doing? So they are purely profit enterprise. It's a, venture that is built to, provide return on capital that is being invested. And companies, funds like British Petroleum Ventures are supporting them. Why are they supporting them? Because they do not call them social enterprises, but as DNA, what are they working on? Environmental impact, huge environmental impact. Second thing that they have, thought of very well was that the drivers with, existing cab facilities were overburdened. They were never happy. They had to run the cars for 20 hours in a day because they had to pay installments for the car, they had to maintain the car, they have to, also, because they were the owners of the car. The drivers were the owners of the cars, so they had to do a lot, and they were stressed out. So what they figured out for the drivers is, you don't need to own the asset. We will give you the asset. What you need to do is stress-free driving. You need to have a stress-free life. So companies like these do not claim themselves as social entrepreneurs, but the DNA is that they are doing, a lot of impact. And this is what I truly want to, bring to the ecosystem, that if we have capital that is supporting these kind of companies, funds like BP Ventures funds, and several other funds that I work with. So they have the capital to support, but we have to push entrepreneurs to become like that. Another very good case that I can talk about is a company, fintech company, it's a small company, it's called Sipli. It's a micro savings platform. जितनी भी fintech companies अभी तक बनी हैं, क्या promote कर रहे हैं? Lending. Credit loan low, right? And for blue-collared workers, once they get into this debt cycle, it's very difficult for them to come out. एक तो वैसे ही नहीं पैसे होते हैं, ऊपर से ये इतनी सारी companies आ गई हैं, हम ऐसे आपको loan दे देंगे, हम 15 days का loan दे देंगे, हम quickly loans दे देंगे, right? Where are they taking this population to? So this company came up with a fintech platform which says a micro savings platform for blue-collared workers. What they did was, they gave them a platform wherein each of these, Swiggy delivery person or a Uber driver or any of these people, they can save as less as ₹1 every ride, ₹5 every delivery that they do, and that particular savings are then, invested thoughtfully. So they are inculcating the savings behavior. So again, this is not a social enterprise that I'm talking about, but look at the kind of impact that it is bringing to the larger population. So one point that I wanted to emphasize was that upcoming companies in India or in the world, ventures which are innovative with tech, should be given this kind of confidence that they have the capital to, build companies which are promoting a lot of social activities, right? And second and last point is that for smaller donors, if we were talking about smaller donors, how do you scale, right? How do you, I'm not talking about where do you deploy, but how do you scale? Foster collaborations. So if you are like a smaller donor or looking towards education, why don't you look for some good edtech companies, collaborate with them? What will happen is you achieve scale at a faster pace, and the quality of our work is also improved because you are talking to, newer generation, newer ideas. So there are three things with these kind of collaborations that can happen. If you are a healthcare, NGO or a non-profit organization, what if you go ahead and collaborate with a company that can do telemedicine? and that can, just quickly scale up to so many cities. And I'm sure if there is a right way to, reach out to these larger ventures, tech ventures, they will never say no to, these kinds of collaboration. So it should be the right, right way of approaching them, that, this is how you can come and collaborate with us. Of course, you get a larger population, you get those masses to cater to, and our pace of work also gets increased, the quality also gets increased. So this is what I would like to say here.
Thank you so much, and a huge round of applause for our panelists. So I think this was the best example with which we could have portrayed what happens when you have different leaders from the industry come together. What really happens is, you foster multifaceted strategy, multifaceted growth, right? And I think this was the best example of it. And I think talking about solutions, solution reaching to the last person standing in the queue has been discussed. We have talked about how we need to really change the DNA. It's not about companies chasing for ROI or companies simply chasing for social impact, but it's for, even the synergy of this particular foundation. That is why in the panel, we talked about changing the foundation completely and, transitioning to a different DNA, so to speak. So I think we're talking about more and right advocacy. We are talking about more and right support for capacity building. And I think at the end, we are talking about the Vision 2030, that is the India Vision 2030. And I'm very proud that at this juncture, we have the G20 presidency, and we have summits like this happening. So a huge round of applause for each and every panelist. Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, please.
I have to miss. I actually wanted to hear this, then they call me out and see, Indigo has done a wonderful job there. I know that. My own brother-in-law, my sister husband, he was a group captain in the MiG-27 fighter, but now he's with the Indigo. And his own elder brother, again, was a Jaguar fighter, and now they are doing, he's a captain, the senior SK Singh and KD Singh, And every time we travel by Indigo, because the first flight of Indigo is from Imphal. They brought in the Northeast, Imphal. Now Imphal, we have direct flight, how many? Every day, 2, 3 in the morning. Evening is wonderful. They've done a great job, and I just want to thank you guys. And because you knew, as you rightly, I could hear your part, so I'm so happy because you know what is required. It's not a big thing. You started so small, and today look at your fleet. And the amount of reaching out they have done is simply amazing. Every time I travel in the Indigo, because Indigo is my first choice, because they reach you on time. And they have these stories, Indigo Rich. And it's very nice. So I have been looking that, but abhi tak aap logon ne shayad Manipur mein kuch nahi kiya hai. So I will be coming and knocking at your door and through my...
Let me respond to that, ma'am. Just for the information of everyone here, Indigo flew the first flight from Delhi, Guwahati, Imphal, and back. So that was our first commercial venture. And secondly, we have an emotive connect with the Northeast at all levels. Okay, we've started our business from there. And for your information, we have many programs in the Northeast. One very important project going on in Tamenglong.
Yeah, oh, that's wonderful.
Okay, so Tamenglong, we are working in reforestation of the, of the forest that has been completely, washed away because of jhum cultivation kahan kitna hota hai, and also because of the perennial rain and everything. So there are a lot of destructions happening, and we are also promoting local tourism in the villages. And secondly, we are also encouraging clean development mechanisms. So ma'am, we are there. Don't worry about that. And we will be there.
Aapne article mein kabhi padha nahi hai in the Indigo
So what
magazine.
happens is that if you're talking about Hello 6C, Hello 6C has one page of CSR from different projects and programs across the country. So we are working in around 18 to 19 states now.
That's really
nice. So that's how, so you might have missed, we have covered that. In fact, I was in Tamenglong 6 months ago.
Yeah. Tamenglong. The NEC secretary is Gayung Panmei, he is our friend, very dear friend, not his council.
I'll connect to you separately, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And another thing regarding the joint venture, ma'am, like Garima, I wanted to ask, there's no presence of venture capital in Manipur. How many talented people are there? I belong to the small hometown, and in the hometown I go back, and it's we just advertised for a primary school teacher, okay? Just nursery ke liye, bacche ke liye. You know, for 2 seats, 16 of them came. Half of them have studied from Delhi. There's no job. No one is doing anything. It's not that no one is not doing anything, but it is not the way that we want. Education level to acha ho gaya, but there's no job opportunity. So, in terms of the venture capital, as you rightly mentioned, suppose we want to start your digital exam center in my hometown, because first is my hometown, and then only I can, even though I'm here, working here, married to a Delhi guy, but my heart and soul belongs to my hometown first, then Manipur, and then the rest. So, if we want to set up a digital exam center, which is so required, because people from all the districts just go to Imphal, which is like, you know, and sometimes from the hills, they have to spend 1 day in Imphal. Kahan rehna hai, wo bhi nahi pata. It's a quite expensive affair, you know. So, how to go if you want to start a digital? This is what I have been thinking in my mind for the last so many months. So, if you can just throw some light on that.
So, of course, you know, you're right. VC ecosystem overall is concentrated in, you know, tier 1 cities, and they have slowly got into tier 2, 3 cities as well. There are a lot of platforms that have gone beyond these cities and have helped, you know, people from tier 2, 3 cities as well set up a lot of businesses. But of course, if we talk about the exposure is much skewed, right? And people in Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi, or any of these states have much more exposure. But at the same time, I think, you know, each state government these days is promoting entrepreneurship a lot. And they are doing a lot of programs in each of these states to foster entrepreneurship, to support entrepreneur. In fact, I'll let you know about, you know, 1 or 2 funds that have born out of these northeastern states, and they are already, you know, trying to support founders there. I'm in touch with a few of them. So I'm happy to make such connections. But of course, it is skewed. I will agree.
When it comes to this venture capital or anything, is it so required all the time that you have to come with the government? Sometimes, you know,
no, venture capitalist is not required for every business. It's just a way of, you know, getting capital to grow business. But look at, you know, industries from last 100 years. Tab kahan tha venture capital, right? So a business can definitely be built without VC money. That's
money nahi hai na. There's no money, then you don't get a loan in Northeast. By the way, here, I'm based in Delhi. Like, we stay here. Here, people, you said all the companies are coming to give you loan. There, you have to run. Nobody gives loan because people don't pay back.
I will talk to you, but build something substantial, money will come.
Yes, that's fine. That's something nice.
You mentioned that, you know, is it important that government support is very necessary? Yes, of course it is very necessary, because the policy supports for the corporates is very important to establish themselves anywhere in the world, right? And it also gives, apart from the government support, it is the people support which is very important. That in what direction they are moving, the communities and the tradition. So you have to create, to get it, you have to create a very positive environment for the venture capitalists and the corporates if you wanted them to be at your place.
So that environment and ecosystem is the one at the end of the day, right?
Now, since we talk, yes, sir. We're taking more questions. Yes, sure, sir. If someone can.
Thank you so much, panelists. It was a very enlightening session. I really enjoyed it. And I could see that all the aspects of the ESG were covered into it: environment, social and growth, innovation by Garima ji. You talked a lot about, Raju ji, you talked a lot about how we can have the inclusivity addressing both the sides, missing the Northeast and also the small donor side. And we have also a wonderful explanation by Sankalp ji and Amar ji about initiating the CSR and what are the missing gaps. मुझे बचपन में एक स्टोरी याद आ रही है. The story says कि किसी बच्चे को एक जार दिया जाता है, उसमें छोटे पत्थर, बड़े पत्थर और एक मिट्टी के साथ फिल करने के लिए, और उसको जल्दी से फिल करना है. तो what that kid do, वो बड़े पत्थर डालता है, उसके बाद छोटे पत्थर डालता है और मिट्टी छोड़ देता है, and jar is not completely filled. So what it is happening that कि बहुत सारी जो मिट्टी, वो जो small donors हैं, दे आर नॉट गेटिंग द एक्सेस, जिसकी वजह से वो जार कंप्लीट भी नहीं हो पा रहा है. सो एक तो मेरा क्वेश्चन इस राउंड है कि कैसी उस मिट्टी को, कैसे उस छोटे डोनर्स को हम लोग आगे लेके आ सकते हैं सो दैट कि वो जार कंप्लीट हो सके. क्योंकि भारत जो गांवों में बसता है, बहुत से हीरोज़ हैं, बहुत से इंडिविजुअल्स हैं जिनके बहुत सारे मंसूबे हैं, ख्वाब हैं, बट उनके पास पंख नहीं हैं. तो उन पंखों को कैसे स्ट्रेंथन किया जा सकता है, एक तो मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है. दूसरा मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि किस प्रकार से हम लोग, जो इतनी बड़ी विभिन्नता पैदा हो गई है, जो इतना बड़ा डिफरेंस पैदा हो गया, particularly talking about North East, I would also like to share that Punjab, which has been a cradle of green revolution, is only getting 1% of the CSR. So वो जो बहुत बड़े स्टोन्स इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं, फाउंडेशन कंपनीज अपनी फाउंडेशन में आ रही हैं, दे हैव नोबल इंटेंशंस आल्सो, बट देयर आर सर्टन मैंडेट्स आल्सो. So how we can address that inequality and can bring such a state कि वहाँ पे वो छोटी मिट्टी भी इकट्ठी हो सके और वो जार completely fill हो सके और एक समृद्ध और वो समावेश ऐसा हो जिसमें कोई निराश भी ना हो. This is my question to the panelist.
Thank you so much, sir, for your question, and I am sure that the panelists would be answering it. However, one of our panelists, he did mention about the strategy which India would be, India is focusing and will be focusing more upon, the right equity principle, the fair equity principle, right? Since I think it was by, yeah. So if you could, just fill in.
I really wish to know कि that how corporates can come forward to pick those heroes, उनको strengthen करें, कैसे उनकी capacity building करें कि वो documentation, project management को समझ सकें, उसमें workout कर सकें.
Sir, I wish I had all the answers. Honestly, I don't have an answer, and I don't think so anybody here will have the answer. And this is an issue that we are flagging. मुझे लगता नहीं कि सामाजिक issues ऐसे होते हैं, सामाजिक मुद्दे ऐसे होते हैं जिसका आपने question दिया और answer आ जाए. At least that's not how I think we at least I don't have the answer. But having said that, मुझे लगता है कि सबसे important मुद्दा यही है कि हम कैसे awareness build करें इसके बारे में. आज इस फोरम में जब हम ये कह रहे हैं कि पंजाब में 1% से कम CSR स्पेंड हुआ है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 3% से ज़्यादा, देखिए बैठे यहाँ पे 100 लोग हैं जो अलग अलग लेवल के लीडर्स हैं, सब लोग लीडर्स हैं अपने अपने क्षेत्र में. नाउ दिस अवेयरनेस will help whenever you meet 10 other people in the boardroom, in the meeting room, in the media. I think there might be media friends. WhatsApp से लोग एक दूसरे को करेंगे. This is how any social transformation is a progressive, organic time. इस तरीके से जब बातचीत करेंगे, we are a democratic institution, we are a democratic country जहाँ हम बातचीत के जरिए से social change की बात करते हैं. मुझे लगता है ऐसे ही बात जब हम करेंगे, things will start changing and people at the decision level. अब मैं एक decision making position में हूँ तो मैं कुछ चीज़ें अपने level पे कर रहा हूँ. सर USAID में है तो सर अपने level पे करेंगे, सर अपने क्षेत्र में है वो अपने level पे करें. I think that's how we need to collectively work together. दूसरा आंसर अगर मैं कहूँ कि small donors कैसे आएंगे, मुझे लगता है smaller donors के लिए भी स्मॉलर डोनर्स, अगर अब मुझे ये नहीं पता आप किसको स्मॉलर डोनर किसको बड़ा डोनर कह रहे हैं, मेरे लिए सब डोनर बराबर है. 10 रुपया और 10 रुपया भी उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है अपनी जगह पे जितना 100 रुपया है. एवरी मनी हैज टू बी स्पेंट प्रॉपरली. अगर आप स्मॉलर डोनर फ्रॉम द अमाउंट की पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से कह रहे हैं, मैं ये कहूँगा कि उस स्मॉलर अमाउंट को भी लोकल लेवल पे लोकल सोल्यूशन के लिए स्पेंड करना चाहिए. वहाँ के लोगों के लिए क्या ज़रूरत है, वहाँ की पर्यावरण के लिए क्या ज़रूरी है, वहाँ की इकोसिस्टम के लिए क्या ज़रूरी है. वी नीड टू कोलैबोरेट एट द लोकल लेवल. अगर आप लार्जर मनी की बात कर रहे हैं तो लार्जर पार्टनर्स के साथ बात कर सकते हैं. मुझे लग रहा है मैं फ्रॉम ए कॉमन सेंस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू बात कर सकूंगा. दिस इज ऑल आई कैन शेयर. रेस्ट माय कोलीग्स हियर कैन शेयर एनीथिंग.
व्हाट आई कैन रिकमेंड हियर इज कि ये CSR कल्चर जो है अभी बिल्ड हो रहा है, इवॉल्व हो रहा है धीरे धीरे. तो व्हेन इट इज़ इवॉल्विंग, अभी ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया ये समावेश का, डॉक्टर मुले हु फाउंडेड दिस, ही हैज़ नेटवर्क, काफ़ी ग्राउंड रूट लेवल तक नेटवर्क है. लेकिन ऐसे प्रोग्राम्स ये अभी दिल्ली में जो हो रहा है ये Tier 2, Tier 3 सिटीज़ में होने चाहिए. सी दिस कैन बी कनेक्टेड. वी आर ऑलरेडी ऑर्गेनाइज देयर क्योंकि वहाँ पे हमारे जो लोकल चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स है, सो वी कैन गेट ऑल दोज टीम्स टुगेदर एंड वी कैन गेट दिस टैलेंट विच इज़ अवेलेबल जो इंडिको के साथ है. वी हैव रियली एक्सपीरियंस टैलेंट हियर. तो ये लोग उधर जाके they can educate, and the entire society will definitely get benefited with this kind of.
और इसमें एक लास्ट मुद्दा मैं शायद ये कहना चाहूँगा, CSR हर समस्या का समाधान नहीं है सर। ऐसा नहीं समझे कि सब CSR अब हमारी पूरी समस्या को सॉल्व कर रहे। CSR एक छोटा सा जरिया है। हमारा कंट्री जितना बड़ा है, जितने कॉम्प्लेक्स इश्यूज हैं, हाँ इसमें अब एक बड़ा पैसा ज़रूर है, उसको सबसे ज़्यादा टारगेट ये होना चाहिए, हाउ इज दिस पब्लिक मनी यूटिलाइज द मोस्ट जुडिशियसली. That should be the responsibility of each and every member sitting in this room. I think if we are able to spend that money collectively in the most judicious manner, मुझे लगता है we have won half the battle. But CSR के बाहर भी बहुत सारे मुद्दे हैं जिनको काम करने की ज़रूरत है. और lastly, I think CSR का जो vocabulary है, language है, भाषा है, strategies हैं, regional और local और language में और regional institutes में, media colleges में, MBA institutes में पढ़ानी चाहिए, so that more and more students and the youth get to know about what are the real social issues in the country. I think ये एक journey है. It is not a destination. We'll have to start the process धीरे धीरे. I think we will be there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. I think. Now really hungry, huh? Thank you.
मैं इसमें बस 2 बातें बोलना चाहूँगा आपको कि जैसे सर ने बोला कि बिग फंडर्स स्मॉल फंडर्स को छोड़ के हमें स्ट्रैटेजिक फंडर्स पे ज़्यादा फोकस करना चाहिए कि फंड्स आर वेरी स्ट्रैटेजिक टू बी इन्वेस्टेड. दूसरा जो आपने कहा कि पंजाब में 1% अभी CSR इन्वेस्ट हो रहा है, बाकी बहुत छोटे छोटे नॉन फॉर प्रॉफिट्स हैं जो रीच आउट नहीं कर पाते हैं. मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि हालात पहले से बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे हैं. अगर यहाँ पे इतनी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज़ के फाउंडर्स और ऑफिशियल्स आके बैठ के अपना टाइम इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं ऐसी चीज़ पे, तो इसका मतलब है कि चेंज हो रहा है. और इसके अलावा जो नॉन फॉर प्रॉफिट्स हैं उनके 2 पूरक होते हैं, एक कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं और दूसरी कम्युनिटी है. वो तो अपना CSR के थ्रू अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन कर दे रहे हैं, पर जो कम्युनिटीज़ हैं, क्या कम्युनिटीज़ उन चेंजेस को अडॉप्ट करने के लिए तैयार हो रही हैं? जैसे कि अगर इन्वायरमेंट के ऊपर मुझे लगता है CSR का सबसे ज़्यादा पैसा जाता है, पर लोग को अगर कोई सेलिब्रेशन करना है, कोई गैदरिंग है, तो उसमें वो प्लास्टिक और थर्मोकोल्स के प्लेट्स लेके आ जाते हैं. पत्तल बनते थे, पत्तल फ्रांस में पाउंड्स में और डॉलर्स में UK या US में बिक रहे हैं, बट हम उसको अडॉप्ट नहीं करना चाह रहे हैं. तो ये कम्युनिटी का बिहेवियरल चेंज सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है किसी भी CSR को सार्थक करने के लिए.
और इसके साथ जोड़ूंगा मैं अगेन, बात खुलती जा रही है. एक्चुअली CSR इन्होंने जो बोला ना, इंडिविजुअल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी प्लान भी शायद हम सबका होनी चाहिए. आप मतलब ये तो बोल लिया कि सरकार को करना चाहिए, कॉर्पोरेट को करना चाहिए, सिविल सोसाइटी को करना चाहिए, मुझे क्या करना चाहिए ये देखना बहुत जरूरी है. Small changes will only come, changes will only come at a small level. And I think this is a fantastic law, what the government is doing, what all of us are doing. It's good. But let's all unite together to make this collective changes at the larger level. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, मैं सर का जो क्वेश्चन था उसी को मैं मेरा एक एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहती हूँ. हमारी NGO है ओम प्रतिष्ठान नाम की, जो पूना में गरीब बच्चों के लिए और 10th के आगे एजुकेशन देने का जो काम है लड़कियों को रूरल एरिया में, वो काम कर रही है. सर ने जो बताया कि किस किस ढंग से, तो हमारी जो 50 लोग हैं जो वॉलंटियर्स हमारे यहाँ जुड़े हैं, इसमें श्रमदान हम करते हैं, कोई ट्रिप लेके जाते हैं, उसमें से एजुकेशन सेक्टर में जो लड़कियाँ रूरल एरिया से है जिनको 10th के आगे, सर क्वेश्चन नहीं है, मैं मेरा एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कर रही हूँ सर. सो ये जो लड़कियाँ हैं इनको हम 50 जो हमारे NGOs. Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Sure, sir.
So,
sure,
thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes,
sir.
Let me just say something. That taking cue from the discussion, we will be taking Samaavesh. In any case, we have decided that we will be taking them to this forum to district level. That will spur the real grassroots growth, because currently people like one who is young lady from Pune, there are thousands of people working, but they need a little bit of boost in their morale, in their work, and the real work can happen if we really go back.
I just want to tell you on an individual basis, on a personal basis, on weekends, I also go and travel with the smaller organizations and try and help them in how do you build the capacity. Whatever मुझे जो समझ में आता है, I also do that sharing. Absolutely. So so it's not something which only corporates kind of thing से नहीं हो सकता. It has to be a uniform process. So that's all.
So thank you all, everyone. And like as it was said, right advocacy takes time. You know, judicious spend of money takes time. Organic and progressive growth takes time. But at least at Samaavesh, we have the ball rolling. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Krishna, for the moderation. I would like to also thank to the 10 News Network is associated with the event as the online media partner. This program is being broadcast live from the 10 News India YouTube channel and Facebook page channelized with more than 10,000 people. So I would like to everyone invite for the lunch, and then after that at sharp 3 we'll be proceeding for the chat session.
Our next speaker is already here, so we can quickly have lunch and join back in 15.
Sure. So by sharp 3 we'll start the session.
Okay, right.
I request everyone to join as soon as possible because we are starting the session. I request Siddharth and Nishkarsh to send everyone inside because we have to start the session. She's before time. Mr. Nishkarsh, can I have a request, please? Can you send everyone inside because we need to start the session? I request everyone to please join back because we are starting the session as our guest has arrived, Dr. Amitabh Srivastav and Dr. Dhyaneshwar Moole. We have them on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? I would invite Ms. Bhumika to kindly provide for the felicitation to Dr. Dhyaneshwar Moole. Dr. Amitabh Srivastav is a visual artist, world first bionic artist in public domain, painter, entrepreneur, imaginer, art educator, visiting professor in School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. I request Dr. Dhyaneshwar Moole to continue with the chat with Dr. Amitabh Srivastav.
थोड़ा सा और भी लोगों को बुलाइए. I don't want them to miss this conversation, particularly when we're talking to a very interesting personality. आइए बैठिए. अगर पीछे वाले थोड़ा आगे आ जाए तो फिर शुरू भी कर सकते हैं. आ रहे हैं क्या? Just 1-2 minutes before everybody joins in, I'll tell you something about movement of positivity, a few sentences, so that you know what we are up to. Well, this is a group of people, which includes you all. This is a group of people who think and act positive. That is the whole philosophy. We are always in a creative and constructive mode. Each one of us is a leader. We believe in creativity, we believe in compassionate approach, and we believe in being constructive in our work and thinking all the time. So this is the movement of positivity, and in Hindi, Achai Ka Abhiyan. And in Marathi also, which is my mother tongue, we call it Sangulpanachi Charwal. Little, each language can, have its own flavor and have its own words. Because अच्छाई जो है, वो हर भाषा में है. अच्छाई के लिए हर शब्द हर भाषा में है. तो without waiting for those who are outside, who are going to be, loss is going to be theirs if they are not here. So this discussion is going to be very different in the sense that we need to have people amongst us who actually symbolize creativity, who symbolize positivity, who symbolize an open mind. Today, all over the world, the rush is for gold, money, finance, venture capital, investment, CSR, and whatnot. But is there something beyond that which makes us what we are, human beings? Right? I always tell people that if you have not studied humanities, then your business knowledge is not going to help you. Then your venture capital and investment is not going to bring any desired results. Ultimately, if we are one, Vishwa Bandhutva, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, agar hum pura universe is one world, then we should have minimum amount of dignity to every person, minimum amount of life, basic minimum life to everyone. If we don't have that, our finances and our riches, they really have no meaning. And COVID has taught us this lesson that पैसे काम नहीं आते. क्या काम आता है? अगर आता भी है तो humanity काम के लिए आती है. So that lesson, somebody here, Amitav, is a living example of creativity. He is not a multi-billionaire. He is not Ambani, Tata or Adani also. He is Amitav Srivastav, who is trying to find meaning and give meaning to life. Okay? So let us, and he uses some very different word to describe himself. One of them is not entrepreneur, but artrepreneur, art, A-R-T, preneur, okay? The other word is biophily. I had not heard this word before meeting him. So let us see what is he going to tell us. And we can start from these two words and what they mean, and thereafter come to the philosophy of your life and your mission in life. Okay?
Thank you so much, Dr. Gyaneshwar Muleji. I'm thankful, from the core of my heart, that you have invited me here to speak. But honestly, I'm not a good speaker. Otherwise, I would have been in politics. But having said that, when we use this word creativity, that means Srijan. Srijan is creativity. Srijanatmakta, birth, Udgam. So it is an origin of your thought. And when you express it in different ways, whatever you are expressing it, it comes to universe in a shape of your thought representation, which can be unique in its own way, and that's a piece of art. So I studied art, I practiced art, I'm a practicing artist, but I believe that like we have entrepreneurship, so I'm using this word entrepreneurship, that every aspect of creativity brings art in itself, and that can become a big business in itself. We are talking about investments, we are talking about startups, we are talking about XYZ, we are talking about unicorn, but what we have a big heritage behind us. If you see right from our first found civilization, when we talk about Indus Valley civilization or Harappa, whatever evidence or whatever remains we have, we can say that the creativity is timeless. And the biggest opportunity of business and as well as knowledge sharing is in art field. So when I'm saying art field is not just painting, because I'm doing that. It's not just painting, it's multi-dimensional. Somebody can do painting, somebody can design cars, somebody can design softwares, somebody can do art installations. So, like one can be an engineer, why can't one can be an Imagineer? Yeah? You imagine, you create, you produce, and it can convert into a business. So, I met Sir in 2012 in New York, and since then I'm die-hard follower of Melissa. And that time also I was coming up with a unique idea, which right now we are already doing. So we are spreading Indian cultural heritage to the different part of the world by having an IP called Bharat Mahotsav, Festival of One India. And Festival of One India, that means, and obviously my organization is called Confluence, which is very similar to Samaavesh. That means Samagam, unification of skill, talent, and leadership. Leadership we have within us, which requires in every field. Knowledge, without knowledge, we cannot create anything. And unification brings all this thing under one platform. So why can't we convert into a multi-billion business when we are already rich with it since Vedic period? So my vision is to take creativity into a new paradigm, into a new sphere where we call metaverse. So we can call a metaverse of creativity, where the design, the origin of design can be celebrated from different spheres of industry. And that's what when I teach my students, so I don't teach the specialized part, but I teach them how to be original, how to create, how to start thinking, how to start design thinking, So this is what I'm doing right now. And
Okay, so basically you might all be knowing there are artists like Van Gogh. We say, what is the most expensive thing? It's not gold or platinum. Frankly, it is art today. Van Gogh's one painting, one hand sketch today fetches millions of dollars. While we're not really for commercialization of art, it's important to see that it's not only finance or commerce alone. The art has really, what we are today as products of evolution is because of art, is because of culture, it's because of literature. So tell us about, you mentioned about Bharat Mahotsav, which you do in many countries. How the idea came, how do you implement, and what is its utility or impact? If you can tell slightly in detail, so that those who are interested in art, culture, literature can also be inspired. Because today everybody is going to, I want to become finance, I want to go to artificial intelligence, nothing wrong in it. But this, let's not forget the human face. I always feel that anything that you do must have a human face. Because the day we lose human face, we become this tripod. We become a camera ourselves. We become a bottle of water. We don't remain what we are. And essence of human beings is wanting to evolve on a continuous manner. And evolution has a sense of improvement in it. Kal tak jo hua, उससे आज बेहतर होना चाहिए, उससे आने वाला कल और बेहतर होना चाहिए. That is the human nature. Are we really able to do that through finances alone, through joint ventures alone, through technology alone, or art can still serve as the basis of improvement, for human evolution? Something that, so you can take Bharat Mahotsav as an example, and you can lay bare the entire structure and philosophy behind it.
Sure, sir. So before before explaining about Bharat Mahotsav, I need to tell you about where I'm coming from actually. So when I started my career as an artist, and I did a lot of painting, sculptures, art installations, and then I thought I'm getting into a typecast system which was which was already there conventionally. So what new I'm adding to it, what I'm giving to society. So I started thinking, and then finally I started thinking that I have to get back to the basics, and that's what COVID taught us lately. So you mentioned the word biophilic. So I'm biophilic. I have a biophilia. So biophilia is a phenomena. It's a love for nature. The term coined is, having a meaning that you have a love for nature. So why not we should get back to our nature, where we start worshipping, nature, our 5 elements. So that's what, that was the starting point. And with this seed, I started working, and I dedicated my life for public art. So I was doing one of the airport. I worked for quite many airport at a conceptual level when I've been invited by Airport Authority of India. So my first airport was recently inaugurated in Agartala Airport. So you can see a lot of local sustainable art, but at the same time usage of environmental friendly material, or I've started upcycling things. So my major concern is how to address environmental concern. And then when I started public art, then I thought that the people who are coming to a public area, they should not see something or so-called modern art where they don't understand a thing. They can engage themselves. There has to be some kind of social and environmental message attached to the concept, where they can be motivated, and they can pass on this information to the generations, because public art is timeless, it's forever. And then I thought that this is getting a static and location centric, because one airport, when people will come to that airport, then only they will get to know what exactly is that. But how about taking this to people, taking this to places where, if you see, we are so culturally rich, we have so much, but we are understated at current point of time in terms of culture as a mainframe business. When I'm saying culture, that means art and culture, both together. Whereas if you see Sotheby's or Christie's, they are at the biggest advantage. They are the celebrity brand, selling masterpieces of Raza or Hussein or Van Gogh or XYZ, you name it, in millions of dollars or billions of dollars. Whereas we have so many Husseins, we have so many Razas in pipeline. So what they will do? How they will reach to that level? The bottleneck is so tight. So I visualize that there has to be a platform where they will get an opportunity to sail through. They have a market. And that's where the word entrepreneurship comes. Every artist can be a businessman and can run their artistic enterprise. That's what entrepreneurship is all about. And within this, with this thought, I created this IP called Bharat Mahotsav, and festival of people were saying New India, New India, New India, but what India? India is north, south, east, west. So one India. So we came up with an idea, Bharat Mahotsav, a festival of one India, where we're not going to celebrate only what what is in controversy, but what is there in our future, what is there, which can transform our life. And whatever we have done so far, a so-called development, but development backed by our own heritage, which should not be diminished, which should not be forgotten, and conserving and saving and restoring this heritage is my vision and mission, and this is what for last 5-6 years I'm doing.
How is the response of foreign people where you have, if you can take one example and tell us what impact it had on the local people? In local meaning in those countries where you have held.
Indian diaspora.
Yeah, a few
I'm sharing you one small incident. We were doing one event in Switzerland, Zurich in Switzerland. So we started engaging the local performing artists, local Indian kids to perform along with us on that particular stage. And when we did that, the result was phenomenal. I mean, the people who are there, they are more homesick, they are more, connected, they are more towards cultural upliftment, and, they follow all the festivals. They're so particular. And the kind of performance happened after that, all of them gave standing ovation, and one of the guests came and instantly rewarded all the little kids with 100 euro, cash prize. It's a small incident, small moment, but this moment was so special, it touched my soul, and then onwards we started collaborating, Indians and Indians abroad, Indian diaspora. And the result and the acceptability is phenomenal. Those who are attached to us, those who are working with us, those who are attending us, they are repeating. They are coming everywhere. So it is not like location-centric now. It's universal, it's global.
Well, thank you. I want to tell you something here, that we are very proud of our economic development, which is all right. Good, many people have come out of poverty, etc., etc. We know all that statistics. But there is another richness which is with us, which we forget about. Our literature, our art, our drama, our languages, our costumes, our cuisine, our movies. Bollywood, Hollywood ko maat deta hai. It's a fact. People cry when they see Bollywood movies in Russia and Central Europe. What I mean to say is, we have a whole treasure of capital with us, which is completely unutilized, often neglected. If you have gone to New York, you will see there is something called Broadway there. Okay? Our tickets are sold for $500, $700, $1,000 there. And here, such outstanding artists we have in our country, whether they are painters, whether they are singers, whether they are musicians, what a diverse treasure we have. And I must say with some regret that we are not really capitalizing on this particular capital. We're not encashing. It's a soft power. Perhaps the best in the world. Nobody can match this quality and this diversity. At one level, we have classical music, classical art, classical drama, dance. At another level, we have folk art, dance, music. You go to Northeast, different colors. You go to Rajasthan, again different colors. You go to Kuchipudi, Kathakali. You know, this is a wealth which we overlook and which is very sad, because which we overlook means it will very soon be forgotten. Just like our languages are extremely rich. What I'm trying to tell you is we need to take this also all over the world, and before that we need to understand that we have this fantastic treasure with us. And you know, I'm glad that some work of this connection Amitabh is doing. Amitabh, coming back to environment side, how does a person who is busy in various things, particularly earning a livelihood, doing a job, rushing to the office 9 o'clock, coming back, getting tired, how does he connect with the nature? He has no time. And we all, actually, as I said, we're rushing after quick buck. Paisa kaise milega, paisa bahut paisa kaisa milega. How do we, you know, sometimes it is a question of survival, sometimes it is a question of greed. In the morning we discussed about green revolution. Yesterday we discussed. But there is something called greed revolution also currently. So from this, how do we take people to nature and make them preserve things? How do we reduce our carbon footprint on a day-to-day basis and on a progressive basis so that this planet can be saved? It's the most beautiful one.
Again, I will quote one example. Recently, we did one very big event in Hollywood in November. And one day we kept for peace tree plantation. That day was dedicated for, that was Global Peace Tree Plantation. So when we did it in Beverly Hills, it was 12th tree in the world and first in LA. So it was a tree plantation, a simple act. But let me ask all of you, how many of you teach your kid how to seed a plant? How to sow a seed? कितने लोग हम लोग बच्चों को बताते हैं कि कैसे पॉटिंग की जाती है, किस तरीके से सीड लगाया जाता है, how to grow plants? It's all here. It's all about mindset. Okay, we are busy, but we are not that busy. We are eating, we are doing everything, we are breathing. So likewise, our responsibility towards environment is not somebody else would do. You have to do it in your own way. Your contribution is yours, starting from your home. I mean, even if you are responsible for your simple steps, like waste disposal. You can start addressing environment with your waste disposal itself. So when you travel, when you see so many people traveling on highway and they just throw a packet of chips or something like that just outside. I mean, so-called affluent people. So it start with a simple effort, and that makes them responsible towards environment. It's all about thought process and mentality. So we have to develop that mentality and inculcate the habit of doing that.
True. I think we can see that generally in conferences, we have plastic bottles. Here, in this, we are these bottles and glass. This is one way of looking at it. Eventually, we must go to water the way our grandparents used to go. It has to become not friendly to us. We have to become water friendly. We have to become tree friendly. Yeah. It is our behavior that needs to be changed and not that of nature. nature is good wherever it is. Wherever we have allowed it to be good, it has remained good. There are good sanctuaries. We got some, animal sanctuaries, bird sanctuaries. But man has encroached. Sometimes I read these news items which says that the tigers are leaving their habitation and coming in the local villages. No, it's not that. We have built villages and habitats in the residence of a tiger, in the residence of a cheetah. We finished certain species. So you would say, how does all this is relevant to Samaavesh? Because if we preserve the planet, we can preserve ourselves. We have destroyed the food chain. We have destroyed the multiplicity of animals, biodiversity of trees, plants, insects, and we are doing it at such pace that we are even gone to the ocean and trying to finish the ocean life also, marine life also. So on the earth, we have created a havoc. Under the water, now we are creating the havoc. The lake where I swam as a child, the river where I enjoyed my childhood, the trees that I really danced on, they do not exist anymore in my village. Forget about cities. All the rivers I have seen in my life, and particularly growing up years, in my village, the river Panchaganga, in Pune, where my first job in the government started as a deputy collector, Mula, Mutha, 2 rivers. In the capital city of India, New Delhi, where I work, started my career in the central government, the Jamuna River, and the river of all rivers, Ganges, sacred, all we have destroyed. What kind of people are we? Are we people or are we demons? Maybe we are demons. But a journey has to start which can really help us reverse our own ways and to some extent retrieve in our own lifetime what we have lost over the last 40, 50, 60 years in the name of development. If development is not based on human values or rather natural values, then there is going to be no development. There is going to be, instead of, it's a beautiful name given to destruction. Think about this. That's why I thought it's important to bring these elements. But anything you would like to say before we open this to the forum?
The threat we are facing right now is e-waste. We are one of the biggest consumer of hardwares, like mobile phones, computers, keyboards, screens. So it's a big threat. So we need to address how to get over with this, a calamity which is impacting our whole ecosystem. And one of such example is if any one of you travel through metro, if you go to IIT Delhi Metro, so on the concourse, I have an art installation. It's a huge installation. So addressing to e-waste, what I did, instead of using canvas or any other material, I've used computer motherboards, the scrapped motherboards as an art installation. So just to show that how we can utilize or responsibly dispose our e-waste, which is really a very big threat nowadays.
True. I'll tell you one interesting thing I did when I was in Maldives. The coral reefs, in most part of the world, they are dying. Again, because of human action, pollution, it's attacking these coral, and they are absolutely beautiful. You might have seen some movies, on the TV or in the National Geographic or Discovery channels. It's something that is out of the world, actually. So when I was in Maldives, I realized that I must contribute something to the coral cause of preserving the coral reefs. So there was a scheme there that you could plant corals. So I did contribute $150, and they I had the scuba diving apparatus on me, and we went to about 30 meters, and we planted the corals there. Okay, generally if you take out some part of the live coral, keep it somewhere in a firm manner attached to the ground, then it takes roots. It doesn't have really roots as it, because it's it's not a plant, it is actually an organism. And unique life form it is. So I planted there. It was some few आप sugar cane के जैसे कांडी होते हैं ना, उस तरह के 3-4 हमने plant किए. And then I went there after 6 months, and lo and behold, it was of course tied to a kind of a iron ring. It had started sprouting, and just imagine the joy that I had. And then for the next 3-4 years, they kept on sending photographs of that particular thing, and it has a particular name, and in the registered, it would be against my name. So this is one thing that has given one of the best joys of my life. That is, that is the joy of creativity, and together we can change. So the other side of this is, if you don't change, we kind of gather kachra. Okay, so I'm going to intervene a little bit and asking Mr. Pandit here, who is going to have shortly organize a kachra festival, which is being supported by Movement of Positivity. अगर 2-3 शब्दों में, 2-3 मिनट में आप अपनी concept बताइएगा, and as you know, we are going to have it as a part of Movement of Positivity. The next is Festival of Kachra. ये ले लीजिए.
आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
when we finish. Okay?
जी, और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी सदस्यों का स्वागत और धन्यवाद. कचरा महोत्सव एक वैसे तो प्रेरणा सर से ही मिली हुई है. हम लोग ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में क्योंकि काम कर रहे हैं आजकल, और बहुत बिल्कुल नीचे रूट लेवल पर काम कर रहे हैं, तो उससे कई चीज़ें पता लग रही हैं कि वहाँ, जैसा कि सर ने भी कहा कि जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एक तरह से कचरा ही है जो बहुत ज़्यादा यहाँ इकट्ठा हो गया है और होता जा रहा है. और बहुत सारी चीज़ें तो इसके पीछे जो हम लोग रिसर्च कर रहे हैं कि विदेशों से कचरा केवल आ रहा है, मतलब दिखाई ये दिया जा रहा है कि आइटम्स आ रहे हैं, लेकिन वो केवल कचरा है और उसका पैसा भी आ रहा है साथ में, जो यहाँ डंप हो रहा है, जो नहीं होना चाहिए. कचरा महोत्सव में हम लोग ये लेकर चल रहे हैं कि जितनी भी चीज़ें जो कचरे से बन रही हैं, हम रिसाइकल करके कैसे उनको डेवलप कर सकते हैं, उस चीज़ को हम लेके आना चाह रहे हैं समाज के सामने, कि सभी को पता लगे कि ये जो आपके घर में कोई चीज़ पड़ी हुई है, इसका कितनी तरीके से प्रयोग हो सकता है, कहाँ कहाँ इसका इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है. वो एक मोटिवेशन लेके आना चाहते हैं. जैसे कि कचरे से समाज के अंदर जो हमारे जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट का एक जो ग्रुप होता है, बाकायदा बैंड जो होता है, केवल कचरे से बने हुए इंस्ट्रूमेंट के साथ में इतने ज़बरदस्त बैंड हैं कि शायद वो इंटरनेशनल तक इस समय पर काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत लेवल पे, लेकिन बने हुए कचरे से ही हैं. मतलब वो ओरिजिनल उसके नहीं है. ड्रम है तो वही जो उठाया हुआ है या उसकी शेप लेके बनाया हुआ है, इस तरह का है. पेंटिंग्स क्या क्या बनाई जा सकती हैं कचरे से, जो घर में या आसपास में जो कचरा आपका इस्तेमाल होता है, हम उसको क्राफ्ट के रूप में, आर्ट के रूप में घर में कैसे सजा सकते हैं, इसका इस्तेमाल उसके अंदर हम दिखाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं. इस तरह से जो कचरा महोत्सव है कि 4-5 चीज़ों का हमने उसमें रखा है. पेंटिंग कंपटीशन उसके अंदर हम रखना चाह रहे हैं, उसके अंदर ये म्यूज़िक का कंपटीशन है, आर्ट का उसके अंदर कंपटीशन है, और इन सारों का जो शायद अप्रैल में, जैसा कि सर सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं, इसका आयोजन होने की तैयारी चल रही है. और आप सभी लोगों का अगर सहयोग रहेगा तो हम चाहते हैं कि बहुत अच्छा ये आयोजन हम लोग शायद कर पाएंगे. धन्यवाद.
Thank you very much. We will let you know when we start. We have the basic framework of the festival. But meanwhile, we can take 1 or 2 questions. any of you want to ask anything about culture, about how to go about it, because a lot of work can be done in this area, and it can be eventually very remunerative also.
I'm very happy that Arunachal, wow, it was very good. So, but talk about the earlier phase of your struggle, and that will inspire the people who are requiring it right now.
I belong to a very modest family. My father was in defense research, and me, my brother, sister, and my family members, so all we could inherited is education and knowledge, whatever was there. And just after finishing my graduation, I shifted to Delhi. I still remember this Indrapuram was not there at that time. And I started my career, from that location, and started doing a job, whatever that time I could get it. And after that, I worked so hard, and the design and creativity was inside me. I mean, I was living the creativity in and out. I was breathing creativity. So Delhi was full of exporters. So one of the export house I joined as a designer, and that is where the career, literally I started my career. And my design sold for 3 to 4 years non-stop at JCPenney stores. And I used to work 72 hours, 48 hours at a stretch, unless and until the shipment is gone. So that was my first step to establish my creative concept, and within whatever resources were there. And then I started, I've started my own creative work, commissioned work, and exhibitions and all that. So it's a long journey of almost 20 years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, recently I have experienced that today also when I was coming in a bus, there was a person who was playing duffly and was singing bhajans. Nobody paid importance. Had it been a theater or a cinema hall, everybody would have given importance. Everybody would have paid thousands of rupees to, just watch a movie. We are essentially losing out on our culture. Recently, I also went to Delhi Hart. There is a person there who sells iktara. I never knew what iktara is. And till then, I had no idea. When I started listening to that person, I got to know that, yeah, in our Indian culture, we have something called as iktara as well. And then I realized that we are definitely going into digitalization. We are getting into blue economy. We are getting into other economies, other structures as well. But we are missing out on our culture. We are forgetting what our history was. And when it comes to, when people are working, because there is a person near my house who plays flute and then he earns money. He is a blind person. Sir, first question, how to instill that sense of importance or sense of significance in a person's mind that culture is there, it is very essential for our own survival as well. And second thing, sir, when there is a person who is earning money from, let's say, a talent-based approach or talent-based resources he is earning. So, sir, how can we generate employment for that person? How can we empower that person? And the first question.
You nailed it, Really, you nailed it, because this is the need of the time. And we have the biggest tool with us. We are blessed to have this tool, your so-called social media, You just mentioned that somebody was playing duffly or something like that, and singing. But you must be knowing about Ranu Mandal, or the lady who was singing in station and the social media, she got viral and finally she was able to, reach to that level where she can do a playback singing. So whatever you have ended up with a question mark that how we can empower, how we can change. It's all about the thought process, how we think. In West, when you travel in Europe or any other country, you will see a lot of artists performing on the roadside or subways or, so that process is called busking, They get busking license from the authority, and they perform and they get paid by visitors and all, Now, there's a change in India. Lot of folk performers or people like you have mentioned, those who perform and they earn, their earning and their acceptance or respect level is not that great as compared to the busking ones. And you will see lot of new generation artists, they are busking in malls or Connaught Place or any other area, and they have millions of likes. They have YouTube channel. They are getting paid. So there are two ends. We need to, so my final concluding point is, we have Niti Aayog, okay? And if you talk about culture, we have Ministry of Culture, we have ICCR, we have Lalit Kala, we have, whatnot. Lot of government bodies and authorities are there. They're working in their own individual capacities, but not working unanimously. So, like, I suggest that Samaavesh, and with the help of Melissa, we should reach to that situation where we can create a cultural Aayog like Niti Aayog, having multiple dimensions into it, like how to empower art and culture, how to make it a business, how to spread the word, how to use the digital world, how to use AI into it, you can encapsulate the whole concept in one platform. So why can't we have a cultural committee like Niti Aayog, a cultural Aayog?
Question is, can movement of positivity start something for the street artists?
Why not?
Who are, they are just playing, and try and get them some, maybe we can curate a program of them and stage it in
not only curate, we can organize a competition, and we can have the best of the performers, and the best of the performers can get the best recognition and the career as well. Why not?
So I think let us, Sachi, she is also part of Movement of Positivity.
Wow.
Amitabh is also
I'm already
part of
there.
Positivity. So take this forward, and it will be one of the activities in the, maybe.
In fact, this can be a segment within our Bharat Mahotsav. So if we have such performing artists, we can take them to the world.
See, we don't have to look at government to do anything and everything. We can do so many things. Only thing is we need to put our hands together, our hearts together, our souls together. So that is the message.
Previous session, somebody said, it is not about the amount of donation is important. 10 rupees bhi important hai and 10,000 bhi. Somebody said that. So it's all about the contribution, and if we can contribute individual, at individual level, at corporate level, or whatever level, but if we can build this IP or build this platform to give platform to such artisans and artists at local level. Those affluent artists, they have already paved their way, or somebody, for them, they did it. But we have phenomenal talent, in rural areas, in villages, and in other areas, where they don't see even the light of the day, but they don't get what they are capable of. So we can curate those people.
That's right. That's right. Anyone else? One more question we can take before we break.
I just want to add one more thing over here, like I'm just taking 2 more minutes. What I personally believe, in India, whatever the good cause we are doing that we will be get fined by the government, by the agencies. Otherwise, with the heart, nobody is doing. And that's the fact. So why not we embed this thing into the curriculum of the, at the school level, so that, because we normally say, bachpan mein kahani sunte the ki kachi mitti, pakki mitti. So the soft clay, we can mold it in any way, we can shape it. So it's always better to give kids ethics towards the nature as well, so that they can be a part towards all this thing, ताकि nature का ख्याल रखा जा सके. Why I'm talking about this, because I am from a charity and we run 130 schools. And we have embedded that thing into our kids. We are running schools and we're providing education to 70,000 kids right now. The main center which we have, it's in Himachal, it's a boarding school, and around 2,500 kids studying over there. So what we have done in the last 15 years, nobody forced us. Government says, the rule says that you can dump your waste, food waste and all the wastage. We have a hospital as well. They say that we can dump it in anywhere in the free space. We never dumped any of our waste in the last 15 years. What we have done, we have utilized everything. We are making organic khad with the green food, green waste. And what we are making with the, as we are running schools, so there's lots of paper waste. What we are making, we are diluting the paper and we are making the files with them. And those files we are using in our schools. And then with the food waste, and normally we get packages of aluminum packaging in kurkure, chips and all, we get in aluminum packaging. We are making bricks of this aluminum wastage, and that we have already patented. So we have made bricks and we have made pots for the flowers and all. So this should be, used and managed by all the big institutes. Otherwise, we will be discussing the same thing after 10 years, and we will be in more, you can say, in buri situation, I would rather say.
Sir, I completely agree with you that it has to be inculcated at the school level.
Of course.
But believe me, I studied in Kendriya Vidyalaya in Jalgaon district, Maharashtra. And those curriculum in Central School or Kendriya Vidyalaya, everything was covered. We used to have different houses, and we used to, every Saturday, we used to have cultural programs, competitions, and field excursions. These new public school system, the culture, when that came, the whole thing got finally diluted. And this is where we need to actually intervene, because we have much better means to inculcate. So why not? So I agree with you that we have to revive our own thing and equip it with the new technology.
So we have to make it as a part of their curriculum and ethics only. And one more thing, I'm just concluding. This is because of all this thing, our main center, the village where we are running school, it has been nominated and got the 4 times as a cleanest village of Himachal. We have won that award 4 times in last 10 years. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. I think what you said is very important, that those virtues and values have to be really inculcated at a very early age. And I think some of this can be demonstrated or showcased during the Kachra Mahotsav that really we are keen to have. So please do, आपके पास ही बैठे हैं, number exchange करके, create a vibrant program whereby, it can go to thousands and millions. And actually, part of the festival can happen, should happen on the Ghazipur dump yard, rather than having it in a, AC hall somewhere. let us smell our own dirt and ugliness, to feel nausea about it, and to, kind of ignite some kind of a feeling that we have to preserve our earth. No one else is coming to our rescue. No alien, no UFO, and no planet or no star. It is, we are ourselves stardust. We have the power of sun within us. It's really putting that energy into use. And what better than Kachra Mahotsav?
सर एक सजेशन कचरा महोत्सव के लिए होगा. आई वाज लिसनिंग टू यू जब आप बता रहे थे इसके बारे में. So the terminology when we use recycled, so a normal tendency of anybody, thinks that recycled is the second grade material, right? So why not we use upcycled material? So use more upcycle rather than recycle. So when you use upcycle, when you're upcycling things, it's already superseded the normal parameter. So that will change the thought process.
Sure, I think we have more or less come to an end. Would you like to make any parting comments? Or anybody from the audience would like to say anything about environment, art, culture, literature, dance, drama, movies, and how to use them? साध्वी जी आ गई है, स्वागत है आपका साध्वी जी. Wonderful. So with this, we conclude, and not really conclude, we continue into another session. Life is one. It's not linear, as our friends from West would like to believe us. And Sadhviji will tell you, it's really cyclical. And, karma theory gets set in everything that we do. So thank you, Amita, for that
Thank
wonderful
you so much. My concluding line is,
yes.
Sarve bhavantu sukhina.
Sarve
Let
santu
everybody
niramaya.
be happy and content.
Sarve bhadrani pashyantu ma kaschit dukkha bhag bhavet. Thank you so much.
So before we proceed towards the last valedictory session, Mr. Jagannath Patil from NAC couldn't join us due to some emergency. So we are having his video. We'll take just 3 minutes to have his video and then continue with the valedictory session. Can I request IT team to continue with the video?
Present in this wonderful Samaavesh summit under the visionary leadership of Ambassador Dr. Daneshwar Mureji, Positive Rishi Kumarji, and illustrious team of Positivity Movement. Through the social media, but due to technical reasons, I am not in a position to participate live in the conversation. So I'm just taking a couple of minutes to share my thoughts. Namaskar, greetings to all from Bangalore. It is quite unfortunate that I am not being able to physically present in this wonderful Samaavesh summit organized under the visionary leadership of Ambassador Dr. Daneshwar Mureji, Positive Rishi Kumarji, and illustrious team of Positivity Movement. My session on quality and skill education, I have been following it through the social media, but due to technical reasons, I am not in a position to participate live in the conversation. So I'm just taking a couple of minutes to share my thoughts on that important aspects of quality, affordable education and role of the CSR. we know that the new education policy, national education policy, has envisaged that in order to realize all the dreams of developed India or Vishwaguru India, we need to engage into a lot of efforts. One of the most important thing that we need to do is to increase our investment, not spend, but investment in education up to 6% of the GDP. Unfortunately, from the first education commission, Kothari Commission of 1960s till now, every education commission has recommended that we need to increase our investment in education, all category of education, primary education, secondary education, higher education, up to level of 6%. But unfortunately, it has never happened. In fact, in last few years, we are seeing the declining trend of the educational investment from states as well as the center. And therefore, it is imperative that CSR and other contributions for the purpose of educations are very much essential for India if we really want to fulfill our aspiration of becoming Vishwaguru, because the aspiration of Vishwaguru will not come true unless we invest seriously in quality higher education, in quality primary education, in quality secondary education. All the reports that we get right from the Pratham or from the Acer or various evaluation reports or international rankings, what we heard that even though we have made considerable progress in terms of quantity of education by reaching almost 100% of literacy levels at primary or secondary level and reaching the GER of 30% in
So as we come to the end of the second day, we want to end with a grand valedictory ceremony in august presence of Sadhvi Bhagwati ji. Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati, PhD, is a renowned spiritual leader, author and motivational speaker based in Rishikesh. I request ma'am to join us on stage, please. I request Dr. Dhyaneshwar Mule to join us on stage, please. I request Sri Kapil Khanna ji to join us on stage. I request Mr. Positive Rishi Kumar to join us on stage, please. I request Dr. Mule to felicitate ma'am with the Ladakhi Khata, a traditional ceremonial gift given in Ladakh. Can we have a huge round of applause? So before we proceed further, I would like to invite Mr. Ashok Motwani, Executive Editor of DS Pero Times and author, to okay.
Maybe Ashok can do the vote of thanks.
Okay.
But we proceed further.
Okay. So proceeding further, I would like to invite Sri Kapil Khanna amid us. Mr. Kapil Khanna is one such personality who has proved both success and worth. After doing BSc from Delhi University, Mr. Kapil ji got involved in his ancestral business. His entire family is associated with Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh. While doing social service work through an organization committed to social change like Sant Ishwar Foundation, he got involved in the work of encouraging and honoring individuals and organizations engaged in the work of empowerment of the unprivileged. I request sir to address the gathering.
We are blessed with the presence of Sadhviji from Rishikesh, and We have esteemed panel with us. I compliment to both of you, all of you, and to all of us who have to get together on this today's occasion and to celebrate and to move ahead with the vision of Seva. मेरे जीवन के एक अनुभव है सन 2017 का। लंदन में जाना हुआ था और लंदन में इंपीरियल वॉर मेमोरियल में जब हम गए तो अंदर जाते ही सबसे पहले एक तस्वीर थी। अंग्रेज़ों की तरफ से लड़ने वाले ब्रिटिश आर्मी के एक हिंदू सैनिक ने अपनी शत्रु देश जो फ्रांस था उस समय, उसकी एक भूखी महिला को अपना खाना दे दिया और ये तस्वीर इंपीरियल वॉर मेमोरियल में आज भी लगी हुई है। एक समाचार मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूँगा, लगभग उसी समय का है। 18 मई 2018 को हम सबको एक समाचार शायद ध्यान होगा, हमने देखा था कैम्पलून इंडियन रेजिडेंशियल स्कूल ब्रिटिश कोलंबिया कनाडा में मास ग्रेव्स मिली थी। किनकी थी वो ग्रेव्स? जब उसकी खोजबीन की गई तो बच्चों की उसमें शरीर मिले, मृत शरीर। ब्रिटिश कोलंबिया प्रशासन और कनाडा सरकार ने उस समय तय किया और इस सब की खोज की गई। जब पूरी स्टडी की गई, पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की गई, तो पता चला कि एक शतक में लगभग 113 वर्षों में हजारों बच्चों की मृत्यु इन रेजिडेंशियल स्कूल्स में हुई है। ये रेजिडेंशियल स्कूल्स चर्च के द्वारा चलाए जाते थे और मुख्य उद्देश्य ये रहता था कि जो बच्चे वहाँ के हैं, जो एथनिक लोग हैं, जो वहाँ के मूल निवासी हैं, वो अपनी सभ्यता को भूलें, उनको उनकी सभ्यता से दूर करके क्रिश्चियनिटी की तरफ लाना। और इस सारे कार्य के अंदर हजारों बच्चों की मृत्यु भी हुई। विषय था कि उनको पढ़ाया जाएगा। जब इसको पूरा स्टडी किया गया और कंपेयर किया गया, वर्ल्ड वॉर II जिसको सबसे क्रूरतम लड़ाई माना जाता है, उसमें मरने वालों की संख्या 1:27 थी और इन विद्यालयों में पढ़ने वाले बच्चों में मरने वाले बच्चों की संख्या 1:25 थी। ये कुछ एक कंपैरिजन है। अभी हमने देखा 3 वर्ष पहले कोरोना महामारी से पूरा विश्व त्राहिमाम कर रहा था। हमने 3 विचारधाराएं उस समय देखी विश्व में। एक विचारधारा जिसको हम कम्युनिज्म कहते हैं, डिनायल के मोड में थी। समस्या वहां से प्रारंभ हुई, बीमारी वहीं से आई। उसका समाधान की तरफ कुछ कार्य करना, उसमें विश्व को बचाने की तरफ कोई कार्य करना, ये तो छोड़िए। उसकी जगह जो उनकी अपनी फैक्ट्रियों में बनते थे पीपी किट, फेस मास्क या जो भी इक्विपमेंट्स, वो सबके सबके बारे में उन्होंने कीमतें उनकी 5 गुना 10 गुना बढ़ा दी। और यही समय पर एक दूसरी सभ्यता हमने देखी, दूसरी विचारधारा हमने देखी, जो पाश्चात्य विचारधारा है। हम जाते हैं यूरोप में, हम जाते हैं फ्रांस में, हम जाते हैं इंग्लैंड में, हमें बड़ा अच्छा लगता है, वहाँ सब कुछ बड़ा व्यवस्थित लगता है। ऐसा लगता है कि प्रशासन सबसे ज़्यादा सिस्टमैटिक यहीं चलता है और हम यहीं पर रह जाएं कुछ देर और। वहाँ के अस्पताल सबसे सुंदर और अच्छे लगते हैं। पर यही समय पर हमने देखा कि जैसे ही ये बीमारी आई, वहाँ पर सारा सिस्टम, वहाँ का सारा प्रशासन अस्त व्यस्त हो गया। वहाँ पर प्रशासन की तरफ से वहां के निवासियों की चिंता करने वाला भाव नहीं नजर आया। उस सब के साथ में निवासी भी प्रशासन का सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे थे। अगर लॉकडाउन किया जाता था तो वहां पर एजिटेशन हो जाता था। और यही समय पर जब उन्होंने वैक्सीनेशन बनाई, डेवलप की, जिनकी काफी कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी उनके साथ थी, तो उस वैक्सीनेशन को उन्होंने $200 $300 कीमत पर देशों को बेचा। और बेचने के साथ में ये टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन डाली कि अगर इस वैक्सीनेशन का कुछ दुष्प्रभाव हुआ तो उसके लिए आप इन कंपनियों पर कोई केस नहीं कर सकते हैं। ऐसी कंडीशन के ऊपर उन्होंने इसको दिया। यही समय पर हमने हमारे देश में देखा, हमारा इस समस्या से कुछ लेना देना नहीं था, शायद इसके समाधान में भी हम सहभागी नहीं बन सकते थे। हमारा मेडिकल फ्रेटर्निटी इतना एडवांस नहीं था कि ऐसी वैक्सीनेशन डेवलप कर पाए। हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज इतने सक्षम नहीं थी कि पीपी किट और इन सब इंडस्ट्रियल मास्क वगैरह, ये जो मास्क थे मेडिकल मास्क, इनके बारे में कुछ कार्य कर पाए। हमारे प्रशासन ने उस समय निर्णय लिया लॉकडाउन का। हम सब ने उस निर्णय में साथ दिया। और ना सिर्फ साथ दिया, उस समय हमने अपने परिवार की चिंता करने के साथ साथ अपने पड़ोसी, आसपास के सब लोगों को अपना परिवार समझते हुए उनके लिए राशन देना, उनके लिए भोजन देना, जगह जगह सीता रसोइयां बनाकर हमने कार्य शुरू कर दिए। ऑक्सीजन की जब कमी आई तो जगह जगह हमने ऑक्सीजन सेंटर बना दिए। हमारे जितने भी रिलीजियस प्लेसेस हैं, चाहे गुरुद्वारे हों चाहे मंदिर हों, उन सब ने अपने द्वार खोल दिए। वहां पर कोई भी आकर भूखा भोजन कर सकता था। और ये सब करते हुए किसी की जात पात, किसी का धर्म ये नहीं देखा। प्रशासन ने भी इस समय पर अपनी इंडस्ट्रीज को सबको जगाया और इंडस्ट्रीज ने साथ दिया। जिस देश में एक भी मेडिकल मास्क नहीं बनता था, एक भी पीपी किट नहीं बनती थी, आज वो दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर बन गया। वैक्सीनेशन में हमारे पास तकनीक नहीं थी, हमने वो तकनीक ली और लेकर विश्व की सर्वोत्तम वैक्सीन हमने अपने यहां डेवलप की, जो सबसे ज्यादा सेफ थी, और उसको हमने कमर्शियली नहीं बेचा। हमारे यहां 300 करोड़ से ज्यादा वैक्सीन भारत के निवासियों को फ्री दी। और इस सब के साथ 70 से ज्यादा देशों में हमने अपनी वैक्सीन फ्री भेजी। हमारे प्रशासन ने भी निर्णय लिया और इन 3 वर्षों से वो लगातार 70 करोड़ से ज्यादा निवासियों को फ्री राशन दे रहे हैं। और उस योजना को अभी पिछले मास ही अगले 1 वर्ष के लिए भी बढ़ा दिया गया है। ये क्या दर्शाता है? ये हमारी संस्कृति, हमारा धर्म और हमारा स्वभाव इसको दर्शाता है। सेवा हमारे लिए कोई कार्य नहीं है। विश्व का कल्याण हमारे लिए और उसकी चिंता करना कुछ ऐसा नहीं है, कोई विशेष कार्य है या जिसके बारे में हमें सोचना पड़ता है। ये हमारे स्वभाव में है। हमारे स्वभाव में ही है कि पूरा विश्व एक है, हमें उसकी चिंता करनी है। और जब कोई हमारा भाई विश्व में कहीं पर भी मुश्किल में आएगा तो हम स्वयं आगे बढ़कर अपने चिंता बाद में करेंगे, उसकी पहले करेंगे। इस सबको हमने दर्शाया। यही भाव, यही सारी सृष्टि, इस सब के साथ में जब हमने मिलकर कार्य किया तो हमने देखा कि आज भारत विश्व में सबसे पहले इस समस्या से बाहर निकला है। और ना सिर्फ स्वयं निकला है, अपने साथ में अनेक देशों को भी आगे निकाल कर लाया है। हम सब आज एकत्रित हुए हैं सेवा के विषय पर चर्चा करने के लिए। मुझे लगता है कि चर्चा करने से ज्यादा सिर्फ अपनी संस्कृति को, अपने मूल स्वभाव को हमें सिर्फ याद करने की आवश्यकता है। हम सब गुरुद्वारों में गए हैं, हम सब मंदिरों में गए हैं, लंगर वहां पर स्वतः ही होता है। गुरु की सेवा का एक हिस्सा है लंगर। कुछ वहां विशेष कार्य नहीं किया जाता लंगर करके। हमको सिखाया ही यही जाता है, हमारे धर्म में बताया यही जाता है। हम उसको याद रखकर अपनी इस संस्कृति को आगे बढ़ाते हुए, इसके मूलभूत भाव को अपने में लेते हुए आगे बढ़ेंगे तो मुझे लगता है हम सबका यहाँ एकत्रित होकर आगे कार्य करने का उद्देश्य पूर्ण होगा। यही मैं कामना आप सबसे करता हूँ कि आज हम यहाँ एकत्रित हुए हैं और यहाँ से हम इस शिक्षा को, इस ज्ञान को, इस अपने पुराने स्वभाव को वापस याद करते हुए आगे बढ़ें। हमें कोई देखने की आवश्यकता नहीं है पाश्चात्य सभ्यता से कि वहाँ पर किस तरीके से सेवा करनी है। कोई बिल गेट्स हमें आकर आदर्श नहीं बताने वाला है, हमारे स्वभाव में है, हमारी संस्कृति में है। हमें उनसे कोई सीखने की कुछ आवश्यकता नहीं है। हम सिर्फ अपनी संस्कृति को याद रखकर आगे बढ़ेंगे तो हम अपने उद्देश्य को पूर्ण कर पाएंगे, मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। आप सबका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। आप यहाँ एकत्रित हुए, इस विषय पर चर्चा करने के लिए आगे आए और आपने मुझे समय दिया, इसके लिए धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. I request Sadhvi ji to address the audience.
Most respected Sri Dhaneshwar Muleji, our most respected Sri Kapil Khanna ji, most respected Sri Positive Rishu Kumar. What a name. I love that. हाँ, वैसे सबके लिए थालियां बजाना है, लेकिन this name is so beautiful. And all of you. जब श्री मुले जी का invitation आए to come to this conference on environment, social, and governance, Samaavesh, this integration, this coming together for the nation, but on these themes, I said definitely. सूबे ऋषिकेश से चले, अभी कुछ मिनट पहले पहुंच गए और फिर वापस जाएंगे. This is a critical topic. There's a story of 3 men who are stranded on a boat in the middle of the ocean. And naturally, because they're under stress, they start to fight. And as they fight, they decide, let us divide this boat into 3 separate compartments, ताकि each man can have his own part of the boat, फिर लड़ाई नहीं होगा. So obviously they're not stranded in a boat with duct tape, so they make these invisible lines. After some time, 2 of the men look over, and they notice that a leak has sprung in the 3rd man's part of the boat. And they say, do something, stop up your leak. This boat is going to sink. We're all going to drown. And the 3rd man says, oh, don't worry. It's only leaking in my part of the boat. Now, I love that story because we all understand invisible and imaginary lines, or no invisible or imaginary lines. A leak in any part of the boat is going to bring the entire thing down. लेकिन अपने जीवन में हम ऐसे जीते हैं, हम खूब सारे ध्यान देते हैं कुछ चीज़ों को, अपने careers, अपने bank accounts, अपनी social standing, कहाँ invitation मिला, हमारे कपड़ों को, हमारे चीज़ों को, नया मोबाइल, नया गाड़ी, नया घर, जो भी है, खूब सारे ध्यान देते हैं. But what we don't pay attention to, that part of the boat in which a leak has sprung, is that part of our natural environment. हमको लगता है वो कहीं और है. ये जो climate change की चीज़ वो कहीं और हो रहा है. Glaciers तो कहीं और है. Rising sea waters कहीं और है. नदियाँ जो सूख रहे हैं वो कहीं और है. कहीं और नहीं है. And when there is a leak in that part of the boat, sabhi dub jayenge. We're going to drown together. We are in this boat together. That which is happening in Iceland, in Greenland, in the Arctic, in the Himalayas, in the Amazon, and across this nation. It's our boat. The United Nations has said that by 2040, the world is only going to have half the water it needs. India will reach there, they say, by 2030. That's basically tomorrow. Jitna पीने की जल हमें चाहिए, इतनी आधा होगा. 6-7 साल में आधा करेंगे क्या? जल तो जीवन है, उसके बिना कोई जी नहीं सकते हैं. But we are not working for it. And this is where we all have to come together. लोगों को लगता है वो तो सरकार का काम है, लेकिन हम सरकार से अलग नहीं है. Doesn't matter what political party you may be. It doesn't matter what your political views may be. None of it matters. We are the governance structure. It's not about someone else's responsibility. अनशन तो बहुत हो गया, अब एक्शन का टाइम आ गया. We have to act together. कोई जब मैं अंदर आ रही थी, कोई बात कर रही थी कर्म के बारे में. If you ask, what is our destiny? What is predestined for us? मैं आपको ये कहना चाह रही हूँ, आज जो आप करने जा रहे हैं या कर रहे हैं आज, that is the pre of your destiny. हमको लगता है कि predestined मतलब हजारों साल पहले कहीं आकाश में किसी ने कुछ लिखा हमारे जीवन के बारे में. Predestined मतलब जो मैंने किया in the past, 1 hour ago, 10 minutes ago, a year ago, 10 years ago, a lifetime ago. Those actions are creating my destiny right now. Is the pre of that which is predestined for you and for everyone. लोग कहते हैं अरे वो जो तो मेरे भाग्य में लिखा हुआ है वही होगा, लेकिन भाग्य कौन लिख रहे हैं? हम लिख रहे हैं. It's not like a ghost author of a book. Name someone else's, but actually written by someone else. We are creating our destiny. And that is why we need to work for water every day. Parents get up and they go to work ताकि पैसा कमाएंगे, ताकि उनकी बच्चों को मौका मिलेगा. They should get good education, they should have good opportunities, and that's wonderful. करना चाहिए. लेकिन जब तक शुद्ध जल ना हो, जब तक शुद्ध हवा ना हो, जब तक शुद्ध मिट्टी ना हो, doesn't matter what type of degrees they're getting, what titles they're getting. Without clean air to breathe, water to drink, soil in which to grow our food, nothing matters. So as we work for our children, we have to work to also make sure that along with giving them the cars, along with giving them the money and the education, that we are working to give them an environment that is healthy and livable. We're celebrating 75 years of India's independence this year. And yet, we are still impacted very negatively by the influence of too much from abroad, too much foreign influences here that's negative. And I can say this as somebody coming from abroad. Somebody here says that you may think, oh, they're, complaining, criticizing, jo bhi hai. But मैं तो खुद विदेश से हूँ, 26 साल से माँ गंगा की कृपा से ऋषिकेश में रहने के अवसर मिला. But मैं आपके साथ बस संक्षेप में शेयर यही करना चाहती हूँ कि our independence is not just independence to rule. It must be independence to think also. We are ruling independently, but we're not thinking independently. We've got foreign influence telling us the chemicals and the pesticides to use in our crops, that which is banned and has been banned for 30, 40, 50 years in America, in Europe, in England. भारत में आ रहे दवाई के नाम पे. That which is killing us, दवाई के नाम पे आ रहे हैं. From foreign companies that cannot sell their toxic chemicals anywhere abroad. They're coming here. And they're being used in our fields. We're getting the foreign way of thinking about development. That somehow development means cutting down trees, building factories, covering dirt with concrete, creating smoke going up in the air from smokestacks. This vision of development is deforesting our Himalayas, polluting our air, turning our water undrinkable. And even more importantly, it's ruining our minds. उससे ही हमारा जो मन मांगे more का चक्कर जो है, उससे है. ये अपनी संस्कृति नहीं है. भारतीय संस्कृति एक ऐसा संस्कृति नहीं है जिसमें मन मांगे more चीजों को. This is a way of thinking that we have been indoctrinated with from other cultures, trying to sell us things. We've been given a foreign definition of success, a definition that says success is how much is on your shelf. अपनी संस्कृति में हम कहते हैं success is when you recognize the fullness of yourself. But now we are going along with this idea of successes. मेरा shelf पे कितना है? How many things have I earned? Have I bought? This vision of success that's all about buying more, having more, earning more. अब we've reached a state where अपने बिस्तर जो है सोना से बनते हैं, लेकिन नींद लाने के लिए गोली खानी पड़ती. Mahatma Gandhi said, what is the point of running so fast when we're running in the wrong direction? और इसलिए हमें अपनी संस्कृति में वापस आना है. It actually has. It has the answers not only for what ails us in our minds and hearts, but it actually has the answers for what is ailing us in our environment, in our way of living. Number one, we remember that the creator and the creation are not separate. Upanishad में कहते हैं ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत् किंचा जगत्यां जगत तेना त्यक्तेना भुञ्जिता मागृतः कस्य स्वित्तनम्. Everything in the universe is pervaded by the divine. That means every blade of grass, it means every tree, it means every river, it means every animal living in the river, living on the banks of the river. It means every human living downstream, suffering from the waste we are dumping in the river. It means every farmer getting cancer, whose children are getting birth defects because of the chemicals we are dumping in the fields. It means our earth. It is all pervaded by that divine. So we have to remember that. The elements themselves are sacred, are holy. In the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna reminds us, teaches us, Patram pushpam phalam toyam, yo me bhaktya prayachati, tadaham bhaktyupratam ashnami prayatatmana. It means, whatever the devotee offers to me, a leaf, a flower, a fruit, water, I accept it with love. But मैं भक्ति की ओर अभी नहीं जा रही हूँ. मैं केवल उसमें जा रही हूँ that the 4 examples that Krishna Bhagwan gave, he didn't say whoever gives me a Mercedes or a mansion or a diamond ring or gold-plated this or gold that. What are the examples of that which we offer to God that he gave? That which is natural. Now, if we're going to offer leaves and flowers and fruit and water to God, naturally it must be clean. कोई अपनी टॉयलेट से जल तो नहीं लेंगे पूजा के लिए. Obviously, कोई sewer से पानी तो नहीं लेंगे इस पूजा के लिए. It means we need clean water. We need clean leaves. We need clean fruit. We need clean flowers. We need clean air when we do arati. Who's going to wave polluted, toxic air over the divine? It reminds us. This was the brilliance of our rishis and our saints and our sages who had us offering the 5 elements in puja. Why? God doesn't need our water. God's not saying, God, I'm thirsty. I wish someone would give me water. We offer the elements to remind us they are sacred. 2 more quick ones. Number 1, live simply. Live simply. यही भी अपनी संस्कृति है. Stop having man mange more of things that come in plastic packaging, things that are produced in factories that spew their waste into the air and the soil and the water. Let mange more opportunities to serve, to be an instrument in God's hands, to do seva. That's what we should be asking more of. More bhakti, more gyan, more karma yoga, more community opportunities. Buying organic and local. This is a beautiful program our Honorable Prime Minister started of buying locally. Why? Because then you don't need the packaging, you don't need the transportation. You're giving livelihoods to people. I'll give you one quick example about this. We live in these silos. Today, we are here about Samaavesh, coming together. Let's forget these silos and really come together. When we talk about sanitation, and we do a lot of work around water, sanitation, hygiene, usually when we talk about sanitation and soap, we're talking about soaps that themselves pollute the groundwater and the soil. Soaps that are made themselves of synthetic chemicals. But when we talk about hygiene, let us talk about water also, organic also, livelihoods also, local also. In your local village, women's self-help groups are making soaps, natural soaps, organic soaps, not wrapped in plastic, not shipped thousands of miles in trucks that are polluting the air. Yes, let us have sanitation, let us have hygiene, but let us not sacrifice one thing we're working on for something else. We integrate them. Lastly, yoga. This morning, Sube, Ganga Ki Kinare, we had a beautiful celebration as a curtain raiser for the 100 days before International Day of Yoga. And as we gathered on the banks of Mother Ganga doing the common yoga protocol, we came together and we pledged that we would not only do yoga, but we would live yoga. और मैं ये बात यहाँ लेके आ रही हूँ एंड में, क्योंकि योग जो है, उसकी मूल is not with asanas. It's not about how long you can stand on your head or how far you can bend down. योग का जो मूल है, यम और नियम. How do we live? And even अगर हम उसमें पूरी नहीं जाएंगे, 5 यम, 5 नियम, if we only look at the first 3, ahimsa, satya, asteya, non-violence, truth, non-stealing, फिर apigraha, non-hoarding. If we look only at those, every single problem that we face in our societies, in our world, in our environment, every one of them would be over. If we simply stopped harming each other through what we eat, what we wear, what we buy, the food choices that non-vegetarians make are the single greatest cause for climate change. They're one of the greatest causes of hunger, one of the greatest causes of water shortage. The choices that we make of what we buy, are they being produced by chemically filled things? Organic cotton, just one example, organic cotton uses 90% less water than non-organic cotton. Simple सी चीज. You've got to buy some kapde. You buy regular cotton, you buy organic cotton. Simple choice. You go out to eat. You eat vegetarian, you eat non-vegetarian. If you eat non-vegetarian food, you are eating the food of 15 other people. 15 other people. It takes 16 times as much grain, as much anaj to produce meat as to produce vegetarian food. We're stealing the food, we're stealing the water. One meal of hamburgers uses the amount of water that you use in bathing for 6 months. We're not vegetarians only because we think the cow is holy. We're vegetarians because we think the earth is holy, because we think people are holy, because we think our planet and all of those we share it with are holy. So practice, not just your Trikonasana, not just Kapalbhati, not just Anulom Vilom, and say that you're doing yoga. Bring yam and niyam in your life, and automatically you will be doing the very best thing you can for the environment, for our social world, and for the greater global governance that every single one of us is a part of. There's so much to share, but time is very short, so I will end it here. But thank you so much for the beautiful opportunity to be together with you all. And again, thank you so much to Daneshwar Muleji for having this beautiful, beautiful program, to Positive Rishu Kumarji for hosting this and organizing this, and to Sri Kapil Khannaji for his beautiful words and his beautiful work for society and the environment and the community and governance. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sadhviji. It was our privilege to listen to you live. Now I would request Dr. Dhyaneshwar Mule sir and Positive Rishi Kumar to have few questions with ma'am, then we'll continue with the audience question round.
I think there is not much to comment on what Sadhvi ji has said. She has said such profound words. And the only thought that I came to my mind is, हम लोग जो है पाश्चात्यों जैसे बर्ताव कर रहे हैं, और यहाँ साध्वी जी जो है वो असली भारतीय, मूल भारतीय जैसे बात करने चाहिए वो कर रही है. तो मुझे लगता है कि उनको भारतीय ही रहने दो, और हम लोगों को भी अपने जो डिस्ट्रक्टिव वेस्टर्न व्हाट शुड आई से बिहेवियरल एलिमेंट्स हैं उनको बदलना ज़रूरी है. और आज के दिन की ये मांग है, शी परहैप्स डिड नॉट से इट इन so many words, but we need to have a different model of development, very briefly. And that model will not be based on consumption only, more money, more investment in destruction, more carbon footprint, more destruction of earth, water, the Pancha Mahabhutam. But that model would be a coexistence. Sarve bhavantu sukhina. We live with the entire universe. I said it in the previous session that we are stardust. And हम सूर्य के बच्चे हैं, literally, figuratively, and in terms of physics. We are born out of sun. This earth is born out of sun. Let's not forget, हम तेज का अस्तित्व है. तो इसको जो है किस तरह से बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं, हमारे लाइफ में कैसे उसको आचरण में ला सकते हैं, इसके बारे में बहुत सुंदर विचार साध्वी जी ने व्यक्त किए हैं. मैं उनको एक या दो लीडिंग प्रश्न पूछूंगा, फिर एक दो प्रश्न हम बहुत उनका समय ना लेते हुए ऑडियंस से भी पूछेंगे. तो एक व्यक्ति के रूप में हम अपना कार्बन फुटप्रिंट जो है कैसे, क्योंकि जब तक हम स्पिरिचुअलिटी लाते नहीं अपने जीवन में तब तक ये संभव नहीं है. जब तक हम आवर ओन यूनियन विद द यूनिवर्स महसूस नहीं करते हैं तब तक ये बहुत मुश्किल है लाना. तो ये क्या स्टेप्स हो सकती है, 1 2 3, मे बी आपने 3 तो बताइए अभी, अहिंसा सत्य अस्तेय. बट अहिंसा हम ना देख सकते हैं, सत्य ना देख सकते हैं आज के दिन में. और स्टीलिंग हैज़ बिकम अ फैशन. मोर यू स्टील, मोर यू आर रिवर्ड एंड रिस्पेक्टेड. तो क्या ऐसा हम बना सकते हैं कि छोटे बदलाव हमारे रोज़मर्रा के जीवन में, जिससे हम अपने आप में एक रिवोल्यूशन ला सकते हैं.
Beautiful. So let's start on a very practical level, and then we'll dive deeper into the internal experience. Very practical level. Becoming a vegetarian, becoming a vegan if you can. If you have your own cows, or you are taking milk from someone who you know is taking care of their cows in a good way, then no problem. But the way that most of the dairy is processed all over the world, sadly now in India as well, is full of such violence and such harm. So number 1, be vegetarian, definitely. Vegan, certainly if you're anywhere outside of India, and in India, unless you know exactly where your milk comes from. Number 2, buy organic and buy fair trade. Organic means it's healthier for you, but also that it's healthier for the earth and the planet. Because all of the chemicals and the pesticides that are being put in our food, on our cotton, on everything we're buying, our tea, our coffee, whatever it may be, it's killing us, it's killing the farmers, it's killing the soil, and then the rain comes and that which is on the soil goes into our rivers. We then bathe in the rivers, drink from the rivers then irrigate more of our fields, and we are creating a toxic planet. Fair trade. Fair trade means whatever I'm buying, it's not being produced through harm of anyone else. There's no women in sweatshops. There's no children in sweatshops or bonded labor. That there's safe working conditions. The problem with this man mange more Western consumption mentality is that we don't just want more. We want it cheaper, cheaper, cheaper. And in order for it to be cheaper, 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 all of these factories have to cut corners. I'll give you an example. I cannot tell you how many conferences, functions, workshops, rallies I have been at on saving Ganga. Save Ganga, save Yamuna. Itne sare. Everybody's talking how to save Ganga, unki zamindari. You know what I'm talking, I don't need to go in more detail. However, conference se bahar aate hue, log apne leather joote पहन लेते हैं, अपनी गाड़ियों में जा रहे जिसमें लेदर कार सीट्स हैं, अपनी लेदर हैंडबैग या लेदर ब्रीफकेस उठा के लेके जा रहे हैं, लेदर बेल्ट पहन रहे हैं. Now, what is the single greatest polluter of Ganga? The tanneries. On the one hand, we're shouting that Ganga should be clean, that Yamuna should be clean. On the other hand, we are directly putting money in the pockets of those industries that are cutting corners in order to give us more, cheaper, cheaper, cheaper. And therefore, their waste is going into Ganga. If we simply stopped buying products of harm and violence, stop buying products that are polluting our earth, it would make a huge impact. Next, जो भी हम खरीद लेते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं कोई ना कोई फैक्ट्री में बनती है. खुद को पूछो, कुछ भी चीज खरीदने से पहले पूछो, do I really need this? 10 बार पूछो, फिर पूछो, do I really need this? Am I buying this to fill some emotional need? Most of the shopping we do is not because we actually need something. It's what we call shopping therapy. I'm bored, I'm frustrated, I'm angry, I don't feel beautiful, I got rejected, I didn't get invited here, whatever it may be. And so we go for shopping therapy. Or it is because we are completely distracted, disconnected, online, scrolling, like we are in a coma. And as we scroll, it says, click here, buy now, and we just do it like we are robots. Robots celebrating independence, but pushing buttons like we are slaves. Click here, buy now, click here, buy now, tap here, buy now. Ask yourself 10 times, do I really need this? Is this in alignment with my values? Gandhi ji said so beautifully, there's always enough for everyone's need. Never enough for any man's greed. So really ask yourself. And Mule ji said something so beautiful about our vision of development. And this is where we really need to look within about where are we going. Mujhe yaad hai, I was driving through Haridwar from a very jungle, villagey area in the outskirts of Haridwar, then back toward the main road to come back to Rishikesh. And first when I was driving through the villages, it was beautiful. It was midday. Children were playing everywhere. There was a man lying on a cot outside his house, sleeping in the sunshine. Beautiful. You turn a couple turns and you're in Sidkul, right? Asphalt and, proper industrial area, chemicals, factories. Everybody's rushing around. And I thought, these people, रात में भी नींद नहीं आती है. दिन तो बहुत दूर की बात है. Who's developed? You drive from what we call an undeveloped area to a developed area. In the undeveloped area, children are happy and playing. In the developed area, everybody's taking antidepressants and anti-anxiety medicine and sleeping pills and rushing around. Who's developed? What's our vision of development? And that's where we need to really look and understand. And lastly, on a deep spiritual level, those changes I've given you are in your actions. But on a deep spiritual level, we speak about oneness. We say Vasudev Kutumbakam. The world is a family, that we are one with all. But we don't live like that. And we need to really bring that into our lives. I remember a few years ago, I was flying into Tenerife in Spain from Lisbon, Portugal. And the flight goes Lisbon, Madrid, Madrid, Tenerife. And the day before we flew, there had been a huge plane crash in the Madrid airport. Spanair flight, hundreds of people died. We get to Tenerife, and I was there with my guru, His Holiness Puja Swami Chidananda Saraswati Ji. And we get to Tenerife, and everybody's shell-shocked. And they're all saying to Puja Swami Ji, aap pratana kariega unke liye, kuch puja kare, kuch to karna hai. Log, matlab, they were completely shell-shocked. और मैंने पूछा था जहाँ जहाँ हम गए, क्या आपका कोई family member या friend या anybody you knew was on that flight that crashed? Everybody said no. Nobody actually knew anybody on the flight, but their entire lives stopped because of the plane crash. And I realized, this is amazing. 150 people died in a plane crash 3 days ago. These people still are shell-shocked. Why? क्योंकि जो मर गए, हमको लगता है कि वो मेरी जैसे हैं. हम भी उसी एयरलाइन से जाते हैं. हम भी जहाँ जहाँ जाते मैड्रिड होके जाते हैं कहीं. It could have been me. It could have been a family member. मेरी जैसे लोग. But the 40,000 children dying every single day of starvation, who could be fed with the grain that instead of being fed to humans is being fed to the cows and the pigs and the chickens who become hamburgers and hot dogs and chicken McNuggets? Why is no one stopping for them? The 150 people in the plane crash died once. These children are dying every day. Tens of thousands every day. लेकिन हमको नहीं लगता है कि वो मेरी जैसे हैं. लगता है कि वो अलग है. वो मेरे को तो कभी नहीं होगा. Nobody I know is ever going to die of starvation. So it doesn't impact me. And this on a spiritual level is what we need to work on. Why do I feel one with people who fly Spanair through the Madrid airport, but I don't feel one with parents whose children are dying of starvation? It means my meditation needs to be deeper. It means my yoga needs to be bigger, deeper, higher. Then I can really find that space of oneness, and then I will change how I live. And then I will really be able to live, not just chant Vasudev Kutumbakam.
Well said. I think That's for us here. But what do we tell our children? And how do we tell them when they're looking at competition all around? Everybody wants a better iPhone, a better Samsung, a better laptop, a better life, lots of money. Everybody wants to turn overnight into Mark Zuckerberg. So what do we tell our children? This is my question to you. Because yes, ma gruha kasya svidhanam. We should not really look at anybody else's things. And tena tyaktena bhunjita. How do we really give up and enjoy? Who will give this art of living to our children? They are completely, number one, they are speaking in alien language. Number two, they have adopted alien culture. Just as organic food, organic living is important. You live in the culture, philosophy, literature, art, dance, songs of the soil in which you grow. We have become alien to ourselves. How do we return ourselves to ourselves? That's my question. And how can we really ask our children to become us rather than becoming they? Which
Beautiful.
is really irrelevant. Yeah, go ahead.
Great question. First of all, I'll tell you, we do a lot of work with children. And I'm actually very optimistic. Our children, our youth are great. The dilemma actually is we are not necessarily giving them what we want them to have. We'll come to the cultural influence in a moment, but let's begin in the family. Children take from us, if you talk to 100 children who are stressed out about exams, the children who are really panicking about their exams, really striving to do better, but now super stressed, suicidal. If you say to them, why are you so stressed? Like, okay, so you don't get number 1, you get number 10, you get number 100. So even, my God, you fail. Okay, you do it again. Like, this is not the end of the world. Every single one of those children has one answer. I don't want to disappoint my parents. We are putting this pressure on our children from a young age. A child comes home with an A on an exam. And we say, oh, mama's good boy, mama's good girl, come here, sit on mama's lap. We give them hugs and kisses. Daddy's big girl, daddy's big boy. We take them out for ice cream. We celebrate them. We tell everybody about them. Our child comes home with a low grade. Not only don't we give them cookies and ice cream, but we don't even give them the place on the lap. So what our children learn is that my worthiness of love, my worthiness as a being, is based on what I do and what I achieve. You look in the house, child cleans up their room. Oh, you are so good, that's so great. Come, have cookies. Come, have a hug. Come sit on my lap. The room is a mess. You are worthless. You are an ingrate. You are this. You are that. You are a slob. Again, it's a jacket on the floor. ठीक है, I understand they should pick it up. But where are we teaching our children that their entire value as human beings is based on whether they've cleaned up their room, done their chores, not cleaned up their room, not done their chores? We are molding them to believe that their value is actually based on what they do and what they have. And so naturally they're going to panic to succeed, panic to become number 1, panic to have more. The other dilemma is, as parents, we are enthralled with technology. We want the newest things. We are constantly on our devices. Kid comes home from school telling us about the day of school, and we're like, oh, that's great, honey. That's great. The kid is standing in front of us talking, and we're on our phones. We are giving them this. Yes, society also is influencing it. But the first school is in the home. Parents are texting their kids, come down for dinner. Sitting at the table, parents are answering their phone. They're telling the kids no phone. Parents themselves are answering their phone, talking on the phone while they're eating their meals. What are the kids learning? We say we want them to be sanskari, to have values, and then, we're supposed to go out, we're supposed to meet people, but we're running late. Phone bachte hai guard pe. We see it's the person who we're meeting. बच्चों को कह देते जरा ले लो उसको बोल देना हम रास्ते पे हैं. बाद में वो आते अपने आश्रम में हाथ जोड़ के कहते हैं कि आप जरा कुछ करो, मेरा बेटा तो झूठ बोलते रहते हैं. वो तो किसने सिखाया उसको? हमने सिखाया उसको. So we have to really look. Are we living our Sanskriti? Are we living our sanskaras? Or are we only trying to give them to our children in a way that we are not actually living? Because children are really smart. They're going to pick up what we do much more than what we tell them. Imagine you go to a wedding. You're in the car coming home. In the car, husband and wife are talking. Let's say the wife is saying to the husband, my God, did you see how beautiful her diamond bracelet was? Aap mujhe kabhi aise nahi dete hain. My God, amazing. And you even make more money. This is not fair. I should have a diamond like the sharam ki baat hai ki mera paas nahi hai. Then our child becomes materialistic. And we say, wo kahan se? Wo kaise ho gaya? They should not be materialistic. But they're sitting there, they're growing up, listening to our discourse and conversation. So it's actually a beautiful challenge for us, an opportunity for us to really live our values, really live it. But also we have to realize, parents have made rules that children hate as long as there have been parents. I'm sure that if you go back to, the caveman times or even our Neanderthal ancestors, that Neanderthal kids were fighting with their Neanderthal parents about, whatever it was. It's part of the relationship. Kids want more freedom. They want to do more things. Parents are giving boundaries. They're giving discipline. But what's happened recently with social media, with our devices, is somehow we've given up that level of discipline. So many people say to me, I can't get my kid off their device. And I say, well, just take it away. They say, oh, I can't do that. They would hate me. And I say, well, kids have been hating their parents since curfews were invented. I mean, could you imagine if a parent says, you have to come home by 10 p.m. at night, and the kid says, I hate you, and the father says, well, okay, then you can stay out till 3 in the morning. We would never have discipline. We'd never have sanskars. Parents throughout history have always said things like, I don't care if you hate me. You're coming home at 10 o'clock. Kids have always said things like, well, but all my friends can, it's not fair. And parents have always said, I don't care what other people are doing. You're in my house. You're going to follow my rules. And we need to bring that same strength into this addiction to technology that our kids have. Set up rules. Set up device-free times of day, device-free rooms of the house. Make rules around it, the way parents have always made rules. Make rules around what sites they can go to, who they can chat with. Use that power. It actually exists. The technology is there for parental controls. Use them. Yes, your kids will fight. They will rebel. They will say, I hate you. They will say it's not fair. But that's part of the package deal of being a parent. They'll get over it. And they'll have that discipline and sanskaras that will actually serve them much better when they're older.
I think that's a wonderful topping on the icing on the cake, valedictory, where we really are getting this message of how important it is for all of us to have Samaavesh as way of life. Accommodate the best, absorb the best, and also try and pass on the best to our future generations. So I thank Sadhviji profoundly. Let's give her a big hand. And while I do feel that she is almost, even though there are only 2 questions, and earlier her own rendering, lots of our own doubts in our mind have been answered. But even then, if somebody feels that, well, I have to ask this question, we can take 1 or maximum 2 questions, but be short and be precise in case you wish to ask. So just feel free to raise your hand, but if nobody wants to, that I take it as a kind of acknowledgement of the profound teachings that we have received this afternoon. Eko ham bahusyam, that's the message of Samaavesh. While we might have expressed ourselves differently, we might have different practices, different ways of life, we are essentially one. That is Samaavesh. That is how we look at Samaavesh. And I'm glad that today, under this tagline of bringing corporates and communities together, what we really meant is bringing, in a sense, a sample of humanity together here. And what a wonderful finale that we have the spiritual aspect. We're taking back feeling lighter, feeling better, and feeling happier. Because that is also one of the objectives of movement of positivity, that we live creative life, we live compassionate life, and we live a constructive life. And this is, I think, essentially the message that we receive. I'm sure all of us will be able to live a more peaceful, more meaningful life henceforth. And let us stay together, let's stay connected. And as they say, Om Sahana Vavatu, Sahana Ubhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karavavahe, Tejasvina Vaditamastu. Let's find that path together towards enlightenment. Thank you all, and I hand over mic to Chavi once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Proceeding further, I would like to invite Mr. Ashok Motwani, Executive Director of Diaspora Times and author, to give his address for just 1 or 2 minutes. So we have one more speaker we have. One more speaker. From Akal Academy. Okay.
Sir, please. I will just say thank you very much. And sir, if you can join here, please. Yes. You can give the book.
Sir, thank you very much for getting me involved with this, and I'm grateful to you. I have very fond memories. I have met him way back when he was in New York, and I have continued my association with him. And I also have very fond memories of Pravasi Divas, especially the Bangalore, which probably was one of the biggest show he handled. एंड आपके साथ तो हमारा अटल जी के टाइम से एसोसिएशन है, आपके साथ भी. Thank you very much. I have to leave, which you are aware, and I would like to present my book to you. And so, sir, Mulay Saab can do that.
Can we have a huge round of applause for Ashok Motwani ji?
So nice to see you. Wonderful to see you. I'll be leaving as well. I've got to get back to Rishikesh.
Now I would like to invite Mr. Amandeep ji to address the gathering for 2 minutes.
Namaskar to everyone, and it's last but not the least. And first of all, thank you especially to the Mule ji and my elder brother and the organizer, Mr. Bakshi ji, that they called us for this event. I would take only 2 or 3 minutes, and I would rather start it with the words which Sadhvi ji has shared about the values, ethics, and sanskar. These used to be the core area of education in the ancient Indian time. And we have forgotten that in India we have the renowned universities and school educational structure like Takshila, Nalanda, Vallabhi, and there are n number of like institutes. And even the lots of sages and gurus, they used to run their gurukuls. And people like you and me, they used to send their kids to those gurukuls to attain education which was completely based on the morals and the values and the ethics. In the world, in today's world of modern world, actually we have forgotten all these things. At first we do not follow by our own, and then after certain times we realize that that our kids are not following this and that, and we complain. The same thing Sadhvi ji just had it. So I'm just concluding with my organization. Like, we are from the Kalgidar Society, and the first school by this trust was initiated by Vidya Martan Padam Shri Baba Iqbal Singh ji in 1985. He retired as a director of agriculture department from Himachal, and then he started the very first school with 5 kids only. And today, with the grace of God, the Almighty, we are running 130 schools in northern India in 5 states. And 70,000 kids are attaining education in all these institutes. And the first period of our school, each kid, doesn't matter from which caste, which creed, which religion, the first period for them is for the divinity, for the prayers. Then they go for their worldly education. So that's the basic that which we are trying to embed in our kids. We are trying to get the glory back of ancient India in today's world, and we want our kids to go on the higher ranks, but with ethics. I would conclude with 2 words of Guru Nanak, not mine, because the Guru's Bani is always, always represent the good thoughts. There are 2 things which Guru Nanak says about education. There is a huge difference in education, जिसे हम पढ़ाई बोलते हैं हिंदी में, and the Vidya. Vidya has a broader aspect. Vidya has a broader vision. So for padai, for education, we all are running towards the modernized education, and we are making our kids materialistic, nothing else. आज हमें ये चाहिए तो कल हमें कुछ और चाहिए, परसों कुछ और चाहिए. There is no end of this thing. And at the end of our life, we realize कि हमने कुछ नहीं पाया. So try to provide your kids Vidya, not education only. Gurbani says, Guru Nanak says 2 thoughts. The first says, Padya Murak Akhiye Jit lab lob ahankara. I explain it in English and Hindi as well. Even if you attain the highest worldly education, the highest degree, and if you are indulged in greed, attractions, and lobe, and pride, then that education is merely taking you towards the foolishness. You are so-called a foolish person, nothing else. And on the other hand, Guru Nanak says, Vidya Vicharita Paropkari. So if you are attaining your education with the values, with the morality, and taking towards the, even let's say if you are going to be a doctor, then be a good doctor. If you're going to be a lawyer, then be a good lawyer. Then you are helping the society. So Vidya Vichari, it's a Paropkari, it make you to do Paropkar. So education take you towards the materialistic world, and the Vidya take you towards the in a whole, in a broader respect, to make this globe a better place to live with. So this is what our society is trying to do. So thank you to all the organizers again, and especially to Sadhviji for their thoughts and collection of words for them. Thank you so much. I would love to give that book to Sadhviji.
Moving further, I would like to present the appreciation certificate to all the volunteers who have hardly worked for this summit. So I would like to invite Shariar Ahmed, Krishnadev Pathak, Meghna Mehta, Priyanka Sareen, Rishabh, Devendra Pratap, Khushi Gupta, Ankit Kulshreshtha, Veronica Singh, Shivani, Anand Shekhar, Kshitij Bansal, Special thanks to our team, Mr. Nishkarsh, Mr. Siddharth, for organizing such an amazing summit. I would like to invite Mr. Siddharth and Nishkarsh to join on the stage for the photograph. Also to Ms. Bhumika to join on the stage for the photograph. I would also like to invite Mr. Amar Shalki to join us on stage for photograph. Mr. Surinder Bakshi ji and his wife to join us on stage for the photograph.
Oh, sorry. I would also like to invite Mr. Anshul Alak to join us on stage. Also, Mr. Nitesh Srivastav to join us. I invite Mr. Surinder Bakshi to give the vote of thanks.
Fine. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we have come to the end of Samaavesh Global ESG Summit 2023, I would extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for your active participation. Over these 2 days, we had stimulating discussions, engaging sessions, and expert presentations on corporate social responsibility, sustainable development, and ESG. It is an honor to have dignitaries on the stage as our special guests. On behalf of Samaavesh team, I, Surinder Pal Singh Bakshi, organizer Samaavesh, welcomes and thanks to Sadhi Bhagwati Saraswati ji, Shri Kapil Khanna ji, Ambassador Dr. Dhyaneshwar Mule ji, for their insight, deep and intense knowledge and support to this summit. Finally, I would like to thank Dr. Dhyaneshwar Mule ji for leading this summit and bringing together such a diverse group of stakeholders. So your vision and leadership have been instrumental in making the summit a success. I hope that this summit has been a productive and informative for all of you, that you will take back valuable learnings and insight from this summit. Thank you all for your participation. We look forward to hosting you tomorrow and day after tomorrow with new Samaavesh events. Thank you. Good day. Have a good day and goodbye. Take care.
Thank you everyone for joining.
Sir.